My name's Jessica, and what do I do? What don't I do? I am the owner of Stitchhouse. The founder, yes. Discoverer, first pioneer, conquistadora. I'm just kidding. I grew up in the sewing industry. My grandfather, great-grandfather, and mom all own sewing stores. So I've been doing it since birth. When I was younger, I always had a different vision for kind of like the retail experience in a sewing store. I think that my favorite thing about the sewing industry and just like the craft and hobby industry in general is how empowered it makes people feel to create something, from scratch. And I really like seeing like the look on people's faces when they make their first quilt or their first project. I just think it's really cool, and I think it gives people a really good creative outlet to do something like sewing. You know, and I thought about that when you asked Brittany, I'm like, what is Stitchhouse to me? To me, Stitchhouse has always been, even before it was Stitchhouse, like my passion in life. I've always wanted to be able to have a place where I felt safe, like myself, in a work environment. I felt happy to be on a consistent basis, and I could make other people happy. And so I kind of can do all three of those things here at the store. And I really love being able to come to work every day and just like talk and engage with customers and learn more about people. To me, the Stitchhouse experience is like nothing else, because I have somewhat just like created all of this in my head for how I think that shopping should go, how I think that learning should go, and I think that if you come here, you'll definitely have an experience like no other.
Good morning, everybody. Can you believe we made it here?
I'm still in shock.
So I am Brian with the Stitch House. I know that we've got a lot of friends and family in Texas visiting us, and I was just notified by Jade, our videographer, that we've got people as far as Canada and someone in Iceland. What time is it in Iceland?
In Iceland? What?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, no, true, really. And I see Blaine has logged on. We've got your IP address, so you'll be cut off soon. Anyways, I'm Brian with Stitch House. This is Elle Woods.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jess.
I did go for a pink vibe today, but I am Jessica with Stitch House, and I'm really excited to be here because today is our very first live virtual Bernina Summit. So it's our first live summit in general, right, Brian?
Yeah, this is really exciting. So this is the first time that we've done such a large production, and we're going to get into why we picked Bernina for this launch and kind of who is Stitch House, because those of you that have come in, that have visited the store, that live in Texas, you know who Stitch House is. But I know there's a lot of people from outside the area that probably have no idea who Stitch House is. Who are we, Jess?
That's a good question. Who is Stitch House? Because I think Stitch House is a bunch of people here at the store, but collectively we make up a group of people that really just love sewing, embroidery, quilting, and our passion for, you know, creating and making things. So to me, Stitch House is really about a complete thought of just being creative and fun and bringing everybody together into one collective space here at the store. We're in Plano, Texas. We've been open since 2017.
God, is that it?
Yeah, well, the end of 2017. It feels like a lifetime, but we have been doing this together since we met, right, Brian?
Yeah. Our first date, we talked sewing machines, believe it or not. And here we are years later, still talking sewing machines.
I think, so for those of you that don't know, a little bit about our background, I grew up in the sewing industry. I have been doing sewing industry type stuff, related things since the womb. My great-grandfather, my grandfather, and my mom all own sewing stores. And my mom still owns a sewing store, and I've kind of been entrenched in the creative world for quite some time. And when I met Brian in 2017, I thought, man, that is the perfect partner for a sewing store.
Wow. The first thing on her mind was a sewing store. Really? No. Okay. We're going to retell that story a different way next time.
I knew I always wanted to open a sewing store. I just didn't know where, and I didn't know how. So things kind of, the universe aligned, and I picked Dallas, or we're actually in Plano, which is just north of Dallas. I picked Dallas as my location to open the store, and it's just been a whirlwind ever since. So all of the things that have culminated to this live event here, it just seems like this is what we've always wanted to do, and I'm really excited to be doing it.
Yeah, and I never knew really what a sewing machine was. I took home ec in 6th grade, and that was the extent of my knowledge. So here we are many years later, and going from 1,800 square feet to now we're in a beautiful 16,000 square foot building. It's the second largest sewing store in the country. If you're close, come see us. If you're far, come see us. We do lots of events. We do retreats and stuff like that. It's a wonderful place. It's the only store in the country with 4 classrooms fully loaded. So today, this week, we're talking Bernina. Our Bernina classroom has 12 790s, and it has 12 of the new 890 sergers, which are one of my favorites. I can't wait till Pam gets here and we can tell you how that's just a true game changer.
Yep.
But it's a great atmosphere. We have a long arm classroom, and so if you know anything about us, you know that it's about the vibe, and Jess creates a vibe in the store, and you'll notice that I think throughout this entire live event that, wow, she really kicks it off in a fun way. So
I'd like to say it's about the education.
She may say it's about the education, but I will tell you the first person she hired was a event coordinator.
A party planner.
Her party planner. So, well, I mean, we bring them both together, right? So anyways, what are we looking forward to in the summit? Why did we pick Bernina to do this inaugural launch, a week-long summit? What the heck is a summit? Because I don't think anybody knows or has done it. So what are we doing?
Okay, so on that same topic of education, to me what's really important about honing in on your craft or your hobby is learning. And you can be more creative the more that you know about what you're doing. So to me, education is by far the most important thing that we do here at the store. So if you buy a machine from us, you'll always get the best education. So we decided to do our first live summit with Bernina because I think Bernina does education top-notch like nobody else in the industry. And to be quite honest, they had a ton of content for us to pull from online, which is just so unheard of in the sewing industry. Bernina really does a really great job at making sure that their consumers know what they're doing and are able to use their machine to the fullest extent. So we decided to go with Bernina because for our first live event, because we knew that the educators, the quality of the education, and the presentation of everything was going to be the best, hands down, and we wanted to, set the bar really high for how we do the rest of our events.
I have no doubt that you're going to set the bar really high. For me, it was a little different. I think for me, we picked Bernina. We did this maybe almost a year ago when the Serger launched, and we had the head of that department came out, and we hired a huge production team. Took several days to set up 2 stages, and the content was great, and it was an hour and a half long. It felt like a week, and so Jess came to me and she said, that was a success. That was a smash hit. People loved it. The content was great, so let's do it again for 5 days this time. We did an hour and a half, so what's the difference? And it's true. I loved the way that worked, and I think this is gonna be a lot of fun. But for me, the reason that we picked Bernina was all the stuff that Jess said, but also it really is one of the only sewing machine manufacturers that has truly a full line, from sewing to quilting, sit down, stand up, the serger, embroidery. They have top of the line machines in every single category. And so who else would you fill a week with besides Bernina, right?
It was an easy choice, to be quite honest with you. We're really excited because I think that you guys are really gonna enjoy this presentation. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's gonna be different than anything we've ever done. One of the silver linings of the pandemic was that it really pushed us out of our comfort zone of what we typically did. We were really known for doing in-house events here, large in-person events, 100 people at a time.
Conga lines and champagne.
It was wild. Our last event prior to COVID was Martha Pullen for 3 days, and it was a lot of fun. So something the pandemic has taught us is to pivot and to learn and grow and change as we go along. And so this is something we've been looking forward to since March of 2020. We just needed the right team in place, the right content, the right people, and time, which is our biggest resource here at the store.
I think we've got it. I think we got all of those things.
Yes.
So what is this week gonna look like for us? What's it gonna look like for y'all at home? And my Michigan family just heard me say that, and I know they're cringing, saying, when did he start saying y'all?
You're gonna hear a few y'alls during the week.
I gave in.
Texas.
20 years later, I just, I'm embracing it. Just bringing it together. I'm gonna say it. You know what? Sorry, I might say pop too. Who knows? I mean,
may give us a yeehaw.
If I give us a yeehaw, that means things have gone terribly wrong. So let's not hope for a yeehaw. Please, things will have bounced way off the rails. But what do you got to look forward to this week? So today we've got a special guest presenter. He'll be joining us after a little while.
Are we gonna keep him a secret?
Let's keep him a secret,
Okay.
but let me tell you. So
the mystery.
Create the allure. So Nate's working the cameras behind me, and he said, you gotta keep them wanting more, Brian. This is what you gotta do to get the right effect in the crowd. So thank you, Nate. I'm gonna keep that a mystery. I was gonna announce it, but he just said, don't do that. Just make him wait.
He gave you one of these.
Yeah. So that either means give them time or you're getting the hook and we're leaving it to the pretty girl next to you to do the rest of the day. But so if you're already watching us, that means you're on one of the 3 platforms, which is Facebook Live, which is going to be totally interactive. Ask questions. You guys can ask questions, anything Bernina, and we'll either ask them throughout the day, we'll ask them on a following day if it's something to do with a topic that we're not covering today, or at the end of every single day, we're going to have a wrap-up Q&A section with an expert.
That's going to be my favorite part.
Yes, because she can ad-lib all she wants and ask all the questions,
and
right?
I've had to give parameters to Brian of things he can and can't say because it is live. And so if you've watched any of our Facebook Lives before, you know Brian just says anything sometimes.
I have got in trouble. This is true.
He has got in trouble.
It happens. I've gotten in trouble before. So
a little trouble's fun.
I'm going to stay on my best behavior. I'm gonna try to stay on my best behavior. I pledge this to you today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. So Facebook Live, you can watch us there, or you may be watching us there. You can go to YouTube and either catch the segments live there, or they're going to be pre-recorded. If you can't stick with us for the entire 6 hours for the next 5 days, go back. There's gonna be a ton of valuable content on there. So you'll be able to go there. And then finally, we now have a new platform, which is why we are a day late, which is StitchHouse Live. I love StitchHouseLive.com.
Don't forget that part.
.com.
It's a website.
I'm used to doing this because I know that Jade and Brittany will drop in graphics, but we're live, so there is no .com coming. But StitchHouseLive.com, that is a platform that we will continue to build out over time. It's going to be really, really great for you all to go on there because you'll be able to see the TV guide. You'll be able to take a look at the presenters, read their bios. Who are they? I mean, do we just have riffraff coming off the street? I don't think so, but read the bio and you tell me for yourself. Is that one that I got to pull off?
I need to see how far along you are.
I'm getting right here.
Oh. Okay.
So I'm whining it. She's getting nervous because Brittany's giving the cue. So, or StitchHouseLive.com.
I've got to keep him on track, y'all. He will just, we could spend the whole day and Brian could just talk at the camera.
But I won't. I'm going to get to what y'all came here to see. So StitchHouseLive.com, you can also watch it there, and there is an online interactive chat with the staff. So go on there, ask your questions. We're also going to have tons of great specials on everything Bernina this week, and a lot of the stuff we can't even give the pricing online. We'll give you some of the low pricing, but some of it you may have to call in and ask us for. So without further ado, I'm getting the signal.
Let me kick it off.
Kick it off. Do this thing.
Okay.
What do they say on The Bachelor?
No, you can't say that on.
Go ahead.
Y'all, we're already here. I'm already censoring Brian. It's going to be a long week.
Go for it, babe.
Okay. So, without further ado, what we wanted to start with before we get into all of our fun demonstrations and lessons today, we wanted to give a little bit of history on who Bernina is and how they started. So we're going to give the Bernina family testimonial video. It's going to be a really great informative video on the family heritage and legacy of Bernina. It's still a family-owned company. They'll tell you all that in the video. And I think it'll be a great way to kind of learn a little bit of background about what you're going to learn about all this week and why this machine is such a great quality product. It's not just by chance. It is a lot of thought and hard work that goes into this brand, and one of the reasons we chose to use them for the summit.
All right, Jade, kick us to the testimonial, please.
It is through the work of our hands that the passion of our hearts can be seen by the world. When we create, we make a mark on the world, however small. But put together, each small step can lead to something bigger, a legacy that can carry forward for generations. Let me take you back 125 years to where the Bernina legacy began on the shores of Lake Constance in the village of Steckborn in Switzerland. You may know me. My name is Karl Friedrich Gegauf. I was born in 1860 to a family of 6 children. My father was a doctor, and as so many parents do, he hoped I might follow in his footsteps. But even as a young boy, I had a fascination with mechanical things. I was constantly creating new ways of doing things. Soon after finishing school, I had the opportunity to work with one of the leading Swiss textile machine manufacturers. It wasn't long, before I found a lifelong passion for textile machines. The precision and creativity of the industry inspired me. I was given the opportunity to travel to the United States, where I was able to learn another aspect of the business, selling the product I had become so passionate about. But it was while I was working as a mechanic in Switzerland, I was dreaming of my own inventions. In 1893, I invented the household hemstitch machine. In my heart, I knew this machine had tremendous potential. So I left my position to start my own company, Gegauf & Company. Our first offices were at the Feldbach in Steckborn. The invention was a success. Together with my brother and 10 employees, we started manufacturing the hemstitch machine. Our machine became a household name both at home and abroad. As the company flourished, so did my family. My wife and 4 children brought great joy to my life. My interest in technical things went beyond my work. I converted my own boat to a steamboat, and I purchased the first car in eastern Switzerland. With all our successes, there were trials too. A fire burned much of our factory. My wife passed away, leaving me to raise our children aged 8 to 15 on my own. War broke out in Europe, but even through these adversities, we persevered. I was always eager to teach my young children about the business, and I spent many hours teaching them mechanics and answering their questions. These lessons sparked a flame in my son Fritz, who developed his own passion for textile machines. Hoping my son would learn not just to build machines, but also to sell them, I sent him to Paris with 50,000 can openers. Though the product was of the highest quality, at first Fritz struggled to sell even a few. It was then that he learned an important lesson that would serve him the rest of his life. He had to demonstrate the product in order to sell it. Once people saw the benefits of the can openers for themselves, Fritz was able to sell them quite easily. Fritz worked by my side until he took full leadership of the company. As the company grew into a new era, he had new challenges to face. The economic challenges of the Great Depression led to declining demand for the hemstitching machine. Fritz knew something had to change to keep the company alive. The inspiration came from home. Fritz's wife was struggling with her home sewing machine, and Fritz saw a problem that needed to be solved. He worked day and night for a year to launch his first home sewing machine. He knew he had created something of the highest quality. Fritz needed a name that could be pronounced in any language, and he also wanted to inspire sewers with the quality of this machine. So he called it BERNINA, naming his invention after the famous Swiss mountain. From the very beginning, Fritz knew that he couldn't sell BERNINA without a dealer network, so he developed strong relationships with retailers throughout the world to sell BERNINA machines. By 1937, 20,000 machines had been sold. Soon, over 1,300 employees were working at the BERNINA factory in Switzerland. Being a passionate engineer and entrepreneur, Fritz continually sought to improve BERNINA. He introduced zigzag machines, then portable models, and then automated buttonholes and clip-on presser feet. His imagination led to the first knee levers, ornamental stitches selected with a simple lever, and complete control over every stitch. As the innovations grew, the quality never diminished. The precision of a stitch from the Swiss BERNINA was unparalleled. It would take great vision to carry on what Fritz had built. And it was my granddaughter, Odette Uelci-Gegauf, who would take up the torch. Odette was everything a leader needed to be, focused, determined, and committed. But she brought something more, a strong sense of personal responsibility, a listening ear, and a great deal of charm. Odette was one of the first women in Switzerland to serve as the president of a large company. Odette continued the vision of the quality and precision of Bernina, while always keeping an eye to the sewer's needs. Her style and commitment to the end user is reflected in not only Bernina products, but also the advertising manuals and educational materials Bernina became known for. 1971, Bernina launched the iconic 830, a machine that began a love affair with Bernina for sewers worldwide. With every development of a sewing machine, Odette always asked whether this would actually be of any use to the seamstress and whether it was easy to operate. With this in mind, Bernina's first fully automatic machine, the all-electronic Bernina 1130, was developed. Bernina was ahead of the game and took sewing in a completely new direction. Mechanical stitch selector wheels were out, PC boards were in. Odette brought the same energy she gave to her work to her home life and hobbies. Odette enjoyed all types of sports and was the first of the Gegauf family to climb Mount Bernina. As I had done with my son Fritz and Fritz with Odette, Odette began early to prepare her son Hans-Peter to become part of Bernina. For 7 years, Hans-Peter worked in the United States, building experience that would serve him well in the years to come. As HP took the reins of Bernina, his goal was to increase the popularity of sewing worldwide and to foster the creativity of customers. He developed new markets in Eastern Europe, Russia, South America, India, the Middle East, and the United States. As Bernina continued to expand worldwide, HP realized the need to expand the manufacturing capability. His vision was not to outsource, but to build a factory managed and designed by Bernina. HP was there to break ground on a new factory in beautiful Thailand. HP was not a sewer himself, but he learned, as his mother had taught him, to listen. He often consulted with his wife Beatrice, herself an expert seamstress. HP also inherited the passion for innovation and quality. As far as Bernina had come, who could have imagined the innovations still to be realized? Machines with the ability to create new stitches, then built-in computers and automated embroidery. Bernina machines continued to be treasured companions for sewers around the world. With a naturally curious and inquisitive personality, HP is continually looking to other industries to explore ideas of modern design and innovative technology that will make Bernina better every day. Perhaps one of HP's most important contributions is his commitment to keep Bernina a family business. He has involved both of his children, Philipp and Katharina, in the Bernina business, so they may continue the legacy of creativity, passion, and precision. I couldn't be more proud of the contributions of my family to this remarkable company. But the success wasn't achieved on our own. At every step in our history, Bernina has had the industry's most innovative, energetic, and dedicated employees. Each of them has their own Bernina story. And each of you, Bernina's dealers, store employees, and brand ambassadors have built Bernina into the company it is today. I hope that you will share your Bernina stories with each other, your customers, and the world. The love of Bernina is in the hearts of employees, Bernina dealers, and sewers everywhere. So celebrate 125 years of Bernina with me. And may the work of your hands bring happiness to you and yours for years to come. Bernina is past, present, and most importantly, future. Bernina, made to create.
Hey, well, we are back, and we are starting to get caffeinated, and
I stuffed my face with a spinach feta wrap during the break.
So again, those of you that have been watching us for a year or two, you kind of probably know our tendencies already, and Jess, believe it or not, at 80 pounds, eats as much as I do at 240, so this is true, and I drink as much caffeine as...
7 people.
7 people. So this company isn't sponsoring us, though, so Jade did a wonderful job of telling me, flip that around. Until they start paying, we ain't gonna start showing. So thank you, Jade. We flipped it around. The logo is not showing, and...
Hashtag no free ads.
Hashtag
okay.
no free ads.
But...
Who do we have? Oh, okay. So can I say
Stay
who
on
we got
topic,
coming? Okay.
yes.
So we spoke about a special presenter. This man has been with Bernina for a very, very long time. He has a wonderful reputation in the Bernina family. It's maybe sordid a little bit, but let me introduce the person who reminds me of like a dark red wine. Sylvain Bergeron.
Welcome,
Sylvain.
Good morning, good morning.
Did I get that right? We were practicing that last night because after 2 years, Sylvain told me, he goes, there is no N. I'm French. You don't pronounce the N at the end of my name.
So let him tell us how.
So it's good enough, otherwise we'll be here all day.
Okay. It's good enough. Like everything we do, it is good enough.
Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for
Yes.
having me. I was a grad student on a very small budget when I started sewing, and my first sewing machine was a garage sale plunker. Like it was $15 and it sewed like that too. And then 3 years later, I was able to go try just every brand of machine. I was getting a good machine. And I kept Bernina for last just because of where the store was located. And when I got there, I sat down, I sewed a few samples, made a buttonhole, and it changed my life, like my sewing life. It was amazing, and never looked back. So 3 years after that, I was hired by Bernina.
Wow.
Yep. So I approached them with a project, and it's similar to the Big Book of Feet. Mm-hmm. And they needed a webmaster. I was teaching website building when the web was new, when it was invented by who know who.
We talked about that last night.
Yeah. So the two things put together, I was hired as a third webmaster, but I've always taught on the side, like at the local sewing store. And 6 years ago, they asked me if I wanted to go back to the education department, and I said, when? So, because that's where we actually get to use the serious tools and serious toys. There's a lot of fun to be had when you know your machine will do things. So I've been having fun and never looked back. Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
When we first met Sylvain, we were at our new dealer training in Chicago. I think it was negative 22 degrees that week.
Coming from a Florida girl, it might have been 30.
I think
balmy by Canadian standards.
And we were just like entranced with anything that you were presenting at that time. And we knew it had to be a partnership here with us at the store at some point, some way, shape, or form. So we're really excited to be able to get to do this summit with you.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
I will tell you, and Sylvain, you probably don't know this, but the first time that we watched Sylvain present, Jessica goes, and I had the bruise on my arm to prove it. She
I
goes,
always hit you like that.
I know. Thank you. And she said, that is the vibe I want in my store.
I guess vibe is the theme of the week.
It is. And I will tell you, she made me get on the phone with Holly, who is our sales director, our rep here in the store, and she goes, I want Sylvain. And Holly goes, Sylvain doesn't travel. And she goes, I want Sylvain. And she goes, but he doesn't travel. He's just with Bernina of America. And she goes, Brian, she's not understanding me. Can you get on the phone? And I said, she wants Sylvain. And she goes, okay, let me see what I can do. And we finally got Sylvain out about a year later. It was an absolute smash hit. People loved you. And so I couldn't be more excited to have you
same for me.
Hosting this event. So
these two are crazy, but my kind of crazy. Like enthusiastic, in there, engaged, full steam. Yep.
Oh, good. So what are we doing today? Why don't we just kind of walk them through? We've got a few minutes before you kick off and show us the machines.
So I'm going to start from the bottom up because there's some, the brand has a DNA. You know, it's pride, passion, performance. And the pride is not like a snobism. It's really, we take things seriously. The machine has to deliver. The precision has to be there. The word precision, you could tattoo it on everything, right? So I'm going to start from the very smallest 3 series, you know, what I call my little baby Bernina. And that thing, I have fixed a backpack like with internal armature, like frame, on a 3 series.
Wow.
And it will do it just like the big flagship. So from there, we'll build up and see what there is to offer in each series, because we have the product line organized by series. So pretty much like your German cars, right?
Yeah.
So we have 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Then you start dancing. And anything really, the 3 series, and this is unique to Bernina, the quality of the materials, like the feed dog on the 3 series is cut of the same metal, the same way as the top of the line. It's just smaller, because it's a compact machine, but it's cut the same way. So you don't sacrifice anything when you go down the line. You only build up features and functionality when you get benefits when you go up the line.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the other reasons we chose Bernina for the summit as well, is because the way the series is laid out, it's very,
organized,
it's not
right?
complicated to the consumer to understand what they're gaining as they go up in the line.
Right.
You're gonna really kind of guide us through all that today, right?
Yep.
Awesome.
So to give you guys just kind of a quick little rundown of what today is going to look like, Sylvain's going to start off with the 3 series, everything 3 series, and then he'll do a few demos, I think, on the 3 series. Then he's going to move to the 4 series, tell you what you gain besides just space. We can probably figure that out, right? He's going to tell you what you start gaining when you move to the 4 series. Maybe you'll do a little demo on the 4 series if we're lucky. Okay.
If we're lucky.
Then we're going to move.
As if we don't have this planned.
Right. Then we're gonna move. Then we're gonna move over to the 5 series, and we're gonna work our way all the way up to the flagship of that line, which is the 590. Which I like, because then we start to get into the black body Berninas.
Yes.
That I like to call them, kind of like the big
black
bodies.
front faces. Yep.
Right.
Yep. Those
Feel
are
like
the top of each series.
Like a cool wrapper with the trim out on it and stuff. But so we're gonna go to the 590. Then take a.
Usually in our YouTube videos, they zoom in on my face at that point when I'm like,
We're live. We can't even edit out these comments.
I know, that's the unfortunate part.
Then we're gonna take a nice little 20-minute lunch break. It was in Sylvain's contract. I didn't know it. I was expecting he would go straight through, but he told me it's in the contract, Brian.
He said you must feed the beast.
Yes, you have to feed the beast. You got to give me a bathroom break once a day. So, we're gonna allow for that.
I went by the SPCA contract.
Such a diva. Like working with a union. Go, Sylvain. And then we're gonna move to the 7 series, and of course, all the way up to the flagship in the line, which is the 8, the big one. And I'm fortunate. That's what I learned to sew on. Is the 8 series.
Right.
So I was.
We had a picture of it. I don't know if Brittany got it uploaded at all.
I call my 880 my beauty and my beast. It's
really?
It has an industrial hook inside, so it's a serious piece of equipment, and it's a beautiful thing.
Well, great. So let's not make them wait any longer. Let's get you over to the 3 series. We're gonna take a brief 30-second commercial break so you can start to highlight what the 3 series has to offer. And then when we come back, Sylvain will be on with a 3 series.
I'm excited.
Yes.
Me too.
Yes. Okay, let's get going, y'all.
My name is Annika Victoria, and I'm from Sydney, Australia.
Bernina, made to create.
Okay. All right. Welcome to Toyland. I'm going to start with the 3 Series. There's 2 machines in the 3 Series. There's a 325 and there is a 335. I'm going to use the 335 because it shows everything it has and with the space available here. It's compact, it's portable, it's capable. It's a serious sewing machine. The only thing small about it is the size. It's about 6 1/4 inch. So that's about 1 1/4 inch smaller than your traditional, like your grandma's sewing machine. So it's very portable. It's lighter in weight. It comes with all the goodies that you expect from a Bernina. Feed dog is really, really good. The thread cutters are built in. This has the Bernina traditional hook, what we call the CB hook, which has made Bernina's reputation. It is a traditional size bobbin, but it gives you really, really good stitch. No matter what silk or leather, you get a really good stitch. All Berninas share some common features. Bright lighting. This one, the 335, has the freehand system. So your hands stay on your project, and you can lift the foot and drop the foot and the feed dog with your knee bar so that you don't have to let go of your project when you place things up. You can wind a bobbin while you sew, so you don't have downtime that way. You have, all the spindles, the stitches, all the good stuff is there. You can even run the machine without the foot control if you wanted to. For instance, when you repeat buttonholes, you could just position, push the button, let it go. You don't have to worry about making the machine go. It will complete the job on its own. They all have a speed slide control, so if you're teaching somebody to sew or you're working on a very delicate project, you can slow the machine down so you don't run into a corner. I use this because I tend to sew fast, and when I have to be careful, I make sure the machine does that for me. So the 3 Series is really a really compact package, but it has all the features, if you want, all the benefits of a capable sewing machine. You are not sacrificing. Again, I fixed a backpack on this. The machine did not hesitate. We did a video with 12 layers of very heavy denim, like the thick stuff that's stiff. And that machine went through it like it was butter. It's really not, a lesser machine. It's really capable that way. So you're not giving anything up. It's really, the buttonhole, for instance, is automatic. You have on the 335, you put the foot on, you make the first one, it will repeat all the buttonholes the same way. So that is really good. There's a memory built into here. You can plug, there's a couple of alphabets on the 335 rather, the 325 has one, but you can actually build little lettering segments and put them in the memory for you. So again, small, but capable. I call it the little Bernina that could.
Sylvain, so I've got a question here from Sarah from Pensacola, and she wanted to know...
Pensacola?
Yeah, Pensacola.
Florida? Yes, okay.
It's later for her. She wanted to know if you've got the 3 Series, can you use the same feet as her larger 7 Series?
Yes, these come with snap-on soles, but all of the shank is a Bernina shank. So all the regular Bernina feet, if you want to get a shirt hammer, decorative stitch foot, they will all fit here the same way. Yeah.
Very cool.
All right, great. Keep your questions coming because this is interactive. Your participation makes this a lot more fun.
That's why we're doing this live. All right, keep going.
Okay, so again, it's this is the, you can drop the feed dog stipple on this. This hook is famous for good stippling. So that machine, whether it's mending or fine garment making, people love this oftentimes as a second machine, or when they're teaching somebody who's learning, like if you're teaching a tween or a teenager to sew, it's actually a great package. This fits in an overhead luggage, a carry-on luggage if you wanted to. So people take this to retreats, the RV. If your space is at a premium, this is your ticket. You're not sacrificing the sewing capability. You're really just giving up on the size. So and there's even the 335 even has a mirror function. So if you do like blanket stitch applique and you're going to do it one side versus the other, you can flip your stitch around. So very well-rounded machine. You have easy controls all up front. You want to stitch, there's a card that comes with it with all the stitches listed. You punch, you just dial a stitch. Press the pound sign, punch in the number, there's your stitch. It will recommend what foot to use. It will preset everything, length and width. And you can even move the needle position on every stitch. So your appliques, you can move the stitch over so you don't have to fiddle with the fabric. You just line up with the foot and go to town. So again, little Bernina, big features.
What's the boot time on that Bernina
Oh,
sewing?
this one is our simplest in terms of software inside. You turn that off, you turn that on, and within about 2 seconds, it's on.
It's the little things. You know,
I love
Bernina
it.
does so many of the
Love
little
it.
things right.
And I will tell you, again, I talked about the DNA of the Berninas, where the quality is the same on the entry level. This table is the same material as the top of the line.
That's amazing.
Wonderful.
So the 3 series, you know, from there we just add, we just add good stuff.
Plus.
Bigger and better. Yep, yep.
Well, then why don't we take a little more in-depth look at the 3 series here with another beautiful Bernina commercial.
My name is Annika Victoria and I'm from Sydney, Australia. I started sewing a little over 7 years ago. I'd never been good at sewing in high school, but for Christmas one year, my dad bought me a sewing machine after he had seen me doing just a little bit of hand sewing because he thought it would make it easier for me. I love sewing because it means that I can create clothes from my own imagination that nobody else in the world owns, and I can make them into reality. I am really interested in ethical and sustainable fashion, so being able to create my own clothes, my own wardrobe, out of fabrics that I often thrift or get from secondhand stores or from things that I already own really allows me to live out my own values. I love sewing on the BERNINA 335 because it's really easy to use and it's really reliable and it's a really cute compact machine. Yet it packs a punch, it has a lot of power. I also love that it's really quiet. I often live in apartment buildings where I share walls with neighbors, so it's really good that I'm not keeping them up at all hours of the night while I'm sewing. The quality of the BERNINA 335 is Swiss, which means I know that it's really reliable and that it's going to last for years to come. I know that I have a friend for life. I love being part of the BERNINA family because I know that they care about both their machines and the people who sew on them. The buttons on the B335 are really clearly arranged and easy to use and see. I love the built-in needle threader because it makes threading a needle a breeze. The machines are really easy to use for beginners and for someone who's a little bit more experienced like me. The B335 has 6 inches of space this side of the needle, which means I have plenty of room to manipulate and move my projects around. It also is really easy to get into hard to reach areas like cuffs and sleeves. The 3 series has a front-loading bobbin, which makes it really easy to load and also means that I can just leave my project underneath the needle and there's no need to change it when my bobbin runs out. They have this little screen here, which gives you advice on what foot you should be using when you choose any particular stitch, which is awesome because it kind of knows what I'm doing before I do. The bobbin and the hook are made from solid metal, which makes them really durable. It's not made from plastic, which makes it very long lasting. I love that the 3 series has a huge range of decorative stitches, which can also be mirrored as well, which kind of gives you a whole nother set of decorative stitches. It also has a 5.5mm stitch width, which means that I can adjust the stitches to any width that I want for my project. I love this because it means that I can really create garments that no one else in the world has. I can sew really fast on this. I can drive this machine at 900 stitches per minute, which works well for me because I can be pretty impatient while I'm sewing. The 3 series has a reverse sewing button, which is easy to reach at the front of the machine just with your thumb while you're sewing. This is important because it secures the end of stitches when you're doing straight stitching. I love the automatic buttonhole foot that comes with the B335 because it makes sewing buttonholes really fast and easy to do. It also has an alphabet function, which I can use to create my own custom homemade garment labels, which I love doing, and I'm able to save them long term inside the machine. It even has a pattern end button, which I can press while I'm doing a pattern, and it means that the pattern will be fully completed until the very last stitch. The 3 series comes with several feet already included for buttonholes, zippers, and for blind stitching. The 3 series also comes with a slide-on table, which is really easy to attach, and it also means that I have a much larger space for sewing all of my projects. the knee lifter is great because it allows you to raise and lower the sewing foot without having your hands get in the way. This makes it really easy to sew. I love that the BERNINA 335 has everything that I need. The only limit is my own creativity, really, and if I need anything else, I know that I can just call up my local BERNINA dealer. The first time that I used a BERNINA 3 Series myself, I was blown away with how cool it was. I definitely recommend that you test drive a BERNINA for yourself today.
BERNINA, made to create.
Starbucks? Hello? Hello? 2 Grande Nitro Cold Brews immediately to Stitchhouse, 605 18th Street. If not, we are going to have a situation on our hands. Just kidding. You guys loved that 3 Series video, didn't you?
Oh my gosh. You gotta stop. Oh, you have got to. You've frazzled me off pace.
We are really excited.
But I am empty. But you also gave a free ad. Did they call and pay? We better get those for free, Starbucks.
They donated. No, we are really excited because we're about to get a nice hands-on demonstration from Sylvain over here, and he's going to show us why the 3 Series really makes a great portable machine or a beginner machine for you with BERNINA, or a second or third machine. You guys have no rules when it comes to
second or
purchasing
third.
machines.
I mean, what are they, beginners?
4th or 5th?
8th or 9th. I just got some questions from Raven. I don't know where these are from, but I've got 2 questions and they kind of play into each other. So the first question is, Sylvain, why are BERNINAs so heavy? And that is true, the BERNINAs are heavier than other machines. Why are BERNINAs so heavy?
2 words, metal inside. They are made mostly of metal, and they have a lot of parts. Your tech will tell you that. If you think Swiss watch mentality, there's a lot of parts in a Swiss watch. And it's the same thing here to get, and we still have a hook right behind the needle, not a drop-in bobbin. So that's heavier right there, but it's also, we have the hook that goes the closest to the needle. So it's hard to skip a stitch on a BERNINA.
Right, I think if you want to see it in person, come into the store, and I think probably the easiest way to look at it is to just take any other drop-in bobbin machine and pull the bobbin case out, the hook, and then take the hook out of a BERNINA, and you will see the hook in all of these BERNINAs are the same as that we have on our multi-needles or our high-speed quilting machines. I mean, they are massive, and I think that's probably the easiest way to answer that question is just to put your hands on it. You will feel the difference. The other question I got, Sylvain, I've said Sylvain for 2.5 years. He kills me that he changed that last night on me.
Better late than never.
Just last night.
Better late than never.
Really, truly, like at 7:30. The question is, what is the weight of the B335? Very specific question.
Yes.
So, do you have the answer? Do you even know?
Well, I'm over 50 now. I don't trust my memory, so I reference everything. So I'm going to check it out. I believe it's around 13 pounds. And this machine basically is 6 1/4 inches to the right of the needle. So it's a bit smaller than your traditional machine. But let me check it out here. The weight will be, let's see here, dimension weight. Oh, no, 17.5 pounds.
17.5 pounds, so still totally manageable for
now,
a travel machine,
yes,
retreat,
totally.
stuff like that.
And the thing is that the weight, relatively they are heavy by size, but that means they don't dance on the table. You
That's
can do a big
correct.
project and that machine stays put, right? So
And that's important.
Yeah, and that's what you notice right away. You can just, whether it's silk or a backpack, you go and the machine stays put, it executes the stitching. Yeah.
Well, speaking of stitching, Sylvain,
How about we do
make me
some, right?
pause on that name. I got it. We're gonna have to fix this.
right.
Sylvain, we're stitching.
Yep.
Show us some stitches on that machine.
Before I stitch, when a few years ago, BERNINA introduced the expression sewing comfort, and I'm like, is that like having a nice chair, nice cabinet? No, that's not what it meant. That's part of it, having an ergonomic station. But sewing comfort is making things easily accessible on the machine. Everything is up front. Your bobbin winding is up here. You never have to reach into things to get to what you want. It's right at your hands, at your fingertips. And with a freehand system, I can lift my presser foot like I'm doing right now, and I can position, let's say if I want a 5/8 seam allowance. Little tip, by the way, I colorize my grooves on my stitch plate at home. That way I can do blue seams tonight, red seams. I don't have to think too much when it's late at night. I can just follow the same color, and I don't make mistakes that way because I wear glasses now. So this will allow me, the freehand system, it drops the feed dog, it lifts the foot, so it's a smooth glide path right into position. I can finesse my positioning, refine it, and when I'm good to go, I can just start sewing. And the machine, if I want to go slow, I can go one stitch at a time, or I can have it go full tilt. This is about 900 stitches a minute. That's the slowest Bernina. Some of them go faster than that. So, and when I'm done, this one, I just lift the foot again and cut, and it holds the threads for me. So that's basically a simple seam, whether you're quilting, making garments, anything, it's gonna be the same. Now, I said this is a little Bernina that could. I have two layers of fabric and one layer of stabilizer here. So from that one little seam that I've got here, I am going to double this down. That's now 6 layers, and that's now 12 layers. And I could go more than that, but rarely will you have a project with more than 12 layers. And then if I sew through this, I can go fast, I can go slow, one stitch at a time. The machine barely notices the difference. So I'm gonna stitch this down, same thing, cut, holds the thread, and I've got my big seam through the, whether it's a tote bag or a garment, it doesn't matter. The machine will sew. The little baby Bernina will handle the big stuff just like the big guys.
Perfect. So we have been talking a little bit about the 3 series now, and there's a lot in the 3 series that makes it the true Bernina DNA, right,
Yes.
Sylvain?
Yep.
We've
Yep.
talked about that.
Yep.
Is that even though it may not have some of the other features of the other machines, it still has the DNA of a Bernina.
It sews like a Bernina.
And that's the most important part, right?
Yes, yep.
And I think that a 3 series would be, like we talked about, great as a travel machine, great as a secondary machine, or great as your introduction to the Bernina line and
Yes.
what Bernina has to offer.
Yeah, and a perfect straight stitch will never be obsolete.
No, and that's true. I mean, how many old records do we service, Jess? The old,
Oh, yeah.
30-year-old Bernina machines, and it's what the people tell us all the time is this straight stitch is beautiful.
Yep.
And I only take care of the Bernina until I pass it down to someone younger, because it's going to
Yes.
last you a lifetime.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, we still see those every
We
single day.
see them
that come
all
in.
the time.
Y'all will probably see them in the background coming in here.
Yeah.
And luckily, we have a few 3 series in stock here at the store because they have been one of the most popular selling machines since the pandemic first started.
Yes.
You couldn't get your hands on a 3 series. It was like gold to be able to get a 3
Yeah,
series
if you
just a
could
few
get it.
months ago.
If you
I
could-
see Holly shaking her head over there.
Yeah, if you could get
It's
a
been
3...
almost impossible.
If you could...
Yeah.
July. If you could get a 3 series,
Yeah.
you were paying a premium for a 3 series, but we've got them at a discount. So we'll touch on that a little bit later. But we're taking the premium away, and that's going to be cool. So, well, let's take another look at what we've got coming up next. We've got the 4 series coming up next. So let's kick it back to Bernina and let's see the introduction of the 4 series.
My name is Tiffany Pratt. I'm a designer and a maker.
Bernina, made to create.
All right, we are moving and grooving through the series of Bernina. I just made that up on the spot. I wasn't sure what I was gonna say.
Those are quick transitions. I just pray we've got a camera for behind the scenes because I've never seen a man move so fast. So he looked like Batman jumping up from there, going around.
We are moving and grooving. I'm gonna say it again. Moving and grooving through the third time the Bernina series here with Sylvain and all of the things that Bernina has to offer. Coming up next is the 4 series. You guys just saw a brief little overview of what the 4 series is, but this is where we really start to get into a lot of the really fun features Bernina has to offer. So I'm gonna kick it back to Sylvain, let him show us some of the fun stuff that the 4 series has to offer, and then we'll do it all again.
All right.
Cool. Well, it's a pleasure. So it's groovy, actually.
Oh.
All right, now step onto the platform. The 4, 5, 7 series share a common design platform. So this is where, as you said, we get into some of the expanded features, but we're still compact and portable. So this is a sweet spot where if you want a full-fledged, full-featured machine with you, and or even at home for that matter, and you want the enhanced capabilities, you have the best of both worlds there. Right off the bat, you see the touchscreen. It's centrally located, so you can sew and glance at your screen and know what's going on without looking away from your project. So that the touchscreen makes possible a lot of features that are not just possible with push buttons, right? The size here is 7 inches. That's about a ½ inch smaller than your old-fashioned traditional sewing machine size. So it's still on the portable side, and that's a great thing. The big news is the 4 series has a jumbo bobbin, 70% more thread than your classic, like the 3 series, your classic bobbin size. So that is a lot more thread. When I started sewing with the jumbo bobbin, I got paranoid. You sew and you sew and you sew, and at one point I was thinking, aren't I supposed to run out of thread sometime? And it took forever. And then when I went back to a regular bobbin after that, the machine kept saying, okay, feed me. I'm like, again? So it sews a long time, so you get more project done with fewer interruptions. And we all know that most of us have limited time for our projects, so this is not only a time saver, I call it a mind saver. You stay on project. So that's great. We have just a little bit more size, even brighter lighting than on the 3 series because it's a bigger arm. So you notice on Bernina's there's lighting on both sides and towards the back, so there's no shadows. You don't see dancing shadows when you sew. And that again is sewing comfort. Your eyes won't get fatigued as much. Bobbin winding while you sew. Oh, we have knobs now. You know,
love the knobs. You
know, my son, when he was 9 months old, when he was just crawling up, he knew how to turn the knob on the stereo, right? So he knew you don't have to teach somebody crank up, crank down. So stitch width, stitch length, and with the touchscreen, you can even do automatic buttonholes where you can tell the machine ahead of time how big to make the buttonhole. And then when you put the buttonhole foot on, the automatic foot, it will make the buttonhole preset to that size. You don't have to put pins in there anymore. You just mark a dot where each buttonhole will start. So you have jumbo bobbin, you have big capability up here. This has, this has the regular buttons here. By the way, I forgot to mention, but from the 3 series up, they all have a built-in needle threader. So threading is, assisted for you. It's nice and easy. You have here, you could connect to the computer. There's a stylus that you can use with this. It's all expanded functionality. Couple of things. The foot control. The 4 series introduces the mighty Bernina foot control, the full, what we call the full featured. It has a heel kick, where you can actually tap the heel to sink the needle in the fabric or raise it depending if your needle down function is on. So you don't have to do the hand wheel anymore. You can actually do it with your heel.
So Sylvain, a question that I have, and this is just for me, is that foot interchangeable with, say, the 3 series? Because that doesn't,
yeah.
I love the programmable foot.
Yeah, the 3 series foot control does not have this feature, but if you have a 3 series, let's say in a 7 series, you could borrow the foot control from the bigger series and use it on the 3, and then the machine is capable of using that feature. It just, for the packaging and the price point, the foot control is firm, it's very precise, but it doesn't have that on the 3, but it can use this one. So that is for the 435. On the 475, by the way, these are 5.5 millimeter wide feed dogs, so they're a little narrower. Same set of features, more stitches, but there's now a thread cutter. And then when you get to the 480, same jumbo bobbin again, more features, more stitches if you want. But then at this point on the 480, you basically, in addition to the cutter, you have 9 millimeter wide stitches.
Love
and
that.
if you do decorative stuff, lettering, feather stitches on quilts, everything is bigger because it's not just almost twice the width, it's also almost twice the length for a big pattern. So it's like 4 times bigger visually. So this makes for stitches that pop.
So Sylvain, I just had a question come in, and again, I'm learning so much, so thank you. This is great for me, but this is probably a perfect place to drop it in, which is a lot of the Berninas, or some of them in each series, say Quilters Edition. And I believe
The 475.
the 475 says Quilters Edition.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Why is that a Quilters Edition versus one of the other models?
Yeah, typically they will either have more quilting stitches, and the stitches are nicely organized because it's a visual interface. I like this. I see a stitch, I touch a stitch, I know it's on, and I can just deal from there, right? I can just sew. I don't have to look for a button, it's right in front of me. So there's a quilting menu, they will have more stitches there. Also, typically they will be packaged with a patchwork foot, for instance. And in the case of the 480, this is a special edition that we did this past year. So this one comes with the walking foot.
That's amazing, because that's a
Yeah,
very...
in addition to the patchwork foot, the regular feet rather, it comes with a walking foot. So, I mean, every Bernina is a quilter's edition if you really look at it. It's prized by quilters because they stitch so well, they stipple so well. But anyway, the packaging, when we say quilter's edition, is really with accessories, typically.
Sylvain, I'm putting this one on you, and you don't know this already, but Holly whispered in my ear. So yesterday we mentioned online that we were going to have a giveaway.
Oh.
And we had
have
hundreds
a few
and
of them.
hundreds of people entered for the giveaway. What we are giving away is a special edition Bernina 480 that comes with the 3-sole walking plate and the beautiful Bernina luggage.
Yes.
And Sylvain can show you that.
It's even embroidered with the same design that is
It's beautiful.
embossed on the front, on the faceplate.
I think no one does luggage like Bernina. I mean, it's something that you would actually see at an airport and travel with. I love the Bernina luggage, so we're giving that away. When Holly heard that, she goes, Bernina wants to pitch in. What that means is we're giving 2 of those away.
Ooh.
So we will be giving 2.
We couldn't have just taken the free one Bernina was giving and then give that one away?
Why would we do that? From a girl who doesn't mind spending money, I know that is tongue-in-cheek. So no, we're not doing that. We're giving 2 away, and I don't know how we're giving them away.
That's news to me.
Well, she whispered it in my ear, and maybe you didn't hear. So, well, how do they win them?
I knew we were giving one 480 away. I did not know we were giving a second one away. So hopefully after Sylvain does his demonstration on the 480, you guys will be really enticed to enter this giveaway. There is going to be an informational email that goes out about how the giveaway works. Otherwise, if you look on our Facebook page, and I believe we'll post it in the comments on the YouTube page as well, all of the giveaway information about how to enter will be posted. You'll also be able to get enter throughout the week, and we're going to announce the winner on Friday.
Okay, so we'll put it in the YouTube comment section. We'll put it on Facebook. We'll also put it on stitchhouselive.com. We'll put it on the homepage somewhere on there, telling you guys how to enter. But we're giving 2 of those away. We also have, I believe,
A $200 Stitch House gift card we're giving away.
Oh, it was the $200 Stitch House gift card
Yeah,
that got
it
all those
wasn't-
comments.
It wasn't 2 Berninas. It was a $200 Stitch House gift card. You kind of mixed those things up a little bit.
Hey, Starbucks hasn't brought me my 3rd and 4th nitro, so that's on them. I take no responsibility. We'll get to it.
Well,
so that's cool. But I got a couple more questions.
Well, we were going to get to...
Okay.
He's full of questions. We
I
were
have
going
a
to
lot
get
of them coming
to
in.
Sylvain doing a demonstration on the 480 so everybody can see how what they could have a chance at winning.
Okay, so let's kick it back to Bernina for a minute, and when we come back, we're gonna see Sylvain stitching on the 480.
I'm Yvonne Reichmuth, the designer of Swiss brand Evi. We're specialized in handmade leather accessories and classic clothing that has been worn from stars like Kristen Stewart, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, and many more. As a Swiss designer, I grew up with Bernina, and I'm excited to represent the new B480. The best gift I've ever received was a Bernina sewing machine. As a designer, I've never cared about the hook, although this is a good sign. Since the Bernina hook just works perfectly, I don't even have to think about it. A great advantage is that the machine is front-loading, which means I can change the jumbo bobbin from the front. With up to 70% more capacity on the bobbin, I don't have to change it so often, even when I sew on high speed. This of course saves me a lot of time while working. I like the modern simple design and the touchscreen of the machine. Despite its many functions, it's still very easy to operate. The BERNINA 480 is a small machine but has a lot of space to sew. The knee lifter allows me to lift and lower the foot while having both hands still on the project. The handling is super easy thanks to the needle threader and the multifunction knob, which allow me to control all functions. I can adjust the pressure and thread tension depending on if I sew leather or fabric. Once set, these settings are automatically adjusted and give the right tension to every stitch. Securing seams is no problem using the reverse button, and I can even cut the thread automatically. I can adjust a large choice of decorative stitches in terms of width, and I can flip, combine and repeat them however I want. And in case I need a buttonhole, there are many different types available. Closed items like sleeves I can pull over the free arm with ease. The machine comes with a slide-on table and different feet, which I can store in a magnetic box. I can program the foot control according to my preferences and add different functions. The BERNINA 480 is an essential part of my studio.
BERNINA, made to create.
All right, I know after watching that 4 Series video, you guys are just probably chomping at the bit to enter to win one of those machines. And when I say one of those, I had no idea we were giving away 2. This is all news to me.
She usually does that to me.
It's usually the other way around. So I think what Sylvain's gonna show us just now is a few of the really cool key features of the 4 Series and why a 4 Series would be a good choice for you. Before we do that, can I ask you a question from the live virtual audience?
Yes.
Okay, so one person asked, can my feet, software, and accessories be transferred to an upgraded BERNINA? They currently have a 5 Series.
A 5 Series? Yes. So basically, because it's a platform, especially, from the 5 to the 7 Series, even some of the plates transfer over.
Okay.
The stitch plates. The presser feet are all cross-compatible. The only limitation is like if you have a dual feed foot, and we'll talk about that later today. If you have a dual feed foot, then it only works on the dual feed machine. But the 5 Series has dual feed, so those feet would go up to a 7 or 8 Series. Yes.
And one last question. Someone's 8-year-old son is interested in making masks and creative stitch work. Which BERNINA would be a great beginner machine?
I would say, well, after the demonstration of the 480 here, you'll want to, reserve that as an option. But for somebody who wants to do that kind of stuff, there are dozens of decorative stitches on the 335.
Okay.
Yes, and I would definitely go for the 335 in that series because of the freehand system. There's a few extra features in there that are really useful. Yeah.
I also like the 335 just in terms of simplicity of navigation through the screen. I think it's, you're not having to drop through folders and stuff like that and just type in the number. And I think the simplicity on the 335, I'm 100% on board. I think that's a great starter machine.
Well, let's see what's so awesome about the 480.
Let's stitch.
Okay, so I'm going to stitch a decorative stitch in what we call the 5.5 millimeter, because some of the machines are 5.5 millimeters. And I'm going to do it also with a 9 millimeter because this machine can do that. So you will be able to compare. Because I will tell you, if you have the option of a 9 millimeter wide machine or stitching, go for it. Your feather stitches, your blanket stitches, your appliques, everything, you can make it pop from a distance. And as you can see, it took about 1.25 seconds to put the foot on. On a BERNINA, there's no screwdriver. The foot goes on the machine, it lines itself up, you clamp it on, you're done. That's the beauty of the single piece presser foot. And there's almost 100 presser feet. So whether you are hemming shirts, doing decorative stitches, quilting, anything, The foot is what controls the fabric or governs the fabric when you stitch. So the foot is of paramount importance. The machine does all the ballet mechanically of landing that fabric at the right place, but it's the foot that controls that fabric. So having all that variety means that there is always the perfect foot design, especially for that technique. So I'm just going to do a decorative stitch here. And since I put a narrow foot, number 20, it's an open toe foot. Since it's a narrow foot, the machine knows it's automatically reduced the size of that stitch to match the size of the foot. So I'm going to bring this down and just stitch it out. And I'm going to do just a little bit of it. And there's a pattern end function even on here on the 480 where when I engage that, I'm stitching a flower, an alphabet, whatever, it will stop at the end of the current pattern. Now I am going to, there's a thread cutter in here. I love that. There's life before the cutter and there's life after a cutter, right? So I'm going to take this off and I'm going to put the wider version of the foot, that's a bigger footprint, that matches the feed dog on this machine. And my needle just moved over because the machine recognized I had a wide foot. And I'm going to do this side by side. I'm going to start about the same spot and do the same stitch. I did not change anything but use the stitches as is. And I'm going to do pattern end. Machine will stop and I will cut. And then look at the difference. This is 5.5 millimeters, this is 9. But the dimensions go both ways, length and width if you want, because it scales up. And so if you're doing alphabets, your letters will pop from a distance. You want to do quilt labels, this will make it legible, or you can vary the sizes actually. So you have possibilities decoratively and for applique, different techniques that the wider stitch buys you. You can still do small stitches, but you can do the big stitches. So the 480 excels at this. It's the smaller compact footprint, but it will scale up to the same stitch width as the big guns, the 880, the top of the line.
I absolutely love the 480, and that special edition is just one of the most beautiful machines I've ever seen Bernina make. No one does a special edition quite like Bernina. And I mean, if you're going for aesthetic, which I love a good aesthetic, the 480 is just beautiful. And we'll see the 790 later on too.
And the fact that it's bundled with the suitcase.
It's amazing.
On wheels, right? So you can just tote it.
Wait to be the envy of all of your friends when you roll up to that retreat and pull out your beautiful Bernina from that blue suitcase.
Yeah, and then the walking foot being included, this is now a serious machine. So it's still compact. And so if somebody's serious, you have a college student, for instance, who is really into sewing and all that, if this meets your budget, this is a really capable machine. The only thing, it's still portable. The rest, it's all there. It's really, really a good package. Now, and talking of that, like you do, I've done garments. You do tote bags, for instance. You want to put a closure with a a button, a tab. You can actually pre-program your buttonholes. So if you take your button, this machine, when you pick a buttonhole, you select the style you want. There's I think there is 9 different buttonholes on the 480. There's even a button sew-on program. So you can actually sew your buttons with the machine. So you pick your buttonhole, and then when you basically tell it what size you want, you can put the button against the screen of the machine and turn the knob until it matches, or you turn the knob until it matches the size on the card that the button came from. And then let's say if your 5/8 button is like a 20 millimeter, it will add a little extra length for the thickness of the button automatically. So when you do this, and you are good to go, when you're ready to sew the button, it will, I've just specified by turning the knob the size I wanted, and then when I start sewing, it will do the buttonhole exactly to that size without me having to do anything. And it's guaranteed size the same every time. Even if the fabric layers have changed a little bit, it will actually do the buttonhole to the size and repeat them all the same. You don't even need to use a foot control. You can use the start-stop button, start them. So for a garment, the button is the buttonholes are the last thing between you and wearing the shirt, right? So because you've already sewn the buttons, you lined everything up, all you have to do is one dot, mark where each buttonhole starts, and then go to town.
I have buttonhole PTSD from being a child. My mom, I think my first unpaid job was doing lessons in the store. And I used to have to do lessons on the machines where we had to measure, do all 4 sides, and that is an amazing way to do a buttonhole without the hassle. So if you're using an older machine and you're measuring your buttonholes, it is time to throw that away and move on to the 21st century with buttonholes, right?
It's funny how history repeats itself because her first job was not paid, and now her final job is not paid. So it comes full circle around.
Sylvain, what were you going to say?
Well, I bought my first Bernina. It was a midline machine in 1993 because of buttonholes. Because my garage sale plunker could not make a buttonhole if your life depended on it. So when I sat at the Bernina foot for the buttonhole, the automatic buttonhole foot, which is available from the 335 up, it actually sits on the fabric and then it slides, but internally inside the frame. So when the foot slides, it's not budging against the fabric. That maintains the precision. And that's why you can pre-program the length. There's a set of prisms here that the machine is reading, and the foot is individually calibrated to its machine. I said the buttonhole foot is married to its machine. That's precision. And then at the factory, I didn't show it, but each machine has a little card when you get your new machine that has been signed by the person who finished assembling and sewing in your machine, that tested everything, including the buttonhole. That person's autograph that signed off on that machine. Every single machine is sewn off.
You know, when I was trying to get Brian interested in sewing machines, I forgot to tell this, but he was very hesitant at first. Sewing machines, who sews? And the first video that I pulled up online was actually a Bernina video because Brian's a big watch enthusiast. And so he loves Swiss quality and Swiss precision and just how fine-tuned things are.
Audemars Piguet.
And I showed him a video of them hand polishing the feet in the Bernina factory. And he said, that is a sewing machine I could get behind. And when I showed him that they all have the cards with the hang tags with the signature of who checked that machine, Brian was like, he was fully bought in. So I just think that we forgot to tell that about Bernina. I'm sure we'll think of other things as the day goes on, but.
Right. That's what I said, I get it. And you'll notice as we're kind of coming to the conclusion on the 4 series that I've got the luggage up here again next to me. And this is the blue Peacock special edition luggage that was only for the Peacock series. It only comes in the 480 and the 790. But the really beautiful thing is that when Bernina does these special edition models, it's a one and done. When they are gone, they are gone.
Oh, I've got a funny story about that too.
When they're gone, they're gone. And I picked up the phone a couple days ago and called Holly and said, you know, like everything else we do, we're running a little bit behind and I need more of the special edition because we ordered 30 or 40 of them and they're gone. I need more. And she goes, you and everyone else in the country, Brian, when they're gone, they're gone. So I think we have like 15 of these. So I just wanted to kind of highlight what you get. So you're gonna get the 480 machine. It's the same 480 that you would buy if you bought the standard 480 or you bought the special edition Peacock. I personally think the blue is gorgeous.
It's great.
I love the free blue luggage that you get with it, but then you also get the 3-sole walking plate, which is a $200 walking foot rather that you get with that, and that's all included. And I think in the very near future here, in the next couple minutes, we're going to talk about pricing. You're going to get all that, but you're going to get it for less than a 480 normally costs. So stay tuned here in just a second. Stay tuned here in just a second, and we'll go through some of the pricing details. But let's go ahead and kick it back to Bernina real quick and look at another overview for the 4 series.
Let's not go ahead and do that.
Oh.
Let's talk about pricing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're not kicking it back to Bernina. We're going to pricing. So.
Let me give a quick little thing really quick while we're doing this. Speaking about special editions, when I was working for my mom at her store, she was not carrying Bernina at the time, and they had just come out with the cotton and steel Bernina machines. And I saw them at, I think it was Quilt Market, and I said, I have to have that cotton and steel machine. It is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And so, of course, I approached the Bernina rep. I don't remember who it was at the time. It may have been, it wasn't probably a rep, I think it was Bill. And he's like, well, you know, there's a dealer in your mom's town. You can't have that machine. And I said, I can't have it. I don't like being told no. So
That's true.
So
she doesn't take well to that.
I was extremely persistent. My mom eventually became and still is a Bernina dealer. But as soon as we became a Bernina dealer, I said, well, great, let's order those cotton and steel machines. And they laughed at me. They go, oh, that's not the way it works. So when we place orders for these special edition machines, it's far in advance before most of y'all even know about it. And so you can't just, reorder these machines at the drop of a hat.
Once the general public finds out about the special edition machines, your ordering window has been missed by months. So that's you're out of luck on that. In fact, interestingly enough, because you tell that story so often, I went online to look up what the cotton and steel, because this is long before my time. One of the few times I can say that in reference to her. But this was well before my time, and they are more expensive now than they were when they initially launched.
I believe that. It's a very cool machine. Same with the Tula Pink machines. People they love the Tula Pink machines as well, which is also a special edition that Bernina does. And no one does a special edition quite like Bernina. The faceplate, I know it's hard to kind of see in the video, but the faceplate almost has like what would you call it, Sylvain? Like
it's embossed, it has a texture.
It has a texture to it. So it's not just like it's printed on like a sticker. It is very high-end, very luxury, and you can really tell when you're looking at the machine in person.
And like Tula Pink edition also had special stitches from Tula's designs in there.
And the oil slick that was on there. I mean, it just so cool.
They do special editions right, but they do all their machines right. And if you're anything like us, you want your sewing room to be beautiful. And I really believe that set the quality and the longevity of the machine aside, and the beautiful stitch and the individual stitch control and all the things that Bernina is great at, and just say the aesthetics of a Bernina, because to me, no one beats the aesthetic of any Bernina, any machine in any of the lines, from quilting to sewing. I really believe that the aesthetics of the Bernina is like she said, like a fine handmade watch or a beautiful vehicle.
It's thought about. It's not an afterthought with Bernina. Bernina also believes that you should be able to look in your sewing room and be really happy when you see your machines, I think. So the aesthetic isn't like an afterthought. I think it's part of it. And we'll get into that when we get to the Q series, because we love that.
Can we go ahead and do pricing?
Perfect. Okay. Let's do it.
So let's start. So
I'm going to let you do that because you love to talk numbers. In fact, if you come into the store, I always grab Brian when it's time to do that.
And the last time I did this live, I got in trouble. Paul, I promise you, these have been reviewed, double, triple checked. I was off by $100 on a serger launch that we did about a year ago, and I got a call from Paul, who's the president of Bernina of America, and he goes, the Swiss have called me, and y'all are in trouble. You cannot do that. That video has to come down. So you just can't do it. And so we made the mistake, but we've checked these prices this time.
Triple checked.
Triple checked. So looking at the 3 series, I wanted to put everything on the screen together so you can kind of see when you're looking between the 325 and the 335, you see the price difference. And Sylvain already went ahead and kind of talked about the features for you. So Bernina doesn't go on sale next to ever. So $12.99 and $17.49. Stitchhouse has those machines at $11.99 and $15.99 for the 325 and the 335. We have a couple 335s in stock. We're also
Which is rare, very rare.
We're also taking special orders for when they release here within the next couple months. I do have special summit pricing. That you have to call or come into the store. You can call us, you can email us, you can drop us a line on any of the platforms that we're on and say, hey, I'm interested in this machine. Here's my information. Can someone contact us? And that's going to be one of the best ways to go ahead and find out. But you're going to get additional savings or an additional bundle, but there's going to be something that the summit brings to you that's above and beyond even our everyday low pricing. Moving into the 4 series.
What is our, just in case, what's our store phone number if they want to jot it down really quick? You don't know it.
I don't know it by heart.
Do you know my phone number?
I do. But I'm not giving it to the guys that are watching this, so forget it. I know the number, but I'm not giving that. Too many of you men have been looking.
I'm not sure that's our demographic. I think you're more our
either way,
demographic.
1 or 100, it's not happening. That number is staying secure with me.
Our store phone number is 972-596-5628, and you can also email us at support at shopstitchhouse.com. Those are the two ways that you can get a hold of us. Also, you can feel free to send us a Facebook message, a YouTube comment. We check all of the platforms quite religiously, so you guys will be able to get in contact with us in some way, shape, or form.
So even going ahead and looking at the 4 series, again, we've got special pricing. Take a look at it, but I want you to focus at the very bottom, that special edition 480 that I talked about. Amazing travel machine, beginner machine, just another machine to have in your arsenal. The normal price of that 480 is $31.49. We had the 480 bundle at $29.99. And
that's insane.
That's insane. And we've got special...
Why are we even doing that?
Because we got 15 left, we're gonna get rid of them. So we've got an even better bundle to go with it. So again, call, text, email, get a hold of us. And I'm getting flagged. They're ready for the 5 series video. So let's go ahead and
5 series.
Let's take let's kick it back to Bernina and let's look at what's up next, the 5 series.
Hi, my name is Susie Williams. I'm a modern quilt and textiles designer in Chicago, Illinois, and I've been quilting for 16 years.
Bernina, made to create.
We're back. We're live.
On us?
Yeah, I think it's on us. I hope it's on us. So we're looking at 5 series. I love it because, again, you're only building up. You're only getting bigger.
It only gets more fun, y'all. Like, the longer that you stay tuned, the more fun we're going to have today. So
the more you're going to learn. And I've got some questions coming up for Sylvain. They've been flowing in. Keep the questions coming in. Let's make this interactive. This is two-way. This is two-way here. So the 5 series.
You didn't see my dance move there.
Was there
There was one. No, not like that, but.
She's a slightly better dancer than me, but just slightly. Anyways, let's kick it back to Sylvain. Let's see what we got coming up. We've got the 5 series.
Okay.
Let's see. Where are we at?
So far we've had portable. We've had portable with expanded features. Now we get expanded features with expanded size. So this is 8.5 inches to the right of the needle, which means it's about an inch more than your traditional size sewing machine. So that extra space means easier projects. You know, you do home deck, you do garments. I used to do garments on a regular basis. You have to fling, pant legs and all that. More room means easier handling. So that's a big given. The jumbo bobbin will continue all the way through the 7 series, so we still have that. This one is a 535. It's a 5mm machine, so it's a narrower feed dog. So that one, again, quilters like that. I will tell you, every series has a continuum. You start with fewer features, of course, but you still get the core, like the size on that platform. And as we move up the series, you'll see there's more and more features. So if size alone was the most important criterion, there's a machine that will meet that need for you. Choices are good, you just need to figure out. But I will tell you, a good machine will be there for you. A good machine will allow your skills to grow. Make sure you allow room to grow with your machine as well. So the bare bones features may not be exactly what you want, because as your skills grow, you'll make use of those extra features every time you sew. Yeah.
So Sylvain, I got a question that came in. It said, how does the 3 and 4 series differ from the 5 series and then kind of moving up? And
okay.
You could probably answer this question even after the 8 series. How does the 3 and 4 differ from this specifically?
Yeah, everything pretty much scales up. So the 3 series was 6 1/4 inch to the right. The 4 series was 7 inches. This is 8.5. And that percentage, if you want growth, also goes with the features. This is the same platform as the 4 series, but now this platform, you can add embroidery, which you could not with the 4 series. And the 535, the narrower feed dogs, you cannot do one thing. But on the others, you now have dual feed built into the machine. Woo. So not only these can add embroidery, they now have dual feed.
So if you've got dual feed, do I even need a walking foot? Does that take the place of the walking foot?
The answer is yes. 90-some% of the time you won't need it. But when I do a 20-pound quilt, like the wall pieces, For that kind of hefty stuff, you still need a walking foot. I have a little magic formula. The dual fit is 5 times the convenience. It's there every time you sew for one seam, whether it's garment, quilting, or anything, piecing a quilt even. But the walking foot is 5 times the performance because it's a bigger surface area from the top, matching the feed dogs. So this all the time. But when it gets heavy, when it gets bulkier, then I will go to the walking foot, or for binding a quilt, for instance, I will use the walking foot for that. So you need both, and it's, you know, and you need them when you need them. The key is to have both. So this is the jumbo bobbin. Oh, as of the 570, which is a quilter's edition, we now have a bobbin sensor. So the machine will warn you. There'll be a blinker on screen. Yes, yeah, yeah, it is. Because that long bobbin, remember I said earlier, that long bobbin, that 70% more thread, you forget it's in there because you keep sewing. But eventually you will run out of thread. So it will blink right before you run, you know, when you're running really low, and it will stop sewing. So you won't get that, what I call the zip line. You know those 12, 15 inches that you go like, oh, there's no stitching here. It's just a thread, right?
Some people go further than that.
Yeah. They're so fast.
Yes.
So this has a bobbin sensor. Now, the rest of the interface is the same. You're going to see more stitches, more buttonholes, more of everything, but similar to what you had on the 4 Series. Bigger size, so, you know, and all the rest is there. The plates are similar. The feed dog on this one is 9mm. And this includes, oh, are you ready? The stitch regulator, the BERNINA stitch regulator. Because this is the first quilter's edition that is, you know, it's big, it's serious, let's put in the stitch regulator. So with the stitch regulator, I am not a stippler myself. It's my training wheels. If I want to practice, I put the stitch regulator on, and then the machine controls the speed by how I move the fabric.
Is there any other machine that has a stitch regulator besides BERNINA?
It's a BERNINA patented feature. It's a presser foot. You'll see it in a bit. You just put it on like a regular presser foot. You plug it in. You're in business.
So let's talk to the people that have never sewn on a BERNINA, that have never heard of a stitch regulator. What in the world does it mean? Okay, so when I stipple without a stitch regulation, when I move my fabric, it's short stitch, long stitch, because my motion is not even. Okay, I'm not trained, I'm not proficient yet. So some people consider the stitch regulator training wheels, but some people stay with it for the rest of their life. The stitch regulator, if I speed up my motion on the fabric, and I put the long arm in quilting, I have long arms. So when I move, it tends to move fast. I try not to jerk the fabric, but when you start, it's a little iffy. The stitch regulator, what it does is it has a camera inside, and it basically looks at how fast you're moving the fabric. It takes hundreds of pictures a second, and it knows how fast you're moving that fabric. So if I speed up, it speeds up the machine with me, so my stitch length stays the same.
So this is the same technology
as a long
that
arm.
BERNINA has in the long arm. So
it is the very same.
Similar to a sit-down, a Q series, or a mid-arm, or a long arm sit-down quilting?
Yes, the only difference is that mine is above, here. On the sit-downs, it's 2 stitch regulators mounted upside down underneath.
Wow.
So that they can work together and you can go twice as fast.
So for free motion quilters, going all the way down
so
here.
You can go to 1,000 stitches a minute with a stitch regulator, which is pretty fast. You know, your best work is not done at full speed, right? And not only that, there's 2 modes. So depending on how your brain works, how your hand-eye coordination works, you pick one mode or the other, and you're in business. You know, you pick the one that works for you. So that's there. I don't have the table here, but it comes with the extension table, which is a little bigger. And BERNINA extension tables, they have the grooves here, like the stitch length, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, that go all the way to the needle.
Let's pop that off. Can we pop that off, Sylvain, and show the camera?
Oh, you mean like this?
I say the best
okay,
way.
hold on. Do that again. But does that float, or does that actually lock in place?
Oh, no. There are 2 steel studs bolted into the frame of the machine. This is not plastic on plastic. This is special resin. I've dropped them on concrete floor at the office many times, and I've never even cracked one.
Wow.
Okay? And that's it. And there's a release button. You slide off, you're done.
So think about that, because so many of the other machine manufacturers have tables that we just slide on, right? And
a lot of them have legs.
Legs, right?
This, when you put this on a BERNINA and you want to do a tote bag and you want to do the top, the band at the top, and you want to finish that off, you can leave the tote bag, even a big bag, right side out. Because you know when you turn something wrong side out, the inside curve is smaller, so you crinkle up the outside curve that is longer into a smaller curve now, and it puckers up. But on a Bernina, you leave it in its natural orientation so that you get the finishing stitch the way it was meant to be put on. So I love, you know, the Bernina tables, they are reinforced, they're very sturdy. I've never seen one like this break. It's like really, really sturdy. So that goes on. And even dropping the feed dog, you don't have to hunt for it. On the Berninas, it's from the 3 to the 7 series, it's here. You just drop the feed dog when you want to stipple or do whatever, and you can bring it back up. So the ergonomics, the sewing comfort, going back to that feature, it is a set of features that make every little procedure simpler. So you now have a quilter's edition here. The 590 is the top of the range. So that includes the embroidery module.
I love that. I call that my black body Bernina. That's the first one we get in there. That's beautiful.
Yeah, the piano black fronts are all the top of their series. So this includes the module that I have here. You know, the same module. So to save space, we didn't put it on. But it includes the embroidery module. It also has what we call the plus embroidery features. We have some premium embroidery features like pinpoint placement, grouping and ungrouping, and resequencing, stuff that used to require computer software, the plus embroidery machines can do. And they, you know, with ungroup, if you make a mistake, oh, I didn't mean to move that, or you can undo. And actually, there's an undo built into the embroidery.
I use that feature all the time.
Yeah.
If I didn't have an undo, I would be lost.
And the touchscreen machines all have a creative consultant, which means you've never done a buttonhole on silk. You don't want to, you don't want to damage the silk. You say, I have a fine woven. I want to do a buttonhole. It tells you, it will select the stitch, set it up, tell you if you need stabilizer, what needle and thread to use, so you'll be successful. The plus embroidery machines have an embroidery consultant. They will tell you what stabilizer to use for that kind of design that you've got and that kind of fabric.
And you know what? The consultant that the Berninas have are really, really nice, because when do we need help?
Always.
Well, okay.
Because
Was that a rhetorical question?
Did anybody see the marks that just got rolled over my back? When do you need help, Brian? Always.
No.
But I think that, you know, when do we need help? It's always after the store is closed, or, you know, at 2 in the morning when we're sewing and we can't quite remember that feature. Having that creative consultant really is so nice. I mean, I love having that.
So one thing I've not mentioned so far, the 3 series did not have adjustable presser-foot pressure. It's compact, right? You can't fit that in there. The 4 series did. It's a mechanical one, so you can adjust it yourself. You know, knits stretch when you sew them out. So you withdraw a little pressure and you don't stretch your knits anymore. You can get perfect seams the first shot. The 535 has the same mechanical presser-foot pressure adjustment. The 570 and up, at this point, for the rest of the series, they lift the presser foot for you. When you cut the thread, it lifts the foot, you withdraw the project, you put the next one in, you step on the gas, the foot drops, and you sew. So that is all automated for you, so you keep sewing. You don't do all these little manipulations in the back anymore. So that has computerized, it's controlled from the software inside, presser foot pressure. So you can change it with the knob by turning the knobs when you select it, and then you can adjust your stitches. Not only that, because it's computerized, if you sew on the same polar fleece and you do a triple stitch, you need to make longer, and you need to adjust the presser foot pressure, because polar fleece is squishy and it wants to stretch a little bit. You do all your little tweakings, it's perfect. It will remember those tweaks as long as the machine is turned on. You can go sew something else. When you come back, it remembers what you did. So all Berninas have that memory. So
Sylvain, one of the things that you kind of just touched on, but I don't want to gloss over it because it's huge, are the features that a lot of our machines didn't have or don't have, that you think about, you know what, I don't need that. The presser foot in the back, I can pull around to lift that up. The needle threader, I mean, I've been threading a needle through the eye of the needle my entire life. A thread cutter, like, those are things I've had. I promise you, once you have them, you cannot go back.
Yeah.
We had
Right tool for the job.
Right.
Yeah.
You always want to have the right tool, the right foot for the job. And I had someone come in last week who got a machine and her needle threader was not working. And she goes, I'm so frazzled. She goes, my needle threader is not working and I've got all these projects to do and it's been a week. I haven't been able to do them. And I said, well, you can still do the eye of the needle. And she just goes,
Oh my gosh, she goes, I am so used to the needle threader, I didn't even think that I could just thread it myself. You become accustomed to them, and those are the things that, this isn't a job, this is a hobby for a lot of us, and I think with Bernina, those are the things that make it so nice, right?
The key for me, like I've quilted, made garments, home deck, tote bags, you know, I used to do the curtains, stuff like that for the house. Every project has a tricky spot. On garments, it could be the cross seam on pants where a lot of things, the zipper and all that meet. This is called the third hand in vernacular, because when you get it just right in there, if you have to let go with one hand to go to the back to drop the foot, you are letting go. Where with this, you don't. It stays exactly where you are, and you can start sewing, and you're good to go. So these features are all there. Now the 500 here is an embroidery-only machine. Same embroidery features plus embroidery. It only embroiders. There's no feed dog. There's only a hole in the plate. So and it's available as a head only or a combo with a module. So if you have, let's say, a 590. And you have the embroidery with it, and you want to have a dedicated embroidery machine to match it, so you sew on the one and embroider on the other, you could just get the head and pass the module over and then do the tandem, you know, the 1-2 in your sewing room.
Okay, Sylvain, you, on your last two comments, you read off of my cue cards, I swear, because these aren't
digital cue cards.
They're being handed to me from the staff as questions that come through. So I've got two questions that you kind of just touched on. But the first one is, which Bernina do you guys prefer for someone who's only sewing clothes?
Okay, for sewing clothes, you know what, for the size, because clothes can get bulky. You're doing a jacket, it gets bulky. You need to flick the stuff around. So I would say, for garments, if you do only like a little girl's clothes, you know, small size, but like children's size, you might be happy with the 4 series, like a 480. But I tell you, having the bobbin minder, having the thread cutter, it's huge. So I would go either a 480 or I would start with a 570.
And Sylvain, think about that jacket behind you, that quilt jacket that we've made, how bulky that is. And that's such a popular, fashionable thing right now.
Yeah.
Clothing isn't just, you know, lightweight rayons and walls and things like that. There's bulk to things with clothing,
yes,
not
and
just
by the time you do, let's say, the binding, you're waltzing, I call it waltzing Matilda. You're waltzing the whole garment around. So having more space will help you. Now, the 3 series will sew this. But again, sewing comfort, being able to just work on the project and spend less time rearranging, then the 5 series is where you get the benefit of that extra inch or so compared to a traditional size.
Thank you for standing next to the 5 series, because that's the next question that came in. And this is, well, we got someone here in Texas, Teresa in Texas. She says, if I have or if I buy a new 570 Quilter's Edition machine, can I add embroidery later?
Yes. So embroidery is included by default with the 590, and with the 590, you can add it here later. Yeah. So you can take your time, make your decision, and add it later. Yes. And embroidery is useful even in quilting. So.
And if I know my customers, and I think I do, Jess, I'm going to throw this to you for a question.
Fabulous.
Is if I add embroidery today on my 570, now they didn't ask this, but I know you're thinking it. Do I get a special pricing when I add the module?
It depends who you ask. No, I'm just kidding. Of course you do. Okay. That's something that we definitely take care of here at Stitch House. And Bernina likes to give you a nice price when you bundle the embroidery and sewing together. If it were me and I were to, if embroidery were even in my thought process at all, I would definitely go with a 590 in my opinion because of it being included in standard. But it just depends on, you know, maybe you didn't know you like embroidery, and now embroidery is such a hot, popular thing. Yep. So
I don't even think, you know, I don't even hardly use the term embroidery anymore. I kind of call it in the hoop because we're doing so many things in the hoop, right? Yep. We're quilting in the hoop. We're making bags. We're doing embroidery. Yep. We're doing a lot more stuff in the hoop today.
It's not just monogramming.
Than just the monogram, right? And I think once you're introduced to that, you know, plug for the store, but once you come here and do some of the projects that we have for you and the make it take it, and you have our machines with the embroidery module. Okay, let's plug it then. And you have the embroidery module, you know, people just want to use it. Go a little bit higher than you think, because now is the time to do it. So
Yes.
Now, so if you're on the fence about embroidery, or you're not sure at all, this gives you the option, takes the stress out, right? You can add it later. But if you go with the already included embroidery, like on a 590, you get the plus embroidery features. There's some additional features in there that will not be available here. So the embroidery consultant, the pinpoint placement, and pinpoint placement, I'll come back to it later. But it's with one design, 2 touch points, you do 3 things. I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, so that's a great overview of the 5 Series, Sylvain. I am not surprised, but I am impressed.
It's a great package. Yeah.
The knowledge is through the roof. I mean, right?
Yeah.
Sylvain, I mean, this is going to be good.
Well,
so
they're all my babies, right?
That is true.
So I'm going to challenge the live audience today.
Okay.
I want you guys to stump Sylvain.
Oh.
If we can stump Sylvain.
Send us your hard questions.
No more Mr.
These,
Nice Guy.
These have been softball questions for Sylvain. I haven't prepped him, and I haven't done anything. They're just coming in, and we're asking them. But these are easy. Let's get difficult, guys
Too
and girls.
easy.
We can do that. Can we stump Sylvain?
I think we can stump Sylvain. That should be a segment. Let's stump Sylvain.
I'll make
Okay,
I'll make a t-shirt.
He's going to be here the entire week. We've got 5 days to do it, so let's stump him. And now he's kind of sweating, so why don't we kick it back to
see the
Bernina?
beads rolling.
I see the beads are sweating. We're going to have to get powder on Sylvain because now he's getting nervous.
You're going to owe me a cupcake for this.
Yeah, sprinkles.
Let's kick it back to Bernina for another reiteration of what the 5 Series has to offer.
Hi, my name is Susie Williams. I'm a modern quilt and textiles designer in Chicago, Illinois, and I've been quilting for 16 years. The B570 Quilters Edition is made especially for quilters because not only does it have great quilting stitches, it also has all of the feet that quilters need when piecing and quilting a quilt. The BERNINA 570 works perfectly in my studio because it utilizes the space really well. It's efficient and it's small but still large enough that I can quilt an entire quilt using just the 570. I love my BERNINA 570 because of the high quality Swiss engineering. I know no matter how thick my quilt is, I'm gonna get great tension and perfect stitches every time. BERNINA is the perfect companion to my minimal modern quilt designs. My background is in graphic design, and when I'm sewing with my BERNINA, I really want it to be accurate because the design is always at the forefront of my quilts. I really like getting into the quilt zone. I like fast, regulated stitches, and I know I can always count on that. My favorite feature of the B570 is the BSR. It regulates the stitches based on your speed. So if you're doing a really intricate design and you need to go a little bit slower, it will regulate those stitches for you. But if you're zipping along doing meandering or loops, no matter how fast you're going, your stitches are regulated. The BERNINA Dual Feed is great for quilters because it feeds the top layer and the bottom layer of fabric equally so that you don't have any puckering or pulling when you're quilting your quilt. The BERNINA hook is why BERNINA is so reliable. It's made of really strong metal, and so when I'm sewing on a deadline, I know I can rely on it no matter how fast I'm stitching. One of my favorite quilting features is the foot hover, so I don't have to lift the foot when I need to adjust my quilt. I do a lot of small quilting, and so I can make tiny adjustments and I never have to move my hands from the quilt. The benefit of all of these automatic features is that it saves me a lot of time. The automatic presser foot lifter lifts your presser foot with just the touch of a button, so you can keep your hands on your project. Adaptive thread tension helps quilters to adjust their tension when they're changing stitches, so we don't have to worry about it. The touchscreen is really easy to use and very intuitive. With the different icons, you always know where to go and which stitch and setting you need to press. The front-loading bobbin is very convenient if you have a project set up on your quilt. So if you are in the middle of quilting and your bobbin runs out, all you have to do is open up the tray, front load the bobbin, and keep sewing your project. You don't have to move anything. The jumbo bobbin is awesome. It's 70% larger than other standard bobbins, which means I can sew longer without running out of bobbin thread. The B570 comes with a great accessories box that you can either attach or detach depending on your sewing space. All of the feet that come in the accessories box are fully metal, and so they're going to be durable and long-lasting. My favorite is the patchwork foot because of that 1/4-inch seam that all quilters love. The B570 makes me feel like a pro.
Bernina, made to create.
All right, welcome back, y'all. I think that 5 series in-depth video that Bernina had really probably enticed you to want to look a little bit deeper into seeing Sylvain do a live demo.
You are not, okay, good, because I was going to say you're not getting another machine. So I thought you were going to say entice you to get another one.
No, I have too many. I was just trying to use as many adjectives as I could to describe how awesome a Bernina is.
Tomorrow I'll have an entire list of adjectives.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I think Sylvain's going to show us some of his favorite features on the Bernina, or maybe just his favorite feature, singular, not plural. And let's kick it over to Sylvain.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just demonstrate dual feed. Dual feed is so useful. It's basically that insurance policy on pretty much any seam you take. And we have a series of D feed, D for dual feed, and you'll see that there's a chunk of the foot missing in the back here. So when I put that foot on, and on a Bernina, it's a one-handed thing, no screwdriver. All I have to do is slide my hand on the back of the machine and dual feed is engaged. So at this point, I will be able to sew. I'm using a straight stitch plate, by the way, because most of my quilt piecing, for instance, I do a straight stitch plate. That gives you the best stitch quality you'll ever have. And on all the touchscreen machines, from the 4 series up, there's a security program. You can tell the machine what plate is on, so if I put, in this case, straight stitch plate, it will not zigzag and it will not break the needle. And late at night is when I would typically break needles. So by putting this on, I don't have issues anymore. And some of the machines, like the 570, 590, and some above, most of them above that, you can actually even select what presser foot you have on. So if your machine has what we call presser foot selection, when you tell it you have a straight stitch foot on, the machine will not break needles anymore either. So there's 2 ways to cover your stitching. Now this one, notice it's a reflex. I almost went to the back to drop the foot. I don't have to. The machine can do that for me. I'm just going to take 1 stitch to bring my thread through. And then when you sew, you've seen that oftentimes when you put your 2 layers together, the top layer and the bottom layer shift from each other because the feed dog is trying to move the bottom layer. The presser foot is pressing and dragging onto the top layer, and typically your top layer will be late. It will extend further than the bottom layer. That's physics, that's friction. Well, with the dual feed, at the back of the foot, you have this pad that feeds the fabric and helps keep them together. And with variable presser foot pressure, when you piece a quilt, if you reduce the presser foot pressure, when you do your cross seams to match your, build your block, it will actually keep everything together. So to sew, all I have to do is step on the gas, and this machine will do the seam. And when I'm done, the thread cutter, there's life before it, there's life after it, it will lift the foot, I'm done. My end of the 2 pieces here is exact match. On plain cotton, nothing special, but because of the dual feed, it guarantees that my layers stay together. That works when you match a collar into a garment. It works when you want to do binding on a table runner. Anything like this, any kind of sewing, it helps keep your layers at par with each other. So dual feed is introduced on the 5 series. It will be present above that as well, but it is the secret sauce that lets the machine do everything regardless of what you throw at it. Whether it's layers of polo fleece, sweatshirt fleece, knits, the dual feed will be your ally. So that's one of the biggies for me. When I sew without dual feed, I have to revert to old tricks that we used to prevent the fabric shift. Nowadays, I don't have to do that anymore. And that is sewing comfort.
That is sewing comfort.
Yes.
Totally, Sylvain. And my other favorite little phrase you just used was secret sauce.
Oh, yeah.
BERNINA has a lot of secret sauce.
And I like it hot pepper sauce.
Okay, I had a talk with Sylvain last night. I said, we're keeping this PG.
Oh, no. You saw me eat tacos yesterday.
13-ish and
Yeah, no, you saw me eat tacos yesterday. It's the secret ingredients that makes everything else look like magic, basically.
We are in Texas, and in Texas we have great Tex-Mex and tacos.
Yes.
So they went to one of our favorite places yesterday. But hashtag no free ads again, according to James.
Ah, what the heck? Velvet Taco, killer place. When you come, go there. We'll throw them a bone.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about 5 Series pricing now.
You're doing pricing?
I suppose. I feel like it's a lot of pressure because if I get it wrong, I'm going to get in trouble. And I am a rule follower. Unlike Brian, I'm a rule follower.
Easy, Paul's watching too.
I know. But one thing I will reiterate to you guys is that there is extra special summit pricing if you give us a call, send us an email, or just leave a message somewhere on our social media. We will find you, I promise, that you can take advantage of during our summit week. So from now until Saturday, because we're extended this to Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
From now until, let's say this Saturday, until
Okay,
Brian and I
never mind.
discuss that
All right.
offline.
We're live. It's...
From now until Saturday, during our summit, we have extra special BERNINA pricing, and that extends to everything that we talk about this week, including the 5 Series, which I'm going to go over now.
Sure. And bundles, too. So it just kind of depends, right? It's either going to be pricing, you're going to get something extra, but
You'll
there's
be able to
something,
choose.
There's something to choose.
Power to choose.
Oh,
Like our...
the power of choice.
Like our electricity providers here in
You are
Texas.
a boss woman. Power to choose.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start with the 535 because even though the 500 is at the beginning of the series, it's technically their embroidery only, so I'll get to that after the 590. The 535 has an MSRP of $37.99, but the Stitch House price is $34.99. But don't forget about our special bundles with the summit pricing that we have available. We move to the 570, MSRP is $69.99. Stitch House pricing is $59.99 with additional summit pricing and packaging available if you go ahead and call us.
And if they add embroidery to that, I'm just going to put it out there. It's not on your list, but if they add embroidery, they get special bundle pricing by adding the embroidery.
Yep, and then the BERNINA 590, which is the one Sylvain just demoed right now, has an MSRP of $81.99 with a special Stitch House pricing. Take $1,000 off of that, plus summit pricing available with special bundle.
Really?
So yes, and then I'll reiterate the 500, which is the embroidery only. Sylvain and I were talking about this the other day. Maybe you already have a 5 Series and you want to use that. Maybe you have a 570 with embroidery or a 590 with embroidery, but you'd like to add an extra embroidery head. The 500's available as just the head. You could use your same module. That's the really cool thing about BERNINA is that embroidery doesn't have to be purchased when you buy the machine. It can be an afterthought, which is unusual for a lot of machine brands. A lot of machine brands make you purchase it at the same time, so you can always add the embroidery module later.
So you have total stitch control, you have total control of your projects with BERNINA too.
And total control of what you have in your sewing room when you have a BERNINA.
You know what else you have total control of? Who you buy from.
And
hashtag Stitch House.
All right, so we've taken a look at the 5 Series pricing. Any other thoughts on the 5 Series, Brian or Sylvain, before we go on to...
Did you have questions about the 5 Series?
Oh.
No, I think we're going to go into, well, let me see. Actually, before we move on past the 5 Series, before I move on, I may have some questions on the 5 Series.
Let me just say this. I have really bad astigmatism, so from far away, I'm like, what is Brittany's sign saying? Something break, intro break. We're not there just yet.
I thought it said infro.
I thought it said info break too, and I'm like, what info are we going to be giving?
So again, we talked about it earlier. Sylvain's contract requires that he gets to have at least a 15-second bathroom break and a 10-minute food break, so we have to allow for it. I can't do anything about it. Sorry, y'all, but
we signed it.
We signed it, so we have to abide by it. So we're going to take a few minutes, give you a little bit more BERNINA information, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes live to go to one of my favorite in the series, which is the 7.
Yep.
Woo!
My name's Jessica, and what do? What don't I do? I am the owner of Stitchhouse. The founder, yes. Discoverer, first pioneer, conquistadora. I'm just kidding. I grew up in the sewing industry. My grandfather, great-grandfather, and mom all own sewing stores. So I've been doing it since birth. When I was younger, I always had a different vision for kind of like the retail experience in a sewing store. I think that my favorite thing about the sewing industry and just like the craft and hobby industry in general is how empowered it makes people feel to create something, from scratch. And I really like seeing like the look on people's faces when they make their first quilt or their first project. I just think it's really cool, and I think it gives people a really good creative outlet to do something like sewing. And I thought about that when you asked Brittany. I'm like, what is Stitchhouse to me? To me, Stitchhouse has always been, even before it was Stitchhouse, like my passion in life. I've always wanted to be able to have a place where I felt safe, like myself, in a work environment. I felt happy to be on a consistent basis, and I could make other people happy. And so I kind of can do all three of those things here at the store. And I really love being able to come to work every day and just like talk and engage with customers and learn more about people. To me, the Stitchhouse experience is like nothing else because I have somewhat just like created all of this in my head for how I think that shopping should go, how I think that learning should go, and I think that if you come here, you'll definitely have an experience like no other.
I'm a 4th generation in the sewing industry.
And every time I would go in there, this woman would ogle me.
Our first date was the gym.
And that was my first job, yes. I was a truck driver at the age of, I think, like 3.
Spent most of my time in the repair shop with my grandpa growing up.
Huge,
Way overkill.
A huge set of bolt cutters.
Really, this is Brian and I's passion. It's our only thing that we do. Hi everybody, I'm Jessica.
And I'm Brian.
And we are the owners of the fabulous Stitch House here in Plano, Texas.
Put Plano on the map, as it were.
I think that, correct. But we wanted to give you guys a little bit of an about us and about the store and kind of how we got here.
It's Stitch House Plano, but it used to be So Dallas.
Yep, the original name was So Dallas, that's correct. And I grew up in the sewing industry with my family. I'm a 4th generation in the sewing industry, and that was actually the first line I ever gave you when we met, is that I sell sewing machines, right?
She did. We both attended the same gym in Dallas. We were both
gyms, plural.
Oh yeah, two different ones.
Yeah.
We attended a CrossFit gym and then a regular gym, and then I think we probably did Pilates together a few times.
We definitely did hot yoga together.
Yeah. An excuse to get my clothes off. Wasn't it? I'd been going to this gym probably for a couple years, and I saw Jessica, and every time I would go in there, this woman would ogle me. Like, she would do this. In fact, after our first date, the next day we went to the gym, and I didn't see her.
Our first date was the gym.
And I got a text message of just these eyeballs and she said, "I see you."
Okay. Let me tell that story from my perspective.
Let's not edit that, Brittany. Let's keep that part.
Let me tell the story from my perspective. From my perspective, actually, I would go to the gym all the time, and I like to work out pretty hard. It's how I carry these heavy machines around. I saw Brian, but he never talked to me, and I just thought, why isn't this guy introducing himself to me? One day he introduced himself to me, and we went on a lunch date and to get sandwiches at Eatsy's, and we ended up talking for like 3 hours. It was a pretty easy conversation. And I told him I sold sewing machines, but at the time I had still not had a store here in Plano yet. The backstory is that I moved to Dallas in 2017 looking for a really cool place to put a sewing and embroidery store. I grew up in the industry. My mom still owns a store out in California. She also used to own a few stores in Florida, where I'm originally from. And so did my grandfather and my great-grandfather. He sold Singer sewing machines door to door back in the 40s. So quite a lineage of sewing machines. A little bit different than Brian's family lineage, but I think
we sold watermelons door to door.
We totally have the same, like, the thing that connected Brian and I was that we had the same, like, work ethic. We both had parents that never let us just sit around. I think my mom kept me grounded most of my life, and I don't mean like she kept me grounded. I mean, like, no, I was actually grounded, but I think it was because she always wanted me to come to work and work. So like, as long as I was grounded, I was never staying home. I was going to my mom's store and working. I can't remember ever not working. What about you?
No, I think back to the photos of me sitting on my dad's lap when we would load up the semi-truck from the farm, and we would start in Detroit, and we would drive. For those of you that don't know, this is the shape of Michigan. If you're unaware, you should look at a map. But we would start in Detroit, and we would just drive all the way north until that semi-truck of watermelons was unloaded. And I used to sit on his lap and drive the truck. And
that was your first job?
That was my first job, yes. I was a truck driver at the age of, I think, like 3. And then I would also unload the watermelon, so I would roll those little suckers all the way down the back of the truck.
So my grandfather had a sewing store in Tampa, where I'm from, and he had a separate repair business, which was just, there was like a jewelry store in between, and then the second store was just repairs. And my mom would work on the retail side of the store, and my grandfather would do all the repairs in the repair section. And to keep me occupied, I'd go sit on, like, my grandpa would have a machine open here, and I'd be sitting where Brian was, just, you know, right on the edge of the bench. And my grandpa would take apart a machine, and he'd put like the gear in my hand and be like, okay, this is like, you know, the hook. And then he'd take out, like, you know, the take-up lever, and he'd be like, this is the take-up lever. And so as he'd repair machines, he'd kind of teach me about what he was doing. And I spent most of my time in the repair shop with my grandpa growing up, which is to this day why I have, like, I think that's filling like 50% of my brain with random knowledge.
There's been times throughout the last 3 years where we've
had-
been down to 0 techs and still had machines. And I can tell you, I can attest, I've actually seen her with her
Open 'em
sleeves
up.
rolled up, just like this. And she's in those machines and she's repairing. I've seen her train the techs as well. So if you have a technical question,
Don't ask me.
right here, you always can get a good answer from her. As soon as we started dating, Jessica had wanted to, she was in the final stages of finally getting that location. And for those of you that have been with us for years, you'll remember Independence and Parker.
Our first location.
Our first location. And there was nothing like it. You walked in and there was a wonderful smell of smoke and urine, and that's what that's what we walked.
Mold.
And mold. Yeah, mold. Oh my gosh.
The air conditioners didn't work.
AC didn't work in Texas. For those of you local, you know that is just an absolute must. And she said, let's demo this thing. And that I didn't mind. So that was fun. So we went in there and we completely blew that place up. And she opened the store. And I think about 6 months later, you kind of started to see the vision that she had. I started to see the vision that she had.
One of my first large events, and we used to do, pre-COVID, we did these really large embroidery events.
Pre-COVID and
in having our own,
Yeah.
and having our own location. And so at the time I used to have to rent out like banquet hall type places. So we had done a banquet, or not a banquet, we had done an event just about 2 weeks prior. It was a Floriani event,
Was it? Okay.
just about 2 weeks prior. And everything went well, the location was nice, people liked it, good parking, all that kind of stuff, really close to the store. So 2 weeks later, we're doing an event, we set up the day before, everything seems to be going fine. I have 110 women, plus all the staff and the educators and stuff like that sitting in the event. And and Jen from Anita Good Design, she's doing her presentation, which is like the part where she
So it
talks,
was Anita Good Design.
Yeah, she talks about Anita and all this kind of stuff. And all of a sudden,
They're an hour and a half into the event. Like it had just started.
It had
and it's going
just
to be
started.
a multi-day event.
and all of a sudden it went zoom. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. I started freaking out. And Teresa was there and she like came, she's like, Jessica, what do we do? What do we do? And Eileen was there and Eileen's like, everybody else has power. It must just be this place. And I had paid this man in advance to rent the facility. So I called Brian, and Brian happened to not be traveling at the time. He
So-
was traveling, but it was in Frisco
I was traveling in Frisco. So I was at a podiatric conference.
for his previous job.
Yep. And she called me and said, what are you doing? I said, well, of course I'm working because it's a Wednesday.
He's always working.
And,
Was always working.
and she said, I'm freaking out. This guy didn't pay his bill. He's trying to blame us and say it's not him. And you know,
Yeah.
my ladies need air conditioning. They need lights,
getting
and
hot.
everything is off. It's starting to get hot. So
What are we gonna do?
What are we gonna do? So I said, okay, give me 20 minutes. I'm not too far away. And I left the conference and
Went to Home Depot.
I went to Home Depot and I bought, which I still have, a huge, I mean, truly once I got out there, overkill, but a huge,
Way overkill.
a huge set of bolt cutters. And I'll tell you, I never felt so appreciated as the minute I opened that door and 100 hot, aggravated women just said,
and started cheering for
I
him.
said, I
and he
got
had his
this.
bolt cutters over.
I got my
I feel
bolt
like you were
cutters.
even wearing this shirt. Maybe you're very like authentic, and
authentic or what?
like they're fix something.
I was there to fix
So Brian
like
cut,
all the movies where the serviceman comes in.
So Brian cut not
Piece of-
PG&E.
it- well,
It was that-
whatever electric company it is,
Encore.
probably.
He cut the
but they
Encore
only
tag off.
they put a tag on there, a little skinny metal lock on the box that could have been no bigger than a paper clip.
Yeah.
And I've got these bolt cutters, and I snapped it off, and
And
we
he-
flipped the power back on.
And then like an hour later, the Encore guy comes out again because obviously you can't do that. And I started crying to him. Like the power went out again, so I ran out there. The Encore guy was still in the truck, and I'm like, "Sir, I'm just renting this facility. I'm so sorry, and please keep the power on. We'll be gone tomorrow. Like
We
I
already
paid him,
paid for it."
and this is just ruining everything." And he was like, "Okay, yes, ma'am." And I was like, "I love Texas."
And-
That would never happen anywhere
And
else.
so that's when I think we realized
I need help.
Well, not help, but we need our own space. So,
Actually, that was the last thing we ever did in that small space.
Was it?
Or at a different space that wasn't ours. Really what's fueled the success of this business is that we come from a basis of knowledge and understanding. Brian and I both grew up in a service, retail, customer service-based environment. So we keep that at the forefront of everything that we do. And I feel like if you've ever grown up in customer service, then you know that the number one thing is to always do what you say, and your customers will respect that. So if you're honest with customers and you provide them with answers and not just like, you know, tell them what they want to hear, but actually tell them the truth, I think that really gets you really far in this type of industry. Everybody's here because it's their passion, it's their hobby. So you have to remember, we're not doing surgery like Brian used to do in his past life. And you know, this isn't an operating room. This is a fun place to be. So we wanted to create a really inclusive place where everybody felt welcomed. We also wanted to create a place where all different types of creatives could come, not just sewers, but people that are into crafting and you know, just garment making, anything that pertained to like a kind of hobby that you wanted to explore. We've always wanted that to be what the store was about. And I really feel like we've kind of like, we've been inching towards nailing that over the past 3 years that we've been open.
For me, it was a little bit different. For me, I've always been passionate about what I do, and I always wanted to have.
That is so true.
I always wanted to have that passion. And what I saw when I would help Jess at these events was the passion that everybody else, including her, had for sewing, for quilting, for embroidery. Like, it was energizing. You walk in and you see an event of 100 people, and everyone is having fun and laughing and doing stuff, and you can tell, wow, this is, whether you sew or you don't sew, this is kind of a place I want to be. And what I liked most about it was that when I said, Jess, what's the plan for the business? Like, what makes it unique? And
We're gonna have fun.
She said it's 3 things. Well, that's true. I think her first employee ever, the first hire we ever had, was a party planner.
She was a party planner.
But she said it's 3 things. It's creating this customer experience. So, you know, it's customer centric. It is about the service department, and we need to have that. We need to develop one. We need to have a place where these machines can come in and be repaired, and we can have, you know, product experts, not just inside, but on the outside too.
Yep.
But she said the 3rd thing, and this is what sold me on it, was it's about education. And I did a lot of research before I decided to make the jump. Parents didn't realize it because they cried for 6 months till they came down and saw it, and that's true. They
Very
really
true.
did.
They even cried when they were here.
They got the guest room ready and said we're getting your bedroom ready. They never told me, thank goodness. But I said, okay, is education, because for me, education was always important. Everything that I've ever done, there's always been a level of education around it, and teaching somebody how to perform whatever it is.
Brian loves to teach.
And she goes, we're gonna do it differently. We're gonna spend $100,000 and we're gonna put all of these fancy $20,000, wow, no, more than that then. Oh.
Yeah, quite a bit more than that.
13 of these fancy $20,000 machines in a classroom. And we're gonna teach people how to use it. And when you buy a machine from us, we're not just gonna ring the cash register and send them on their way, but we're gonna educate them, and we're gonna provide continued education.
Yep.
As long as they have it. And I loved that. That was so unique. And I looked around at all these other sewing companies and no one offered that. We have the Brother Classroom with all of the luminaires in there. Everybody gets to sit at one. Then we have the Bernina Classroom with all the 790s, and now—
And embroidery modules.
And embroidery modules, and now all of the 590s in there. Then we have our Quilters Playground.
890s, the new surgery.
Or the 890s. And then we have the Quilters Playground with all of the Janome M7s, and the only store in the world that has a classroom for Handy Quilter. Outside of Salt Lake City and their headquarters, we're the only one. And that's always been kind of a driving factor for me, is to create a place where people can be educated and have fun at the same time. And so that's what really did it for me, was that concept of teaching and educating.
Awesome. Really, this is Brian and I's passion. It's our only thing that we do. We are always engaged with our customers. We're always here to take a call or to answer questions. So
We have a little bit different of a business philosophy, probably because we're both workaholics and we're never not going to be.
And I think we're always, you know, truly are always trying to make it better and always trying to figure out how we can make that experience for the consumer as good as possible.
The best. All right, guys, thank you for coming and watching our video. We hope that you enjoyed it, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, come see us. Bye.
Hi, my name is Susie Williams. I'm a modern quilt and textiles designer in Chicago, Illinois, and I've been quilting for 16 years.
BERNINA, made to create.
My name is Nancy Paulman, and I'm the Director of Education at Stitchhouse. Oh, I've been sewing for a long time, and then I wanted to embroider. One day I got an email from Jessica that she was having a big sale, and I thought, well, maybe it's time to upgrade my machine. And I went in and I said, okay, I'll buy this dream machine, but I'm coming for lessons. She had just opened up. And after about 3 weeks of lessons, she found out I had been a teacher, and she said to me, do you think you could give me 2 or 3 days a week and come teach for me? So I was her third employee when she started all those years ago. And then I just kind of grew with the business. I've really enjoyed watching the classes and the quality of the classes grow, and to see the various machines come in, and just to watch the business grow and to become a large part of the community. Stitchhouse to me is a place where like-minded people can come together to create and learn in a sewing and friendly environment. I think Jessica and Brian are a force to be reckoned with, especially in the North Texas area. They're innovative. They do things nobody else does, and it's very exciting to be part of that.
I love that the 3 series has a huge range of decorative stitches, which can also be mirrored as well, which kind of gives you a whole nother set of decorative stitches.
BERNINA, made to create.
I'm Amanda Murphy, and I'm a quilt and pattern designer. The BERNINA Q16 is quilting magic. One of the hallmarks of a great quilting experience is when you lose yourself in your work.
BERNINA, made to create.
I'm Amanda Murphy, and I'm a quilt and pattern designer. The BERNINA Q16 is quilting magic. One of the hallmarks of a great quilting experience is when you lose yourself in your work.
Bernina, made to create.
So what is owning a sewing store like, huh? It changes every single day. Some days I'm a carpenter, a plumber, other days I'm a salesperson, marketing, I'm working on projects, so it changes every single day. Well, Jessica got me into the sewing world. However, I have to say that I did have a sewing machine prior to meeting her. I bought a sweet little Singer from Joann Fabric about 15 years ago and made some curtains. In 6th grade, we had home ec and I made a bag along with an awesome coffee cake. Stitch House to me is a place where I think we're creating like a really cool community here. I think it's bridging creativity from a lot of different people, from different sectors of life, from different age groups. I think we've uniquely positioned ourselves, or I guess I should say, I think that we've created kind of a unique experience where whether you're a sewer that's been quilting and sewing for the last 40 years and you grew up doing it, or if you're brand new to it and you're in junior high school and you just want to figure out how to add something to what you already have. So I think it's just creating a cool experience. When you come to Stitch House, I think that regardless of your level of experience, you're going to have a really good time here. I think that we may be the only sewing store in the country, or at least in Texas, that serves alcohol on a regular basis, and we don't charge for that. So what can you expect to become a Stitch House? I think you can come to expect an interesting group of fun individuals that'll help bring out your creativity.
I can sew really fast on this. I can drive this machine at 900 stitches per minute, which works well for me because I can be pretty impatient while I'm sewing.
Bernina, made to create.
There is a place that I want to go to, a time I just wanna be with you. We crossed the ocean till we found it.
Bernina, made to create.
I'm Lisa Mayfield, and I am back of store manager and also in charge of special orders and inventory. Just that you could take a piece of fabric, a square, and turn it into a skirt, a shirt, a purse. It was just, it just made it so much more exciting. Oh, I've been sewing since I was a little girl, so when I found out they were hiring here, it just made me happy as could be. What is Stitch House to me? It's like a family. We're like family. I feel really fortunate to be a part of Stitch House. Like I said, sewing is something that I greatly love, and I love sharing that passion with people when they come in. I love showing them things, seeing the excitement in their faces when they see what a machine could do, or when they match fabrics together and see colors pop. You know, it's exciting. No, sewing is very much fun. It's very much, it is modern. A lot of people think that sewing is an old hobby. You know, anybody can sew. Anybody with any creativity at all should be sewing.
It's no small thing, becoming a long-arm quilter. There's a lot to think about. Space, learning curve, cost, support. We know this is a really big deal. The best dreams usually are. We know it's been a journey getting here, and we've been waiting for you. We created size options for fitting your dream into the space you've got. We shortened the long-arm learning curve with a familiar, easy-to-use interface. We moved barriers with pricing and financing options that work. We bring 125 years of quality and know-how in support of you and your long-arm dream. And we are with you every step of the way, from setup to servicing. The fact that there are 9 exclusive Bernina features you won't get with any other long-arm feels a little like showing off at this point. But quality is and always has been what you get with a Bernina. And that is no small thing. Bernina, made to create.
I was originally hired here as an educator, and I would come in and teach classes off and on through the week on Janome sewing machines. And then eventually I started working the floor after classes, so it went from like a 4-hour day to an 8-hour day. And the education part is what is my favorite thing about the job, and nowhere are you going to get more education than here at Stitch House. That's one of the reasons why I like the job so much. I live in Frisco, and I worked for Janome Sewing Machine Company as a traveling educator, and that was one of the reasons why I found out about the store here, was because it was just starting, and so I came in, applied for a teaching job, and it's become what it is today. So I'm a well-rounded person here at the store. So I know a little bit about sales, but I know a lot about the machines. And when people say, well, I want to quilt, you can figure out their questions, and I can actually pick a machine that's best for them, teach them, and then they become a professional in their own right. Even though it's a hobby, you can become very professional about the hobbies that you do. Stitch House at the start was a place to meet people. So when I first moved here, my godson said, you need to get out of the house and make friends. And so that was one of the reasons also why I came here to Stitch House, was because I could make friends, which is what he wanted me to do. And now he's sorry that I did that, because now I'm hardly ever home. I'm usually here. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like it here, is because of the camaraderie with the coworkers, and the fact that you're part of a team that's meant to support all the customers here at the store. So we work really closely with the customers, so it's always a teaching thing for me. So even if I'm actually doing something else, I'm still teaching. And so that's I think the most important thing about my job here, is that I can teach, support, and educate all of them here at this store here. I had hair when I started, so I mean, it was a long time ago. I remember working with my grandmother as a little folks, and I was just tiny, and I had to put something under my foot to put my foot on the pedal, and she would have me thread the machine because she couldn't see, and then she would have me sew because she just didn't feel comfortable anymore. And so I was sewing and she was cutting the pieces out. Then she said she couldn't cut the pieces out. Then she taught me how to cut the pieces. Then I was cutting the pieces and sewing while she was over in the other side doing handwork. I can't see to thread the needle, come thread it, so I went over there. So then I started doing handwork, and so quilting, garment sewing, hand embroidery, painting, drawing, a whole well-rounded background and creativity. And you wouldn't know it by how much my left brain controls everything. It's got to be perfect, but I'll muddle through and get it done.
I'm Jackie Wenzel, and I heard Jessica say the other day that I'm the unofficial greeter. I tend to work at the cash register, and then I teach classes for new Bernina owners. I love fabric. I love to be able to touch the fabric. I love to be able to create and have unique projects, whether it's clothing or quilting. And the tactile business of it has always been a big part of it for me. I like to touch nice fabric.
What's your favorite part? Like, what's your favorite thing to sew?
My favorite thing to sew? Actually, I like to figure out how to make something, and I don't always enjoy finishing as much as I do determining how something needs to be put together. It seemed like I had a passion for it from early on. I used to make doll clothes, but what really got me going was my best friend in grade school had all her clothes made by her mother. My mother didn't sew, but her clothes were wonderful, and so I wanted to be able to make my own clothes and have the same wardrobe that Judy Kay had, and so that's what got me started sewing. At the time I met Jessica and Brian, I was in a position where I needed to renew my lease on my own business. I had been in business here in Plano for 34 years. If I had renewed the lease, it would have put me into my 80s before the lease was up. And I have good health, so I really was tempted to do that. But the more I talked to Jessica and Brian, the more I learned about what they had as a vision for their business, I felt like this would be such a good landing place for my customers. And indeed it is. Well, I've already said it's a good landing place for my customers, but I am so impressed with the diversity here, and by that I mean the diversity of the customers, the customer base, the diversity of the staff, the knowledge base, the diversity of products offered. I just think it's incredible. I think Jessica and Brian have a vision, and they have gone about accomplishing that vision in an amazing way.
Welcome back, everybody.
I love
They have finally gotten me my own caffeine at this point in the show.
Through the magic of media, you step away, you come back, and we are refilled and ready to rock.
We are caffeinated.
And we're still not giving away free ads.
No free ads. Hashtag no free ads. Okay, you guys, so I wanted to kick off, before we get ready going into the 7 and 8 series with Sylvain. I'm so excited about that because it is the most lively part of the series. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun on the back half of the day. But we did some fun little caption contests and some contests over the past few days. And I wanted to go ahead and announce the winners to those. So, because we said we were gonna announce it in the Monday live stream, but we didn't go live yesterday. So the first one, there's a picture of Brian.
Okay. And before this goes on camera,
it's on, I'm sure.
Before this goes on camera, you guys have to realize all of Jessica's videos are approved. They need triple signature authentication, that she's allowed this to go on social media.
No.
My stuff, on the other hand, she'll put a constipated photo of me online and then do a caption contest. So that's what we're getting ready to do here. So
the captions were fabulous. In fact,
I'm sure they were.
It
I'm
reminded
sure they
me that
were.
I need to take more photos of you when you're not really paying attention. So this was a picture of Brian. This was at his very first quilt market that he went to. He's standing in front of a Wyndham quilt. I think it's Wyndham and Anthology. And one of the captions, they misread the words just as they were scrolling by really quick, and they thought it said Women's Anatomy. So no, it says Wyndham and Anthology. And
She said, I don't understand why Brian is standing like that in front of something that says Women's Anatomy and it's a butterfly. You draw your own inferences.
The winner of the caption contest won 3 yards of fabric, and the winner was Teresa Clark. Her caption was, "Just one more Starbucks and I can fly."
Thank you for keeping it appropriate, Teresa. And you mean to tell me that we embarrassed me for 3 yards of fabric?
We did, and people loved it.
There is no limit to the shame she will put me through.
None, zero. The next one was, we did a contest yesterday, since we weren't able to go live, where we gave away a $200 Stitch House gift card. Brittany used a random generator, and we just picked a name, and the person who won a $200 Stitch House gift card is Tony Huff. And
Tony.
Yeah, yay, and Tony's actually local, so that'll be really easy for her to spend.
Is Teresa local?
Yes, Teresa's local too. And then the other thing I was going to tell you is that I know currently on our website it's not very easy to shop, and that is by design. We have a new website coming out very soon. It's going to be shopstitchhouse.com, and we'll have all kinds of products, all of our sewing machines that we carry in stock. It's something that we've been building in tandem with this new live platform streaming that we're doing, and the more right people we hire on the back end to do that kind of stuff, the better. So that is also coming very soon too.
It's gonna be really great. So you've probably heard us talk about it for several minutes, for several months.
Brittany just gave us the 2-minute mark.
You've probably heard us talk about it for several months or even a couple of years now. But when we do it, we want to do it. We want to do it right. And we've had like 3 or 4 websites that we've taken up or put up and taken down. We're now to one where it's going to be interactive. There's going to be stuff on there, lifestyle, that you won't get anywhere else. So it's going to be really cool. Jess has put a lot of time and thought into the design of it, and I've spent a lot of money in making those wishes come to fruition. So
whatever. Okay, so what are we doing now that we're back here from lunch? I kind of mentioned we're going to go from the 7 and 8 series. So what do we have going on this afternoon?
So we're going to kick it back to Sylvain shortly, and he's going to go through Sylvain Bourgeois. And then we're going
to get croissants after this.
Sylvain, our favorite French Canadian, and we're
really the only French Canadian we have here at Stitch House. Keep going.
That was just I give him a beautiful compliment, and she just Sylvain's saying you just dig in the dirt. So we're gonna get over to my favorite in the entire Bernina lineup, which is going to be, or at least for the sewing embroidery machines, which is the 7 and 8 series. And I think probably is that what Sylvain stitches on at home? What do you stitch on at home, Sylvain?
My two loaner machines from work are 790 and 880. I am spoiled rotten, and I will tell you, you're not allowed to favor one of your children, but I have a little favorite side to each of those two. So I'll talk.
My mom has a favorite too. Don't worry, and it's not me.
They both are, but one I tend to favor for sewing, the other one for embroidery, and I'll talk about that when we get there.
You can always have a favorite. It's totally okay. My favorite is Stitch House. This is the best sewing store in the country.
You only say that because you're your mom's favorite.
It's easy, but the beautiful thing is that's something that my mother and I don't have to tell everyone else. We just know it to be true. But anyway, so enough about us. Let's get into the 7 series. We're gonna hear a couple words from Bernina, and then we're gonna get back to Sylvain. He's gonna go through the entire 7 series for you.
Hi, my name is Tula Pink. I am a fabric designer, a quilter from the United States.
Bernina, made to create.
I have 3 machines right now. 4 machines.
Alrighty, so we are ready to go.
No, it should be Sylvain. I think Sylvain's on camera.
Oh.
I'm on.
You know, the caffeine is just not flowing strong enough for me yet, y'all. So
there you go.
Go for it, Sylvain.
Okay, so welcome to the 7 series. Remember I mentioned the platform? So from the 4 to the 5 to the 7 series, you don't have to relearn a thing. This screen looks very similar to what you have on a 4 and 5. But now, we're welcome to the big leagues. This is 10 inches to the right of the needle. And in sewing, you may think, that's not necessarily a big deal. In quilting, it is, and in embroidery, it is. The bigger your harp space, the more possibilities in embroidery, and I'll touch on that in a minute. So at this point, all the goodies you've heard about, thread cutters, jumbo bobbins, thread monitors, top and bottom, it's all there. The knobs, the layout is the same. If you have a big machine like this and a smaller companion, let's say 4 series, you can look from one machine to the other and you don't have to think, they work the same way. So you basically invest in one learning curve and you cover it on both. So the lighting is super bright. Embroidery is optional for the 770. The stitch regulator is included. It's a quilter's edition, and so is the patchwork foot. So you have your 9mm feed dog, so those big stitches. When you do feather stitches at 9mm, you can see them from halfway across the room. So you can do things with a quilt that are just not possible with a small stitch. So that is for the 770. Again, the stitch regulator is included with this, and the quilt menu has even more stitches because this is a larger series. Now, I will show in a bit what the embroidery does when you get to the 7 series. The hoop options grow as well. So that's the 770. We have the 790, and I have 2 examples here. The regular, black face, the piano black face. That is the standard edition. We also have the special edition, and I'm sure Brian and Jessica will have something to say about that, what the special deal is on that. But they are the same machine otherwise, internally, software and all that. They both come with the embroidery module. So the embroidery is included. And this has what we call the full or the plus embroidery, all the features. And I touched on that earlier. I mentioned pinpoint placement, right? With one design, you use 2 points and you do 3 things. So picture any embroidery design. It could be lettering like this, and you want to place this. You could say, take the bottom of the A, the bottom of the B, and place this on a slant, on a straight line, and then it will place it, orient it, and size it at the same time with just 2 points. It's brilliant. And because you verify with the needle where that's gone, when you stitch it out, there's no guess. For instance, let's say you have a flower and a hummingbird. You want the tip of the beak of the hummingbird to touch this, like the stamen in the flower. You can take that stitch, and we have a feature on Berninas. All embroidery capable Berninas have absolute check. You can touch the tip of the beak, and then you can get to that stitch and know exactly what will happen to it. So you can put that stitch, the beak of the bird, right up to your flower, and then if your bird is like this, but you say, you know, hummingbirds tend to be up a little bit, you can take the tail of the bird and move it up. So you've placed it, oriented it, and if you do something like this, let's say as a pocket topper, and your design was a little smaller than the pocket or a little bigger, you can move that second point and rein it in, make it fit the pocket, all with just 2 points. It's brilliant. It's super simple, and it works.
Sylvain,
he's raising his hand over here because he has a question.
So Sylvain, Beverly in Tennessee had a question
Tennessee.
during the 590 series, and she said, so if the 590 has pinpoint, what's the difference from the 790?
Oh, and I swear that's not a plant, but here's the deal. I'm going to show you the hoops now, okay? So the 7 and 8 series, the machine comes with a small hoop that's like 2 by 3. I don't have it with me right now, but 2 by 3. Then they come with a medium hoop. That's 4 by 5, okay? Pinpoint placement on this works, so that's good. They come with a large oval. That's roughly 5 by 9 by 10. 5.9 by 10, but with, you know, because it's curved, you don't fit a rectangle in there. That's bigger. You can do lettering in there. It looks nice. You can use pinpoint placement. But when you start, these are optional hoop. These are included. These are optional. When you start doing a border on a quilt, let's say this is just about almost 6 inches wide. It's 15 3/4 inches tall. So if you put this on the border of your quilt and you want to do an intricate design, like a quilting design, but it needs to line up exactly to the edges of your border, and if it's not hooped 100% on target, the pinpoint placement will fix that for you. So the bigger your hoop, the larger your stitching field, the more things you can do with the same pinpoint placement feature. And so it's not about pinpoint placement, it's about what you can do with the hoop. Now this is the tallest of all of our hoops. You know, the 3 tall hoops have this size. 15 3/4 by this one 5.9. That's a 5 series. 5 series will do this in 3 positions, okay? 7 series, the module you've noticed is different, it's bigger. It can do this whole hoop in one pass. It can address the entire height of that hoop in one shot. This is what the 7 series can do. See the difference? It's wider. This is 8 inches wide, so 6 inches wide for 5 series, 8 inches or so for the 7 series. The 8 series will get even bigger. So in a case like this, you want to assemble a complex scene, you have designs, lettering, you have a little daisy that needs to be right over the eye and lettering. Instead of just eyeballing it, you could mark a dot on the fabric and say, you are going there. And you can even size it by doing that. So pinpoint placement, you multiply the benefits as you get into larger hoops. So, and that brings up the point there, these optional hoops, like the maxi, we have a midi hoop also. This is the midi hoop. That is the largest, widest hoop that you can use on a 5 series. It's not 16 almost inches tall, but it's a little wider. And these have what we call the twist lock mechanism. I love this thing. No more screws. Pinch, done. And then when you put it back in, let me just put it back in like this. It's just like the gas cap on your car. When you put this back in the hoop, and normally you do this on a table, right? You turn. By the time you hear one click, you're done. Then so these hoops are instant out, instant in. You save a ton of work.
I love that too, Sylvain, because I know you don't play with any other brands. You're loyal. Not everybody is. But what I love about that is hoops get larger and larger.
Yes.
What you notice as they start to get bigger is you over tighten those thumb screws. And so when you go to close that hoop off, you start to get
hoop burn.
Well, you get hoop burn, but you also start to get the hoop distorts and it pops out. Yeah. And I love having this because whether I hoop some thick material or a thin material, it goes to the proper tension and then stops.
Yeah.
And you can see the hoops are different. Yeah. They are rigid. They don't have that.
So going back to the 5 series question, you're not going to do a lot of quilting in the hoop with a small hoop like this, right? Because the quilt sandwich just doesn't want to go in there. Now, by the time you get to, let's say, a maxi hoop on the 7 series, these hoops are not as tight as those little guys because you don't screw them to death. They stop at the right point. Right. But to compensate for that, there's a silicone rib and literally constructed into the side of the hoop so they will hold the quilt sandwich or any embroidery for that matter without crushing it. So if you do a hooping of quilts and you quilt in the hoop, typically you get a little bit in the corners, especially if your hoops tends to be square. We don't have square hoops. We always have rounded corners. But what you do is the batting gets ripped in the corners and it never recovers. You always get...
Can you show the camera that, Sylvain? Because that, again, that just goes to Bernina's attention to detail and the Swiss engineering. Even the hoops are unique. And can you show that silicone ridge?
Yeah. So to release, you just pinch the corners. It opens up all at once. There's a spring in there. And this is patented, so it's a Bernina exclusive feature. And then you can see the little white dots here. That's the silicone rib that you see on the side of the hoop.
That is so impressive to me.
So you get grip rather than crush. And that protects the quality of your project.
You don't
get
grip
hoop
rather
burn.
than rip.
Yeah. So you don't get hoop burn as much. Okay, so that's for the 7 Series. Now, when you get to the 790, the 790 is one of our 2 top-of-the-line machines, along with the 880. So you have all the plus embroidery features. There are, we started with like 200 stitches on the 3 Series. We moved to like 500, 600, 700 stitches. The 5 Series moves to close to 1,000. You're now at 1,300 some stitches in here. So there's more than you need of everything, which means you can get creative. The machine's not limiting you. It's really usually time that's your limiting factor. The embroidery will be up to the 16 almost inches, 15 3/4 by 8 inches wide. That's enough to do stuff on quilt blocks, on borders, that is really wide. And the technology built into this, when you put the hoop on the machine knows what hoop is on. It's really straightforward. Dual feed is in there. You're really covered. This is a top-of-the-line machine. So when I sew for work, when I make samples, for sewing, I use the 790. I have to use both machines all the time. My 880 ends up being, for me, because of my particular use, ends up in embroidery mode, because the bigger the hoop, the more you want to do embroidery and vice versa. So if you do a lot of embroidery, you'll want to pay attention when we get to the 8 Series, because the more embroidery you do, the more that larger hoop works for you. Now, I mentioned the embroidery here. It's included with the 790. We have the special edition here. And it's available on its own or as a combination with the 480. Because these are big and they're heavy, a lot of people like to have the more compact machine to take with them. So there's a combo special available with the 790 and the 480 special editions. And then we have an embroidery-only machine, the 700. It has the same embroidery features as the 790. And just like the 500 in the 5 Series, you'll recognize it's a white faceplate. That is embroidery only. You can have it with or without the module. So if you have a 790 and you say, I embroider more than I thought I would, and I'd like to be able to sew on the 790 while I embroider, you can just add a second head, just a 700 that would do embroidery only, full featured, pinpoint placement, grouping, ungrouping. You can resequence design. A good example for that. On the 590, the 790, 700, the 500, and the 880. Let's say you want to do a frame with a lace type design, not a standalone lace, but a kind of a lacy, frilly design. You have 4 corners, you make a frame. And then when you put a monogram in the middle, you're not going to do the monogram first. Because if you do the monogram first, the frame is going to get too big probably for your hoop because you keep going. So you do the frame first, and then you add a monogram in the middle, and you scale it, and you can basically make the letters different sizes, all good stuff. Well, when you're done, good embroidery is stitched from the center out. So you did the frame for reference, you add the monogram, then the monogram is last, right? So you say, no, monogram, you're going to go first. So you can move it into the sequence and rearrange the stitch order for what makes sense on the fabric. So the machine lets you do it at your own creative pace, but when it's time to do it for stitching purposes, you can actually rearrange if needed. The machine lets you do that easily.
Okay, I have a few questions.
Yes.
We have some watchers from the UK right now, actually.
Oh.
So I think it's night. I think it's they may be having a glass of wine or something. I think it's nighttime.
Yeah, it's that time in the UK now. Yes.
Okay.
No, they're having a pint.
They're having a pint. Okay, can you use the jumbo hoop on a 7 Series machine?
Yes, you can. You can, but so if you have it already, like I have one for my 880, right? And I did a little something funny here. I put all the hoop sizes, the stitching fields on this. And that tells you the second to last line is the maxi hoop. This is sized to the 7 Series. This is sized to the 8 Series. But I said this is 10 1/4 inch wide stitching field because the 8 series, as we'll talk about, has 12 inches to the right of the needle. What happens is if you put this on the 7 series, the 7 series has the same module as the 8 series. But what happens is that it's only 10 inches deep. So what it will do is it will move this in, but then 2 inches will be unused here on the jumbo hoop. It works, but 2 inches will be unused. So here's what we advise. If you already have a jumbo hoop, go for it. It's a hoop and it works on your 7 series. If you don't, and you have a 7 series, the maxi hoop is the one you want to look at because the maxi hoop is sized to the 7 series. Now this is wider, so it will use a little more stabilizer to fill that hoop. So if you have a 7 series and you don't have either of these yet, get the maxi hoop. I use the maxi on the 8 series as well. So that way, if some design is only 8 inches or so, 7 inches wide, the maxi hoop is big enough for that. If you're only going to get one hoop and you have an 8 and a 7 series, get the jumbo. It will work on both machines. And the jumbo hoop, it's one of my favorite demos. The jumbo hoop is big. When we launched this, it was the largest hoop on the market that did not require repositioning. And the jumbo hoop, I think I can still do this. Yeah, I can still do this.
Okay, we call it the
Wait,
hula
I
hoop.
was looking away for a second. Can you do that one more time? No.
Okay, at this point, Sylvain.
And I'm a grown man.
You are
showing off.
You are just bragging. What's the circumference of that hoop? I need to know.
Okay, so this again is 15 and 3/4 by 10 1/4. Wow. You know, the full, what would be the rectangle around it. So that is, you can do quilt blocks, 10 by 10 on the quilt block. You can actually, and we have embroidery software we'll cover later in the week that lets you create a quilt block, like put a design in the middle and actually automatically add stippling around it, echo line stitching, all that stuff just by a few clicks. So wow. This is a landscape. That's you can do. I've done giant quilt label. One of the quilts I brought this week has a quilt label that was a 8.5 by 11 sheet of printable fabric, and it went in there, and I just built a label right in that hoop. So again, for the 7 series, yes, you can use a jumbo hoop. 2 inches on one side will not be used, but the rest will be there. And if you have an 8 series, then that hoop can serve both series at the same time.
So I think people were waiting for the 7 series to ask questions because
awesome.
Jess has a list here, and we may not get to all of them, but don't worry because we eventually will.
Well, I did wanted to just make a quick keynote. We touched on it in the beginning, Sylvain, but one of the things that we have here at Stitch House is 12 of those 790s in our classroom, which is extremely unique to the sewing industry because when you come here to Stitch House, you actually don't need to bring a machine.
I have never seen this.
It's never.
Yeah.
And the reason that we chose the 790 was because of its versatility, its ease of use, and its total capability to allow you to really do anything that you want, right, Sylvain? So
it's the big box of crayons.
It's a big box of crayons.
Yes.
Okay, so is there a way to adjust the bobbin tension, like for embroidery?
Oh, yes.
Series?
So, and I was the tester at BERNINA for that. So, a couple of things in embroidery I have not mentioned yet. The machine will read multiple formats. So if you have a friend who has another brand of machine, they have a design, you can actually read most home embroidery formats with the BERNINA embroidery machines these days.
Say that again, Sylvain, because that's really cool.
So if you have a friend who has a different brand of machine, they have a design that they did, and they said, here, you'd like this, right? So if you want, or they say, can you check this design for me, whatever, you can actually read, other formats of designs into the BERNINA. Wow. Not only that.
That's amazing.
Not only that, we use isocord thread, so all the designs built into our machines are coded with isocord colors. But let's say if you have a different brand of thread, you can actually, and pretty much all the common brands of threads are in the machine, so where you can actually use the color palette and say, take this design and shift everything to this other brand of thread, and it will transpose the colors for you.
So Floriani, for example.
Yeah, it will use what we call our RGB, right, red, green, and blue mix, which is standard in the art world, and it will transpose all the colors from an isocord color number to, in this case, a Floriani color number.
So you no longer have to go back to your software, and you no longer have to bounce.
The machine will do it for you. Yeah, the machine will do it for you. So that's one thing. So going back to your question, that was.
Bobbin
That was
tension.
bobbin.
The bobbin, okay. So the default bobbin case is, black, right? The charcoal, dark charcoal. That one, the technical term is you don't want to monkey with that. I tell people, you don't want to screw around with that. Don't change the tension. It's calibrated at the factory to every tension setting set in that machine. There is a red one that is not for embroidery. Well, you could use it in embroidery. The red one is for like ribbon work and heavy thread in the bobbin work. There's a yellow gold, we call it the gold one, but it's really yellow. The gold bobbin case is a high thread tension. That one you use for embroidery. If you remember the old machines, like 3 Series does this. The bobbin case with a finger, and there's a hole. Bernina has always machined a hole in that finger, so you could get extra tension for buttonholes, satin stitch, and all those techniques. The high thread tension yellow bobbin case for the 7 Series, well, all the way down to the 4, will give you that high tension automatically. Just put it in and you're done. Now, I've done a ton of embroidery with a regular bobbin case and it worked just fine. But if you want to never have to think about it, like some embroidery is denser, sometimes you would throw a design that's really, really unusual, then the yellow one will take care of you. Now, there's one thing I did not mention in sewing yet. This baby sews sideways. And I mean sideways, the fabric will go sideways. You can sew around a patch without turning the fabric. You could sew something on the leg of a pair of pants just by putting them on the free arm and sewing around the square. Not only that, it can sew sewing stitches, florals, satin stitches, all the regular stitches in that machine, which is probably something like 1,000 or more. It can sew in 360 degrees, any direction you want.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I'll show some of that when I demo. It's a big box of crayon. And you just hold the fabric, you keep the fabric lined up, and then the machine moves that thing around. And it can do large monograms, letters like this. And then, all the machines, even from the 3 Series, can combine stitches. You could write words. If you do a monogram with 2 big letters like this machine has drag and drop. You can position the monograms relative to each other. It will calculate how much it needs to travel at the sewing machine, at the feed dog.
I love that. The 7 Series, absolutely. Lane's gonna be showing us the 7 Series here shortly, so let's kick it back to Bernina.
And check out what they've got for a short little description of the 7 Series.
Hi, my name is Tula Pink. I am a fabric designer, a quilter, and a sewing enthusiast from the United States. I love Bernina because it is the most dependable machine on earth. What's really important to me as a sewer is consistent stitch length. I know it's going to be the same every time I sit down in the machine, regardless of what I'm sewing. And that is something that only a Bernina does every single time. As a quilter, it's important that I can get through several layers of fabric and even some experimental materials. And the power of the Bernina machine allows me to go through anything. Bernina is the only sewing machine I use, and the reason I use a Bernina is because when I turn it on, it does exactly what I need it to do. It's sturdy, it's well built, and it runs smoothly, and it never ever lets me down. Berninas are quiet and consistent and powerful machines, and that you can get that much power without the noise of the power, I think is a beautiful thing. That is what quality in a sewing machine means to me. It's less work for me, more work for the machine, and if the machine can handle it, then I don't have to worry about it. Berninas are designed with the sewer in mind. You can see everything that you're doing under the needle while you're doing it because of the actual design of the machine, but also because of the LED lights that run underneath the throat of the machine. Those are the things that you need when you're sewing. You need to be able to see your project and know what you're doing. The bobbin case is also brilliantly designed on Berninas. You can access it from the front, so you can pop the bobbin out and pop it right back in without actually removing your project from the machine. It seems so simple, but it's crucial when you're sewing all the way into the night and into the early morning. When it comes to cleaning and oiling my machine, it's so simple. I don't have to take anything apart. I clean it, I oil it, and I get right back to work. Bernina presser feet are unique in that they're made from one solid piece of metal. So your stitches stay completely consistent, and that is largely dependent on the presser foot. I don't need to use a screwdriver to change the presser foot, and that saves invaluable time when you are sewing using lots of different accessories, one right after the other. The straight stitch plate is kind of genius because my fabric doesn't get sucked down into the bobbin case like it used to before I had the straight stitch plate. All these little tiny things that Bernina has thought of that make everything easier. And you get to a point where you've been sewing on a Bernina so long that you sort of forget how good you have it until you try to sew on a different machine, and then you're like, oh right, that's why I sew on a Bernina. The best way to know if a Bernina is the right machine for you is to just sew on one. I guarantee that anybody that spends even 10 minutes sewing on a Bernina will understand why I choose Bernina as my machine over everything else.
Bernina, made to create.
Welcome back, everybody. So I'm so excited about everything that we've had going on today. I just had to take a moment to mention that this is our first live event that we've ever done for multiple days. We are already past our 90-minute mark that we used.
Wow,
that we did
that
before.
was the record.
And so far, I just wanted to give a shout out to our team in the background. You don't see everything going on behind the scenes, but there are a lot of people that make this happen, and it's been very exciting to see it all kind of come together. Lots of hard, frantic work over the past few weeks and months trying to figure this out. Yes.
Can I tell you something that you don't know?
Oh, I'd love to. I love surprises on air, live.
So I asked for updates when we hit milestones on Stitchhouse Live. In terms of viewer content and viewer watchers. And we have officially gone over 10,000 viewers watching or having logged on at some point to watch this live today. So Sylvain, you are officially a celebrity.
Oh, he is a celebrity in his own right.
Jessica will probably soon be on HGTV.
No.
And I hope to retire. So.
I want to talk about a little bit what our future plans are with all of this virtual stuff that we have going on here at Stitch House. This is our first, while we did do a virtual event before, we hired a team and a crew to come in just for that day to kind of help us do a virtual event. We had no idea what the undertaking was going to be for something like that. And this time that we've done it, this is our in-house team. So this is people that work for us full time. This is our equipment. So this is what you can come to expect from Stitch House in the future, which I think is really important when you're considering purchasing, a machine like a Bernina, because the education doesn't just have to stop at the in-person learning. We plan on taking a lot of education virtually as well in the future. That also is going to coincide with our new website that we have that we touched on a little bit earlier. And I think, again, education is the cornerstone of the Stitch House experience. So to be able to take this virtually in a really nice format where, audio is good, video is good, lighting is good. We're not using my iPhone. I'm not getting complaints about that they can't hear me. It's just so exciting to finally be at this point. So I just wanted to recognize that for just a second.
Yeah, I love it because I think if anything that we've learned through the pandemic, it's that we want to have stuff on our own time, right? And we want to sew, and we want to learn, and we want to create when it's convenient for us. And
Correct.
So from that, now based on 10,000, I know it's not just our customers. I know that it's people from all over the world, really. I mean, UK. That's where Stitch University will come in and be such an added resource, because when you get a machine from Stitch House, of course, you get your guide classes. That's kind of standard, right? But what else do you get when you buy a machine here? What about lessons?
Lessons are free, private, in a one-on-one setting. That's something that I've always thought was very important, because not everybody learns the same way. Sometimes a group class is not beneficial for everybody. Everybody's at different levels. And so I really believe in one-on-one education. That way you can learn what you're looking to learn. We can focus on what you want to focus on, and then you get the most out of the lesson. It's also unlimited when you purchase a machine from Stitch House. We still support customers that have purchased from Best best of Bernina and Jackie 40 years ago that come in and have questions about their Bernina, and we are very lucky here at Stitch House to have the resources to be able to do that, because you'll meet Jackie later on this week, but Jackie is our fabulous in-house resident Bernina expert, as well as our awesome technicians that we have here on site as well that have been working on Berninas for years, and we just have a really great Bernina team here at Stitch House.
So listen to that. Those are unlimited one-on-one lessons for the life of your machine. We discussed what the life of your machine sounds like.
A long time when you buy a Bernina.
And it's not just the 790 and 880. It's the 325, the 335. Maybe it's a little Burnett serger that we'll touch on later on in the week. It's any of the machines you buy from us, and that then will coincide with things like our Stitch Collective, where you can come into the classroom, use our machines, and it's project-based skilled learning where we don't just show you how to use pinpoint placement. We're gonna have somebody like Sylvain get hands-on with you and say, here's why, right? Here's why I want to use pinpoint placement, because I want that hummingbird to be set right on the pedal in this spot. You're hands-on. You'll now have those resources and those classes at home to be available for you. So learning never stops here, and it's never extra. It's never added on when you buy the machine. So
no, and it's something that I've had in my head for many years, even before I owned the store here at Stitch House. When I worked for my mom, I wanted to create an online learning platform, a little bit different than something like Craftsy, because that's project-based. There's not really great learning platforms for machines, specifically for what you guys want to do. The vendors put out great videos. In fact, Bernina is really good at it. But to get really in depth, you really have to look to your dealer to kind of help, and that's where we want to always support the customer. So I'm really excited because the 790 is what we have in our classroom. Sylvain's going to show us some of the hands-on why he loves that machine, not just from an embroidery perspective, but also from a sewing perspective. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. So let's kick it over to Sylvain and let's see what he's got to show us.
Can we see some of that sideways sewing that you talked about, Sylvain?
Actually, yes. And I love geometric designs. You know, that's to me, geometry is beauty made by nature. So what I'm going to do is sew a little checkerboard stitch. I'm going to sew it straight forward. So basically the way it's what you just heard, I just turned on that machine. Every Bernina, when you start it, calibrates itself. It initializes and verifies that everything is in place, and that's what you hear when you start it. So I'm going to sew a couple of instances of that stitch. And of course, you know, these machines have, for instance, a patterned end function. When you engage the function, the machine will stop at the end of a pattern. Now I'm going to go diagonal. I'm holding the fabric straight forward, but the machine is stitching in diagonal like it's going towards the southeast. And you'll see in a minute, you see my fabric is gradually moving to the left. I'm going to do pattern end, and then I'm going to go 90 degrees from the previous. I'm going to turn the corner and go the other way. Now I can do this in 360 degrees, and actually you can even do the half degrees if you wanted to. So if you do something triangular and it's a 30-degree slope, you can do 30 degrees. And when you change the angle, all you have to do is either there are presets every 45 degrees, or you can use the knobs and turn that, and that gives you the rotation. So I'm going to cut thread here, and I'm going to show you what that looks like when you're done. I did not turn the fabric. The machine did this for me, with the added benefit that this is precise. I did not have to, all I had to do is keep this parallel to the lines on my table. The machine does the exact geometry. You can do this with the floral stitches, you could do this with lettering, you can do this with just about every stitch in that machine. So the directional sewing means that you can, put a patch on, or you can go crazy. You can literally have fun with decorating fabric and do any kind of meandering patterns. There's another stitch that I like to use for this is, I call it squiggly. It's been like the iconic stitch for Bernina's, to decorative stitches since the 70s or before even. So if I go like this and I go and change my direction, I can make that stitch go in any direction. It will go diagonal in this case, and then I can literally turn the knobs and I can free form it. I can go drifting if you want. Actually, in this case, I call that snowboarding. I'm changing the direction of sewing, and I had a lady in a class turn this particular stitch. You'll see it in a minute. She turned this in something that looked like the Rockies when she was done. And it's all done without having to turn fabric and calculate angles. You can actually do a whole bunch of stuff just by turning the knob and playing. So this, when I say this is a big box of crayons, this is a big box of crayon. It really lets you do a whole bunch of stuff. So that one's almost done. I'm going to cut. And I'll show you that again. So if you want, this is not planned. This is all free form. This is all basically like snowboarding. And if you want to do something like some people like crazy painting, it's kind of like doodling with your sewing machine. You can use structured stitches, you can use freeform stitches, and just go crazy. Have all the fun you want. Or you can do systematic geometric. You could do and not only that, the machine has a pretty good memory, right? So you can actually say, I want 3 or 4 going this way, and then I want 3, 4 going that way, the same pattern, and then alternate, and it will keep repeating the pattern for you. So there's a lot of fun to be had. It's really, you put the thread you want on there, and the machine will do it for you. So the sideways motion, this is what we call sideways motion. There are hundreds of pre-programmed stitches in there, big florals, monograms that will stitch out these big patterns on their own, or you can create your own from scratch like I just did. So that's for that. One thing I've not mentioned yet, and I will show it in more detail when we get to the 8 series, is there's even a stitch designer in this machine. Let's say you have a blanket stitch, and the little bars are parallel, and you would want it to be at 45 degrees. You can actually edit any stitch that's in the machine like this, like the blanket stitch, anything like that. You can edit those stitches and modify them to look the way you like them. And that way, you can just stitch them out that way. If you don't like the first try, you can re-edit the same stitch until you like it. And then you can save it. And another thing I did not mention before, we talked about memory, right? I talked about the 3 series and above. They all do this. If I tweak my straight stitch, and I don't sew at the default 2.5 millimeter long straight stitch. I piece a quilt at 1.75, and usually my start length is about 2.0. On most of the Berninas, like especially from the 5 series up, you can override the stitch defaults from the factory, and you can say, you know what, on my machine, I want my straight stitch to start at this length. The machine will remember that until you change your mind. And so you have memory where you can change a stitch on the fly, and it remembers that. You can record it for future use. You can save it in a personal folder, like your own bank of stitches. And the 790 being top of the line has something called history stitches. History stitches is you did the blanket stitch, the regular one, you didn't modify it, but you tweaked maybe the length of the width yesterday, you sewed it, you come back a day or 2 later and you go, oh, what did I do? Was it this length or that length? You don't have to remember. You go back to the history, and in this case, the 18 last stitches you stitched out will be in there. So it's basically, it keeps a little sticky note of everything you did the last 18 times you stitched, the different stitches. So you can actually pull them back, and then if you like it, you can save it permanently.
Hey, Sylvain, what if I do a 1/4 inch stitch, what if I want to do a scant 1/4 inch and I don't want to constantly go back and forth?
Okay, there's different ways. People have different methods to do that. Some people will move the needle over a little bit. You can also use the groove on the plate. If you see the groove completely, and the fabric is just shy of it. I learned this from Nina McVeigh, my colleague. She just retired. She's from Wisconsin. I call her the Oracle of Wisconsin because she was our expert quilter. So if you see the groove, you're good. Otherwise, you can move the needle position over. There's different methods to do this. Then if you've moved the needle over, if you move the needle, and Bernina lets you move the needle position, the base needle position on just about every stitch in the machine, especially practical stitches, quilting stitches, and so on. And if you change the stitch length, the stitch width, if you change the thread tension on those, the ones that have the thread tension computerized, all of those changes, even the balance, you can actually save the stitch in your personal folder, the one with the heart. You love it, you save it, right? If you save it there, all those tweaks that you did to make the stitch the way you like it are saved with it. So when you retrieve that stitch, it will come back up, ready mix, all done for you. The machine keeps track of all of that for you.
So I could save it, and I never have to keep going back and forth.
You should never have to redo the same tweaks twice. Yeah, I love that. I just love it. Well, the more over 50 I get, the more memory I want in the machine. Just saying. So
I don't think you look a day over 25, Sylvain.
Oh, well, there you go. No.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
No, last year I turned 58, so I had 2 cupcakes for my birthday because I turned 29 twice. So just to recap, the 790 is considered top of the line. So it's big and it's heavy, right? It's a Bernina, right? There's metal inside. So a lot of people think that is not, the most portable, right? It's heavy. And if you have a bad back and all that, some people think it's too heavy. That's why even a 4 series, like a 480, that's why that combo is so special. Because the 480 has the same interface, and it's 9 millimeters. So if you got a 9 millimeter foot for a certain application like number 10, you can actually use it on the 10C, for instance. You can use it on the 480 the same way. So your accessories are cross-compatible. So you can have the easy-to-go machine and the stay-at-home, the boss. That way you lose nothing. You have the same interface. When you pick a stitch, it's the same way. The knobs operate the same. So I've had 2 machines at different interfaces before. And whenever I sat at the one, I would go like, who are you again? Oh, yeah, that's the way you do it, right? Not when the current platform is systematic. So everything operates pretty much the same way. And the interface is the same, just bigger or smaller screen. And one more advantage of the 790, it's got the big screen. It doesn't seem like much in sewing, fine. But the one thing it does, it shows you the presser foot as is on the screen, even for the sewing stitches. So if you want to move your stitch over with a needle position, let's say a blanket stitch, you want to line up the spine of the stitch with a groove in the center of the foot, you can actually do that visually on the screen of the machine. The smaller screen, there's not enough room to put the foot on there because the feet are big, right? So this one you can actually, and the 880 the same, you can actually visualize your stitch exactly. Right now, when I did squiggly over here, diagonally, it shows me squiggly going this way on my screen and relative to the foot. I know what's going to happen before I even take a stitch. And I don't know about you, but I don't like surprises.
No.
Because, if this is an expensive silk, I don't want a surprise. This machine, the interface is so transparent. I know exactly what's going on before it goes on. So no surprises. You can trust what you see, and it will actually do it for you. Love, love, love the 790. When I sew for work, that's my go-to. I have both the 880 and this one, so I tend to favor the 880 for embroidery, and that's me. I'm spoiled rotten, right? I have 2 top of the lines in my sewing room, like a problem we love to have. So I favor the 880 on the embroidery side by default because it's bigger. I can do bigger embroidery there, and then this one is always ready for sewing. Otherwise, I've done embroidery here as well. I love them both. So it's really, they're both top of the line. You can't go wrong. It will come down basically to a matter of size, pretty much. The 880 is 20% bigger machine. That's roughly in speed, in size, the arm, and all that. But this is 10 inches. You can fit a quilt in here. And talking of,
we're going to play a little bit with some quilt sandwiches,
yeah,
right?
I got me a quilt sandwich.
Oh.
Hey, Sylvain, when you're talking the needle position and you're talking about the orientation of the foot and being able to see what you're going to do while you're doing it, before you're doing it, go ahead and reiterate that center screen display, because everything that Bernina has is a center screen display.
Yes.
That's not the same across the board for other vendors, and how nice that is not to look off
on
to
a
the right.
big machine, if I'm here and the screen is over here, I literally have to move away completely. I can no longer see this, even though it's still in my frame. It fits in my glasses frame, but I can't see here anymore. Then your brain has switched channel. It's now focusing strictly on the screen. You can't see what you're doing here. When I'm here, my screen being here, I just flick my eyes up and I can see my needle stop down function is not on right now. I can see what my stitch length and width are because they're right here. They're both in the same field of view. I just flick up my eyes. I don't have to turn my head. The second you turn your head, you have switched task. You are now apprehending your interface. Where here, the interface is just in front of me. I just have to glance up at it. Think of it as your speedometer in your car. You know, the cars that have the speedometer in the middle, people will tell you they have a hard time with that, especially at the beginning, because you have to completely look away to see what's going on there. You're not looking at the road anymore. Where they learned me how to drive.
Well, that reminds me of my Mini Cooper that I had.
Yeah,
my
exactly.
speedometer was in the in the center, and I was
when I learned to drive a long time ago, right, 40 years ago, they told you, right, every 3 seconds, road, flick up the eyes to the mirror, back to the road, to the speedometer, back to the road, to the sideways mirror, back to the road. And you did that every 3 seconds. You did not have to move anything, so your focus stayed on. Well, it works here too. My focus always stays on. I love that. And the functions that you use the most, like needle up and down, securing and all that, the speed control is right in front of you. I can adjust while I sew without even looking at it because it's right in front of me. So I love that on the Bernina. The layout is really brilliant. And did you know that the quick reverse button, right in front, you know, right at the bottom there?
Yeah.
Bernina introduced this.
Really?
1986.
I did not know
First
that.
computerized Bernina. Big fat button. All you have to do is punch your thumb on it and you go reverse. Yeah.
You know, Sylvain is full of so much trivia. You may be the only person at Bernina that quickly can say that the reverse lock stitch button was introduced
in 1987?
86.
See, she already forgot.
The Bernina 11. Because before that, the mechanical machines, right, was a lever you crank up, right? And that one they put, and it's a big fat button, and it had ribs on it, so your thumb would not slide off of it. That's the Swiss for you. They are maniacal about the details. I love that. I really love that. It takes a while for us to get new stuff because they spend so much time making sure it is just so. I love that.
Well, we talked about that even when we're going to talk about the sergers with Pam. We waited so long for the sergers, but it was the attention to detail and the meticulousness that Bernina has with every single thing they do.
Now, we talked about needle positions. You had a question on that. For instance, if you have an open toe foot, like the 20C or 20D is big. It's 9mm wide opening, right? Plus the toe, so the foot is like wide. It's the width of this one right here. So you have the foot on screen. You can move your satin stitch so that the edge of the applique will be touching the inside of the toe. So you can guide more easily if you want to.
Wow.
You can do this with the blanket stitch, the satin stitch, any stitch. So it's really, 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 it's a great feature. And the baby Bernina does it. The 3 Series does that.
Wow.
It's just, And, you know, all brands can move the straight stitch over, but not every stitch. We've had this since mechanical machines in the 60s and 70s. Like, you know, they did this with mechanicals. So the Swiss are amazing that way. So I brought you a treat. We're talking about the stitch regulator. It comes with, it starts coming with machines like the 570, the 590. But the 4 Series, remember the combo? Okay, going back to that combo, the 790 with the 480. When I first saw the combo, I said, well, not everybody, you know, will go for 2 machines at the same time. I was wondering. And then when people walked in the stores, I found out that, people wanted to match the big beast with the portable one. The stitch regulator does not come with the 4 Series, but the 4 Series is capable of using it.
I have to pause you for a second. Did you see how easy you just took that foot off?
Oh yeah, You mean this one? Yeah. So is this one.
We forget that sometimes being so spoiled by Bernina, but people that may be watching, Sylvain, that maybe have a different brand, have to find their screwdriver, unscrew the screw, find where, you know, the screw goes.
Yeah.
If you're like me, you drop the screw, you lose the screw.
You search, you say a few cuss words, search for 10 minutes.
Well, I would never
find the screw. Oh, you would never.
Yeah.
But you just throw that foot on the cone there.
Yeah. So now what I did is I put the BSR, the Bernina stitch regulator, which is included with the 790. So if you have a companion 480, right, you can take it to class with the 480. So you can still use it there. When I put the foot on, it goes like a regular foot, and this one I have to plug in because this foot has a little mini computer in there. There's a circuit board. This foot has software running in it. So it now is telling the machine what to do. And what it did, it put my screen immediately in stitch regulation mode. I did not have to do anything. It selected itself on the machine. So the machine knows it's there. The machine told me drop the feed dog. So I did that. I'm ready to go. There are 2 modes. And you know, as you start using this with your lessons, your free lessons, you learn to use this tool. What you would do is, you know, you can do everything the quilters do. There's a button on the front to bring your threads up, right? And I'm going to actually just start from here. So there are 2 modes. You would end up picking the one you want. And you can even turn it off if you want to go to different kind of stitching. But I'm going to just start stitching. And actually, the way you can do it is you start the machine, and then when the light is on, let me start it on. There you go. Oh, let me restart here. I need to, quilters will tell you, you manage your thread tails. So I'm going to send my foot up, and notice it lifts the foot for you. There you go. There you go. That happens at home too.
When you're live, anything goes. Sylvain.
Oh, yeah. That's up, and I'm going to send my needle up. There you go. Okay, I think we are good to go. Yes, we are. All right. So when you start it, the little light on the bottom turns red. That's just to tell you it's on. Red means hot. Watch, if I go slow, it goes slow. If I speed up, it speeds up. But it keeps my stitches the same length. And I'm loopy.
Yes.
No, I love organic shapes. So this is the kind of stippling I like to do for now.
Sylvain, can you go at some point into BSR3 and show everybody what it looks like if they were just a free motion without any sort of regulation on there?
If you want to do that, you basically, BSR3 is on the long arm. See, he's spoiled. He's been working on long arms.
He's so spoiled.
I know.
I told you I learned on an 880. I am
No,
spoiled.
no, but there is the mode is here, just doesn't have a number. So you have mode 1, and there's a nursery rhyme. Mode 1, it runs. Mode 1, it will keep stitching when you pause the movement, so that you can resume from there. Mode 2 is on you. Mode 2, when you stop moving, and let me restart. I'll show you how that works. Mode 2. Nope. This is without regulation. I turned it off. So I'll get back to that. So mode 2, there. When I start it, nothing happens until I move. And if I pause, it stops. And you can have it stop with the needle down if you want, or with the heel on the foot control, you can send it down or just keep going. So that's mode 2. Mode 1, it keeps stitching in the corner. So if it's only 1 or 2 stitches, it doesn't matter, right? And then there's a speed enforcement. It will go to 1,000 stitches a minute, and some people get a little gung-ho. If you go too fast, the screen will blink red, and it will let you know you need to slow down a little bit. So it goes up to 1,000 stitches a minute, right? And the question we get is, can it go faster? Yeah, it's called a sit down. Because remember, I said this morning that the sit down has 2 of these feet upside down under the stitch plate. You don't need to attach anything. They are permanently installed in there because there's 2. They work in tandem, so you can double the speed. Like a Q24 goes to 2,200 stitches a minute because the 2 together is more than the sum of just the 2 parts. So that's good. So that's for stitch regulation. If you turn it off, then your speed slider on the front of the machine, and all Berninas have that. Then when you start the machine, I've turned it off right now. There won't be a red light. When I turn this back on, this is just plain old regular stitching. So if I go too fast, I get super long stitches, right? If I go slow, I get short stitches. So this is really on me now. There's no regulation. So I like this because I am not proficient yet at stippling, right? My quilts are abstract embroidery. My quilts are all embroidery done in the hoop. So I do stitch in the ditch. So this for me it takes the learning curve and it does that to it. A little tip, if you do this at home, you do this with your machine. So you can use it this way. John Flynn taught me this. That way you can go sideways like this, and you don't have to worry too much about this. You can just, it gives you more freedom of movement. It works the same. And you don't need to really look at the needle more than what's through the foot here, so you're fine.
This is why we log on to watch Sylvain, because we get all of these.
We realize there are no rules. You don't have to stitch from the forward way of your machine.
Well, here's my philosophy, and I'm an educator at Bernina, right?
You're an edutainer.
Yes. So here's my rule. Read the book, understand the book. So know what you cannot get away with, what you should not do, know what and then throw the book away, then play. I call these serious toys and serious tools. So as long as you understand how it works, you can have all the fun you want. And because these can sew on leather, right? They can sew on just about any fabric you can throw at them. That means that with the right needle, that's the key. The needle is everything. With the right needle, you could embroider with stitch regulation on heavy canvas, on top of leather. You could have a lot of fun with this. Yeah.
I am so impressed by the Bernina stitch regulator. Again, it is exclusive to Bernina.
It's patented, yeah.
So if someone is looking, maybe doesn't have space for the Q series like we're going to show tomorrow, which we're going to show you why that is not an excuse once you see the folding table, or if you are someone that is new to quilting but want stitch regulation, on a domestic machine, you must buy a Bernina then, because the stitch regulator is just one of the most fabulous, brilliant tools I've ever seen in the sewing machine.
Bernina won a Red Dot Technology Award in Europe.
Really?
Yes, yes. And this, there's a cute story behind this. There's a gentleman who was an engineer from the U.S. who his wife wanted stitch regulation, so he basically made a contraption to put on the machine. Well, it was big. Bernina saw that, and they asked him to step aside. They took him to Switzerland. They worked with him. They were able, and let me take this off. It's amazing. This, I send the foot up, and yeah, I don't have my freehand system attached right now, but with a freehand system, I would have just popped this up. So take this off, unplug. I can cut my threads. That foot has a circuit board inside.
Insane.
It's insane, yeah. And there's a camera, little window at the back, on the bottom here. And it takes like hundreds of pictures a second. And so it's able to see the pixel motion from one frame to the other, so it knows how you're moving the fabric.
Wow.
And the only thing that if you have the stitch regulator already, you have to make sure that when you quilt, you don't go past your fabric, because then there's no fabric to track, right? Then it will stop working.
It's reading the fibers of the fabric.
It's reading the texture of the fabric moving on. So if you go off fabric, well, then there's nothing to read anymore. Then it will think it's stationary, right? That makes sense. So that's where you may have like a muslin leader, or even let your batting extend even if you want to go right up to the edge. But that's not stitch regulation. This is how far you want to quilt, right? So it is a brilliant piece. And not only that, you just squeeze the two sides here, and you can take the sole off. There are 3 soles with the stitch regulator. There's a metal sole. There's a metal sole like this that is closed. That's your default, right? There is one that looks just like this, but it's open toe. It's, there's a piece of it taken off, so it's open toe. I've seen Sue Nichols. She's a award-winning quilter. Yep. I told Sue, I think you make a Faustian bargain, because the way she does these micro feathers, she does entire quilt feathers about this tall. And she uses the open toe because she needs to see that little detail that she's doing. So that's that. And there's a clear, you might say plastic, there's a clear sole with echo lines if you want to do echo quilting. It's brilliant. And to put the soles back on, all you do is slide them in place and they snap. That's it. It's brilliant. And actually, we've had this since 2005. And it's still the same foot. It has evolved. It's very mature now. We don't get updates for this foot anymore because it's really mature now. But whenever, if you put an older foot, let's say you have an Aurora, an old machine, and you decide to upgrade because from 7.5 to 10 inches or 12 inches, it's worth it. Well, if you have even the old foot and you want to put it on, the machine would recognize that it maybe have an old version, and it will update your foot for you.
Wow. So
yeah, these current machines will update the feet.
So I get this question all the time here in the store from consumers and customers. They want to know, can I put that Bernina stitch regulator on another machine? And the answer is no. That Bernina stitch regulator only works on a Bernina.
Yes.
And on the 790, it comes standard included, which is really fabulous.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, you can take that stitch regulator from the 790 and put it onto your 480. So you can do a quilting retreat. You want to do a little free motion. You want to impress your friends and show them, look at my regulation. You've got your BSR available for you.
I think we are really starting to create a great argument why that 790 480 Peacock Special Edition bundle is so valuable.
Totally.
Because honestly, I'm just about the show-off aspect of it all. So I just think rolling up to a retreat with your matching luggage is just such a fun move.
Well, yes.
If you can't tell,
she's about the vibe.
I like to set a.
We've talked about that. Yeah, she's about the vibe, and that luggage. The beauty of the Bernina, the way it looks, the way it works. It all kind of goes together to create the experience.
Yes. But that BSR is just.
It's brilliant. I tell you, that is a very impressive and. How small it is for what it does.
It's insane.
Yeah. And I know the guy who was in charge of that project. He is a brilliant man. Like he could take a complicated project and make it simple, and that's the result. That is the result.
Well, that's one of the first stories I've ever heard in the sewing industry that ends well when it started with my husband's an engineer.
You know, but hey, ladies and even husbands, don't stop what you're doing because that's what keeps our techs busy.
Yeah.
What I'm referring to is usually we'll get machines that come in and maybe a husband's taking it apart because they're mechanically inclined or they're an engineer of some sort. People really underestimate how complicated these machines are inside. And it's not just because they want to make them complicated. There's boards, there's sensors, there's mechanical parts moving.
All sewing machines today, right?
Right? It is not what you think it is when you open those things up. Our techs are very specialized at what they do.
I did a long arm install last week. Miss Patricia, you know who you are. And she said, how hard is it to service my machine? Because it's just clean oil, right? Like if you just open it up and oil it. And I said, you can. And your husband can gladly learn it. She said, because he's mechanically inclined. And I said, but it'll cost you twice as much when you bring it to me.
In parts.
They are complicated.
Yeah. Now going back to that combo, right? The special edition combo. I mentioned that because it's the same platform, the plates, if it's a 9mm to 9mm machine, the plates are cross-compatible. This one comes with a straight stitch plate because it does embroidery. And in embroidery, the sewing machine needle wants to sew one way, forward. It's designed for that. When we do embroidery and we go in all crazy directions, the embroidery works well because the computer knows when the needle is out and know when to move the fabric. When we do the thing, not so much, right? So when we use a straight stitch plate because it keeps the thread centered for embroidery, then you get even tension across all embroidery, get good results. So that straight stitch plate, which if that's a straight stitch plate from a 790, it's the same plate for the 480.
Wow,
and it comes with a 790. So if you take your 480 to class, to a special quilting retreat where you learn new blocks or whatever, you already have it.
Wow.
The accessories, if you've got let's say a 10C edge stitching foot because you do a lot of stuff like that, you can use the same foot on the 480. The only feet from here that you won't use on the 480 are the D feet for dual feed, because the 480 doesn't do dual feed, but otherwise the 90-some other feet are all cross-compatible.
And then it's smart enough to tell you when you've got the wrong plate on, right? Because I've done that a few times.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and the safety program that's built into here, they call it the security program. If you tell the machine you have a straight stitch plate on, it will refuse to zigzag. It will. And I sewed on my old Bernina 1260 when I made my masks. Last weekend we had a sew-in at Bernina, and I forgot about that. There's no safety program. Guess who broke a needle? Because I'm a very good boy on these guys. I tell it when I put the straight stitch anything, I tell the machine. And I could not on the old machine. And guess who has a straight stitch foot on and goes to a zigzag, and yep, there's the shrapnel.
Good thing you have your glasses on.
Yeah, and again, the table here has all the grooves, like 1/4 inch, 5/8, 1 inch. So if you're sewing on the machine with the table attached, your lines are already, it's like the runway lights. It helps you guide your fabric in before you reach the needle. The details are incredible. Incredible.
So as you're talking about embroidery a little bit, can you tell me which machines in the 7 series come standard with embroidery, and then which ones we have an embroidery option for?
I'm going to go back to the machines here. Is that okay?
Sure. Let's go back to the machines.
All right. So
Nate'll just skip over real quick and change over that camera for us.
He's gonna get it over.
Remember, I walk 1,200 miles a year minimum, so you got to be fast.
We're keeping them on their toes. We don't tell them what we're doing. We're going to keep them on their toes until they get in position.
And options are good. And sometimes the budget, I was a grad student, I couldn't afford the top Bernina back then. So being able to stage your investment, to me, it's not an expenditure, it's an investment. Berninas last a long time. They will be really, they will be your creative tool for so long. It's an investment, right? And it's an investment in the quality of your results, So this embroidery is optional. 570, optional. You can buy it combo or you can buy it later. So that comes, by default, it comes without the embroidery, but you can add it on. There's a 740 model that that's more basic, that's different. But the 790 comes by default with embroidery. So that's already packaged as a combo. The reason is if you look at the regular version, if it's got a black faceplate, it includes embroidery. So that is top of the line features, embroidery included, large module for the tall hoops in one pass. The 700 is embroidery only, And just like the 500, it has what we call the full embroidery features, pinpoint placement, on group, undo, all that good stuff. So this is only embroidery. It only has a little hole for the stitch plate. There's no feed dog. You cannot sew with this. And it will do all the top level features. So those include the embroidery. And if you have, we've had people get a 700 just the head because they had a 790 with the module. They wanted to be able to sew all the time on this and then have another one do the embroidery on the side. So that's available as well. You can mix and match.
All right. Well, I think we're getting almost to that point where we're going to get on the 8 series. So let's take a quick look at what Bernina has to tell us about the 7 series and wrap up. And when we come back, we're going to have Sylvain on the 8 series.
There is a place that I want to go to, a time I just want to be with you. We crossed the ocean till we found it, an island wrapped in silk and silver. I feel it's taking me over and it never ends. You tell me over and over again, this love will shine on eternity. I feel it's taking me over and it never ends.
Bernina, made to create.
Okay. Oh, me.
Back to me.
Well, that was not time enough. That was not time enough for a pee break. Okay.
Me?
No,
No,
me.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, great.
Well, no. All right, so we are at the end of the series, the 8 series. This is the car Brian drives, right?
I do. I love that 8 series. I learned on it. I want to use it every single day because it's one of my absolute favorite sewing machines.
So we love the 790. We've talked about what's so great about it, but what you're going to get to see right now is why Sylvain loves his 8 series, because he does use it at home all the time. Later on this week, we're going to see some of his beautiful quilts. We're doing a trunk show with Sylvain's quilts. So let's get over to the 8 series, see why he loves it. Let's have him give us a brief overview, and then we'll sit down and take a hands-on look at the 8 series a little bit more in depth.
Okay.
When it comes to the 8 series, 2 words: Merry Christmas. I call my 880 my beauty and my beast. It's a very, very strong machine. Let's start with the obvious. The 7 series is 10 inches to the right of the needle. This is roughly 20% more machine, 12 inches to the right of the needle. And the speed on the 7 series was 1,000 stitches a minute. Here you can sew up to 1,200 stitches a minute. Not that you do this all the time, but it's available. When you do like straight piecing, you can actually go to town. So that's just a start. The module is the same as on the 7 series. So when it comes to embroidery, you'll be able to use the same hoop, including what I mentioned earlier, the jumbo hoop, which gives you a bigger field, of course. So just to give you a little recap here, there's 20% more space. The BSR, the stitch regulator, is included here as well because it's the top of the line. The embroidery is included. It's a piano black face, right? We have sideways motion here. And like what I showed you on the 790, where you could do the directional, even the variable directional, this has one more feature. It's called, they call it distortion. I call it drifting, where you can just take the baseline of your stitch and make it wiggle around. So it's one more option. And if you want to do like lines of cascading stitches, kind of organic lines, this machine is a pro at doing that. This machine has a clock built in. And it will even set an alarm. You can set an alarm on it. Because, sometimes the world infringes on your sewing. Like if you have to go pick up the kids or run an errand, you can't forget, I need to leave at 3. The machine will come up on screen and whatever you typed as a message for that alarm, it will give you the alarm. There's a little battery underneath here. It's like the key fob battery. You can change it yourself. It keeps the clock backed up even when the machine is turned off. The combination mode, when you do like combined stitches, is very visual here, just like on the 790. So you can do the same thing with the big monograms. Everything the 790 does at 1,300 and some stitches, there are 1,764 stitches in this machine. There's 21 alphabets. It is the biggest box of crayons that we offer. The bobbin is different here. This machine has an industrial hook, okay? A household machine with an industrial hook. And I had a head technician tell me years ago that at 1,200 stitches a minute, that hook is not even anywhere near its full speed. So it is a hook that was also at super high speed, has been designed so that it could handle embroidery. Now, you know that commercial industrial hooks, if you've worked on an industrial machine, they're always facing the back. And for a household machine, that's not fun. So what Bernina did is they engineered just one gear in there that basically causes the hook to swing out and bring you the bobbin right in front of you. And this one, up to the 7 series, the jumbo bobbins on these are slightly different. They look thicker, but they're the same capacity, 70% more thread. These bobbins, when you put them in, the machine reads them, and they have the same set of little reflectors here. And when the reflectors are turning around, the machine knows there's thread. If the thread breaks, it stops turning, machine stops. There's also a bunch of little holes near the center. The 8 series will begin a countdown on your screen when there's only 20% of the thread left on the bobbin. And from there, it counts down all the way to below 8%. When you're below 8%, it's like the little light on your gas tank in the car is ready to blink. You are on fumes. Now it's time to rewind the bobbin. So it will warn you at 20% and begin the countdown so you know way ahead. This is important because in embroidery, with a very large hoop like the jumbo hoop, you need to plot your course, right? So if you have, let's say, 1 or 2 colors left in your design and the machine says, yeah, you're down to 20%, that's enough, you can finish. But if it says you're down below 8%, then you know you need to rewind a bobbin with embroidery thread and embroidery bobbin thread and put it back in. So that machine has not only the high capacity, but it has even more sophisticated bobbin sensing where you get a countdown. So the other thing is on these machines previously, when you wind a bobbin, as soon as you invoke the bobbin winder, it goes into bobbin winding screen. You can control the speed of the winding. If you have a thread that stretches, monofilament, for instance, or very fine polyester thread, they can stretch a little bit. Or Mettler has a new thread called Seraflex, 60% stretch. You can sew Lycra with it. Well, you don't want to wind at super high speed because you're going to pre-stretch your thread. So you can tell the machine to take it easy for that thread. Or you can go faster for regular thread. And if you want to stop prematurely on the 7 series, you just tilt that back and then stop the winding. On the 8 series, if you invoke the bobbin winder, you can tell it, I want 25%, I want 50%, I want 100%. Or better yet, there's a little man function in there. And Jessica, you know the man function, you know what it's for? Because
well, I know it doesn't listen.
To the man, to the man, you have to tell it what to do every step of the way, or you don't get what you want. Reverse paybacks tonight.
Oh yes. So no, we've got all week, Sylvain.
I didn't even have to think about that one.
See?
Just so you guys
there
know.
You go. No, but here's the deal. We said 70% more thread, right? So if I say 25% on a jumbo bobbin, that's like a third of a spool almost. And if I just want to mend or hem the bottom of a pair of jeans, that's way too much. So what I do is I just go bzz, 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 3 little pushes and a high-speed winder, and that's enough thread to hem the pair of jeans. So I don't have to wind a bobbin and then unwind it because I put too much on it. You can actually go to taste. So it's a beast, but it's a sophisticated beast. It doesn't just run on you. It lets you control everything, just what you need. So I love that. I love that feature. For the embroidery, there's like over 400 designs in there. You know, there's a bunch of alphabets. It's really the biggest box of crayons. But I cannot stress enough, if you do a lot of if you do embroidery on a regular basis, you don't know what you can do with a big space until you've had that big space. You know, and the possibilities are like really, really, really huge. And actually, visually, you can tell. If I take these 2 hoops and I put them side by side, you can tell even from a distance. So let me close that up. There you go, almost. You can tell the difference from across the room. And that is, this you can do an 8 by 8 inch square in there. There'll be room left over at the top and bottom. This is 10 1/4 by 10 1/4. If you take 64 square inches versus a little over 100 square inches, that's about 50% more surface area just on the square.
Okay, I might be able to squeeze through that big hoop now.
I don't think so.
No, your shoulders. No. Not your shoulders.
I'm tempted to find out, Sylvain.
Okay, we'll try. So this is, mind you, I have an 8 series embroidery at home, right? I work on the 880, and the more embroidery I do, the more I use my 880 because of the possibilities. It's a little faster, although you don't do all embroidery at fast speed. A handkerchief linen at high speed, the faster the machine goes, the harder the needle hits the fabric. So there's times I will slow it down, and you do that just here. And a little tidbit, a lot of people miss that. On a Bernina, all the Bernina is capable of embroidery. You can embroider with a foot control.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
No one, Deb Cashamani never taught me that.
Oh, don't sling Deb.
No, don't get me in trouble now. I was there,
Deb,
okay?
I love you. You are my favorite. You are too, Sylvain.
All right, so you know when you baste?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have an unruly project, like you're basting a piece of minky, like fluffy stuff. So I will put my finger 1 inch away from the foot, well away from the needle, but you can walk the basting process because that's critical, right? You want to make sure you baste it down, like when you float something in the hoop. So I can walk the basting process with the foot control because then it responds to the slider, right? So if I'm down to like 20% speed here, when I baste with the foot control, it's slow. I can control that. When that's down, like let it go. Right? Then I can let the machine go. And if you interact with a machine with a foot control in middle of embroidery, you notice something, you happen to be seated, if you had something in your hands, rather than drop that. To my knowledge, I've not heard of another brand doing that.
That's quite amazing.
So
that's total control.
I call it the mighty Bernina foot control. It does so many things. Because I mentioned that it drops the needle, right? So when you finish, let's say your needle down function is on. So you sew, you're doing edge stitching on a garment, or you're putting a binding on a quilt or whatever, it stops. And then at the end, you need to raise the needle. You just kick the heel. Well, you don't kick the heel. Your foot is already there. You just rock your foot. On a Bernina foot control, you put your whole foot. It's a foot rest. Usually I take my shoe off, you see me do this, and I put it on. And so you rock your foot backwards or forwards, no fatigue crawling up your leg, sewing comfort. That's the #1 ingredient for sewing comfort. So you could sew 6 hours, no back pain tomorrow because your leg did not pull you down.
It's thoughtful.
Yeah.
Sylvain, I think we're going to need to do a video because
it's already on Facebook.
I don't think many people know how to use the Bernina foot control properly. And
you can share it from Bernina USA. You can share on
properly. And
you can share it from Bernina USA. You can share on your Facebook. Actually, it's already done.
Have you done the video for the?
It was the first one I did.
Oh.
Were you wearing shoes or were you in your socks?
No, I was on my bench and I took my shoe off and I put the shoe on the foot control like I did for you guys. Yes, because it makes the point, right? And it is not only that. From the 480, the mighty little companion, right? The 480 up, you can program what that heel kick will do. Because some people, let's say you want to cut, you do something that's repetitive and you need to cut off, and you can program it to cut with the heel instead. And you can have it secure and cut and lift the foot on the machines that will lift their own foot. Not the 480, but on these you could. So you can, it's up to you, to taste. You add what you want to that heel kick on the programmable ones. That starts at the 480 and it grows in features as you move up the series. It's amazing.
So I can, hold on, this is new to me. I can program my heel kick to do more than just one function, you're saying?
Yes.
So if I want to drop the needle, raise the presser foot.
Well, okay, it will either be the drop and raise the needle alone, or it will be secure, optionally, and cut and lift the foot on the machines that can lift their own foot, like from the 5 series, 570 up, right? So if you do the secure, cut, and raise, the needle will automatically come up. Right, it has to do that because when it cuts, the needle needs to go down, and then it'll cut the thread, and it'll come back up. So either way, I'm old school. I grew up in the 90s. I learned to sew in the 80s, but I got my first Bernina in the 90s. So for me, there's a securing button here. There's a cutting button here. So for me, I tend to use those. But the people who are new love the integration because it saves them a step. Program it, and you can reprogram based on the project you're doing. See, that's what I like about Bernina. It's not locked in. if I want to go back to just the needle up and down after having the cutting business on, I can take that off and go right back to the default.
Wow.
Yeah.
Total control, total stitch control.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've got a few more questions about the Bernina that just came in. Maybe from.
Oh, I do. Well, this is going up. Well, I'm gonna wait on that because that's kind of an all-encompassing question.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what, I think what might be nice is we've got Paul Ashworth to join us. So for those of you that don't know, Paul is the president of Bernina America.
He's my boss.
He's looking at Jake's face right now and he goes,
He's joining us. So Paul, president of Bernina, is going to join us. Sylvain, I'm thrilled you're on your best behavior today.
As if.
So why don't we kick it over to Paul and hear what he has to say.
Hello, I'm Paul Ashworth, President of BERNINA of America, and welcome to stitchhouse, one of our premier Texas dealerships. And this is their BERNINA Summit, where they will show you the breadth and depth of these wonderful BERNINA sewing machines. BERNINA is a family company, owned and managed by the fourth generation, and it has been in existence for almost 130 years. We're based in Steckborn, on the shores of Lake Constance in Switzerland, very close to the German border. And when you think of Switzerland, you think of things like precision, innovation, and quality. And these are values that are very important to us and really come through in these products. And as a family company, working with family independent dealerships like stitchhouse makes for a very unique bonded culture. Being Swiss is not the only thing that makes us unique. We have multiple things that make us unique. One, if it says BERNINA on the outside, it means it's BERNINA on the inside. If it says BERNINA on the outside, it means we manufactured it ourselves in one of our own facilities. And we're doing this across an array of categories that exist from sewing, quilting, embroidery machines, our new air threading sergers, our long arms, and even our presser feet. And we love presser feet, right? But even our presser feet are made by ourselves. So if it says BERNINA on it, you know it has that BERNINA quality. We're also the only manufacturer of sewing machines that remains in the Western Hemisphere. Everyone else has moved their facilities out east. But BERNINA still makes its top-end machines and its long arms at its own facilities in Steckborn, along with being the headquarters of the company, where research and development happens, testing happens, product development happens. Again, those Swiss values. And being precision is one of those core values of our company. We're obsessed with stitch quality. And for that reason, BERNINA has created multiple hooks over its time, and currently running in the BERNINA 7 series machine, the 5 series machine, and the 4 series machine is the BERNINA hook that was developed 5-6 years ago. This is a very unique hook system that not only gives you 70% more bobbin capacity, but also allows for very ease of access. We're the only manufacturer that has what we call a front-loading bobbin system versus our competitors that have what's a drop-in bobbin, where you have to remove the project to get to your bobbin. This is very important to us. Again, we're obsessed with that stitch quality. So I hope you have a wonderful week. I want to thank all those BERNINA loyalists for owning a BERNINA machine. I want to congratulate everyone else for purchasing a new one. Thank you. Hello, I'm Paul Ashworth, President of
take a little bit deeper of a dive into the 8 series with Sylvain, because I know that this is his love of the Bernina series.
You don't even want to thank Paul for joining us or any of that? Wow. Appreciate it, Paul.
Thank you, Paul Ashworth, for sending us an awesome video and joining us here for our Stitch House Summit. I appreciate the aesthetic that you brought in that video as well. It looks great. It's very Stitch House on brand. And Paul does such a great job with Bernina and with the brand on a consistent basis. There is not a better brand than Bernina as far as education. We've said that many times. And I know Paul is really the leader at the company here for North America and making sure that Bernina is always a brand that he stands behind, and I really appreciate that.
So I feel very thrown off here because for some reason we were looking for a Bernina 880 table, caught a 30-second be right back clip, and so I stood up and Jessica stole my seat. And I told her, I said
I wanted to try this side out for a second.
I parted my hair one particular way based on where the camera angles are. So this doesn't work for me.
Well, we're trying something new for a second. All right, so let's take a look at the 880 with Sylvain, because I know that he is going to wow you guys with what it can do. It's unlike any other machine, so let's kick it over to you.
All right. Actually, I'm going to start with something that is shared across the 4 series up. I mentioned the platform yesterday, and the screen, the touch screen, makes things possible that are otherwise either abstract or not possible at all. You know, when you sew on a knit, and I had to make the stitch look like this because my machine is balanced, and it wouldn't sew my honeycomb stitch like this. But sometimes you sew a stitch like the honeycomb or a triple stitch on a knit or a squishy fabric, let's say minky, polar fleece, and on the reverse stroke, it doesn't quite reach back where it was supposed to be because the fabric is squishy and not complying. If that happens on a Bernina, you open what we call the balance, and a lot of machines have a mechanical balance on the side. No, here is visual. So basically all you have to do on a touchscreen Bernina is when you see the stitch, it looks like this, you open the balance and then you turn the knobs until the screen, the stitch represented on screen looks like the one you just stitched out. And the machine automatically compensates and you have a perfect stitch right there. You don't have to know how it does it. You say, I got this, make it look like that, you're done. It will actually compensate for you. So when it's all done and all good and done, I will, you run the stitch, and at that point, and then let me tell you what the speed feels like. I'm gonna go to a straight stitch, and I'm gonna, at full speed. We don't do this on all sewing, but this is full speed. It means business. Not only that, on some of the machines, especially from the 7 and 8 series, there is a stitch counter where if you're doing half square triangles and you do the same little pairs, like dozens of them, you can run the first one, recording it, and then the machine, when you stop, you tap the quick reverse the first time, it remembers how long it needs to sew to make that thing happen. Then you put the next pair under and whoop, and it stops. And the next one and next one. You
so
can batch it.
Can you run that again? And maybe Jade can show a distant shot on there. That machine is heavy. The 880 is huge.
Oh yeah,
it
it's
does not
big.
move one bit at full speed, does it?
No, it doesn't. Let me go back. Actually, I'm using the manual cutter. That's an old habit. You can use the built-in cutter, the thread cutter itself. If you do decorative work, I always pull my tails because I want to control them, or if you quilt, the same. But for regular sewing, let me go and let me put this through. I'm going to go full speed.
Wow.
And with a dual feed, it helps those layers to stay together. And like reverse cycle, we call them the back and forth stitches, think triple stitch. With those, even if you go long, the dual feed, this is where dual feed 90-some% of the time, I just have it on and it helps my stitches always come back perfect, regardless of whether the fabric wants to comply or not. And if I need to fine tune, it's a minor thing, it's done on screen, visual, 10 seconds, I'm back in business. So that is one of the features that you can do faster on an 8 series. You can also, with embroidery, of course, will be also larger because of that harp space. It is, I call mine my beauty and my beast. I want to show you a little bit of sideways motion, again on the, because I touched on it on the 7 series, and I will touch on it again on the 8 series. Now, I had told my machine what foot was on. and it was a dual feed foot. And dual feed feet do not want to go sideways. So right now, if I tried to sew sideways, the machine would give you a message that says, wrong foot.
I love that.
Yeah, it helps prevent mistakes and accident.
I'm very used to that X.
Yeah, so I'm just plugging in the foot number 40 and then 40C, that's it, I'm on. I'm gonna go get a honeycomb stitch and I'm gonna sew it around the patch because that's a common application for this. So I'm gonna sew a little bit forward and I am opening my functions. Voila, notice it puts the foot down. And actually, I'm not pre-programming this. I could. I'm gonna just go and finish here. There you go. And then if I wanna go around the directions, I'm now gonna go west from here. And the machine will slow down because the sideways motion is a shorter stroke. So to maintain an even stitch, the machine will slow itself down. There you go. There you go. This one is ready to go in reverse. Now, I could have done just a stitch in reverse, but I can actually do it just by going through the cardinal points on my screen. And that should be it. There you go. And then I'm going to go the last direction. Now, there's a cutter here that's pre-programmed. You can take that off if you want to go continuous. So you have full control over all of this stuff. Now, if I had pre-programmed the honeycomb stitch, let's say 10 repeats, I could have sewn it 10 repeats, changed the direction, 10 repeats, and every direction would have been the same. So now I'm ready to finish up. There you go. All I did is maintain the fabric lined up. I just used the groove on my table, and when I'm done, I could have sewn around a patch. And you can even do this on the free arm. If you want to put the, a cylindrical item, you can actually put it on there. And actually, that brings up the topic of free arm embroidery we haven't talked about yet. On the 8 series, we can actually, when the module is attached and all that, this stays open. You can actually do free arm embroidery on the 8 series. So think onesies. You know, onesies, those of you who've done onesies, right? You have to like put them in the hoop, but you have to flip them inside out. And they're small, so they want to creep back into the middle, and you have to put clips or tape or something to hold them out of the way. On a Bernina, you leave the onesie right side out. You just hoop it as is. You put the bottom of the onesie below the arm. You put the hoop on there, and you do your embroidery right on the onesie, the way it is. Now, if you can do a onesie, you can do skirts, you can do dresses, you can do a whole bunch of stuff that's bigger than a onesie, so that'll be easy. But we have free arm embroidery on all embroidery capable Berninas.
Sylvain, should I be worried that Jess was checking kind of Facebook messages and she was walking around doing some behind the scenes stuff, but the moment that you started talking about how to embroider on a onesie, she sprinted back, truly sprinted from the other side of the store back to the seat, and she was just engulfed in everything you were saying. She chalked up every second of it.
All I can say is I want to be the godfather.
Don't give the people at home any ideas. They hang on every word we say when we mention children, and we are nowhere near that.
Yeah.
This is our baby,
Stitch
House.
There you go. Am I good to go back on that camera?
What were you saying now, Sylvain?
I'm going to go back to show, I want to show the freehand embroidery, the free arm embroidery, because it's a big deal.
Sylvain loves to throw
monkey wrenches.
He likes to throw monkey wrenches in it. When going back and forth, and if you could see Jade, who's over here on the mixer, his eyes just blow up when he does that, because he goes, we're not positioned for it. We've only got,
And I was not even speaking French.
We don't have a 42-man team to bounce back and forth.
So if I put a hoop on this machine,
or woman,
and by the way, most of these machines, well, like the 790, it comes with an extension table like you've seen before. So if I do a big project, anything above the large oval hoop and above, if it's a bigger project, I do use the table because that supports the project, so the hoop itself does not have to. So it leaves my hoop to move freely. Now this arm is so strong. If you put a cinder block on this module and you park the hoop, it will shove the cinder block to the floor.
Wow.
It is that strong. This thing does not, there's no jiggle. You cannot jiggle this thing at all. And same with the hoops. The attachment bracket on a Bernina is double, and it's a metal on metal pincher. It latches on. It's not a slide in, and you know, when you slide a hoop, typically there's a bit of, you can make it play a little bit, not this. When you put this on, and a little tip for those of you at home who already have a Bernina, stand up when you put your hoop on. I don't mean with a high table, even when it's in the cabinet, because you get a clean up and down motion, it's just easier.
So stop there for just 1 second, Sylvain, because what you said is sometimes overlooked when we're doing embroidery, and especially applique, where you're taking the hoop in and out, in and out. Without doubt, people have a tendency to put it in, and maybe it's not perfectly aligned. And what you will do is you will shift that embroidery arm ever so slightly, and when you lock that in place, guess what happens to your placement stitch or your tack down or your satin stitch? It is off. Your entire design is moved, and so that's what I love about the top drop hoop that you have.
And this arm will not budge. I mean, once it's powered up, you cannot move it. Now, when it's off, you can move it slowly, but when it's powered, it's in control. So when this is on here, look, if my project is here, like, you know, that won't be a onesie, that'd be a big baby.
What are you saying, Sylvain?
A little Brian.
No, do not give the people any ideas.
But if you've embroidered the top of a project and it's cylindrical, this could be a tote bag.
Yeah.
If it's a cylinder, you can actually slide it here. And onesies are perfect for this. On a onesie, you'll more likely use a small hoop, you know, the 2x3, for just a little something in the front, or something like this. But then the onesie can still go along that free arm because there's this big gap underneath. And even the 5 series module does free arm embroidery, right? So, and it's super convenient. All current Bernina embroidery machines do free arm embroidery. We've had a feature like this since '97.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very
now, we used to have put a spacer to move the module backwards. That would limit the size of hoop. It could only go up to the medium hoop. But 1997, a lot of brands don't even do free arm embroidery yet. So now it's all integral. You don't need a spacer, you don't need to do anything. You just put your hoop on. You won't have the table at that point. You put your hoop on, your project goes along the arm, you're good to go. Yeah.
Wow.
Now, the machine knows instantly when you put like the 7 and 8 series, when you put our hoops have these little bumps. I call it Morse code, embroidery Morse code. And so actually these are piano keys. So this will push down one key, it knows what hoop is on. On the 5 series module, there's one little key if you want, and so it will rub the machine, and then it knows there's 4 positions, so it reads the Morse code, and it knows what hoop is on. So if you do a design and enlarge it, too big, and you put your hoop on, it will tell you if it's too big for the hoop. Now, on let's say on the Plus machines, if your design is a little bigger, like it was here, and it goes a little bigger, but you wanted it, let's say it's a textural stitch, you can still stitch what fits in the hoop and leave out what doesn't fit in the hoop. It's more efficient when it fits in the hoop, but you can actually still stitch the portion that is in the hoop, even if some of it exceeds. So that's something that we don't use that often, but for textural, like what I call fabric treatments, you can actually create an overall texture and then just stitch the portion that you want.
I also love the design of the Bernina embroidery foot because of the way that it scoops out so that it can go all the way to the edge of the hoop. That's also very unique to Bernina.
It has a little elbow so it can go right close to the edge from the back, and on the front is just that little circle that goes right close to the edge.
So what that means for the people at home are you may see other hoops that are larger than the Bernina hoop.
Yeah. But they have a dead space, right?
But when you look at the embroidery field, they have a much larger dead space. So there's not really that big of a difference when you start talking. And again, that kind of goes towards Bernina's engineering, right?
Yeah. Berninas have what's called a hopper mechanism. And we've had this since mechanical machines, way, way, way back.
What year?
Hopper,
Don't put 'em on.
I believe it starts in the 50s, if not the 60s.
Wow.
Okay, let's check that.
It's at least as old as me.
Fact check.
I'm a 62 model. It was a good year. Okay, so let's say if you do embroidery by hand, let's say on something squishy, or your fabric is not super tight, you would pierce the fabric with I've seen my mother do this, my grandmother did it too. You pierce it with a needle. When you pull it up and it's a yarn, like for hand embroidery, you would hold your your fingers down on the fabric to pull the thread so the fabric doesn't come up with it, doesn't stretch with it, right? Berninas do this. When the needle goes down to the fabric, the foot is still above here. And let's pretend this is a press-a-foot bar. So the needle goes down, and then when the needle starts retracting, the foot finishes going down and prevents the fabric from coming up. So the foot is always doing this, holding the fabric down as you stitch. And it does that in embroidery as well.
I actually never knew why that was.
It's the hopper mechanism.
I learn something new every day, but that is just amazing. And Bernina is who pioneered that?
I think, yeah, we pioneered that. It's amazing. And it works in embroidery as well, right? So, literally the foot does this. In embroidery, the needle doesn't mind so much with the crazy directions because the computer knows that the needle is clear out of the fabric. It knows where the needle is in its stroke. So it knows it's out before it moves the module. When we stipple, we have to be a little careful, and the stitch regulator helps with that because it tells the machine to go when the needle's clear. Because in the hand wheel on the Bernina, there's a position sensor. It knows where the needle is in the cycle, so it knows when to move the module. So that's all, that ballet is all synchronized for you. That's the beauty of it.
So which embroidery models start with a hopper system?
All Berninas, the Baby 3 Series hops.
Really?
They all hop.
Hippity hop.
Yeah, they all hop. See, when I talk about the DNA of the brand, the core, Bernina is all about the stitch forming mechanism. That is the heart. That's why we have steel hooks. You know, we still have like steel, you know, like we have heavy duty hook systems. And the 4, 5, 7 series, that hook was engineered for first the 7, then the 5, then the 4. Nobody has bothered re-engineering a brand new hook system in the last 40 years.
No.
Bernina did, because we wanted a jumbo bobbin.
And the jumbo bobbin is
everything.
Everything. So tell me about the difference between the bobbin on the 7 and 8 series.
Okay, so 8 series came first. Industrial hook, as I mentioned, high speed, awesome. Now, it threads a little differently, right? So they said, how can we, and Bernina's been doing this for years. You see this on the long arms, right? Where everything you do is within 12 inches of you. Yeah, you can manipulate the entire machine pretty much just right in front of you, right? So that usability, sewing comfort, right? They said, what can we do differently? The bobbins on these, on the 4, 5, 7 series came after. So they have the reflectors, they have a little hole, so it will warn you, right? They will stop when you run out of thread. But actually they said, you know, the whole thing with the 8 series is that it's different. It's not hard, it's different. I can thread this puppy with my eyes closed because my last quilt had like 400 bobbins. Okay, wow. Yeah, crazy, right? So they said, how can we make this simpler? Okay, first, the reflectors are for the machine's use, not yours, right? So you don't need to see them. When you go put the bobbin on the spindle, it goes one way. They made the spindle conical, slanted, and so is the core of the bobbin. It will not go the other way. So there's only one right way, and it guides itself. You go in. Bobbin case, same thing, conical. So it will refuse to enter the wrong way. So you put it the right way, and then it's just a regular bobbin case. Under the blade, snip you're done. And then when you put it in, that's it. You can cut on the door. You can, when you wind the bobbin here and you're done, it pops off, or you do it manually, you only want a little bit. There's a cutter here, so take the bobbin, cut the thread, put it in there, cut the thread the top, cut the thread, no scissors. Since 1997, no scissors to start sewing on a Bernina. Like wow. You don't need to pick up this. I grew up with snips, I did garments. Yep. I don't know where my snips are now because I don't need them anymore. Right? And then freehand system, right? On most Berninas, only a few don't have it, but on most of them, freehand system, your project goes under the foot, you're sewing in half the time. Your focus stays on your project. That's what I like. It's really, you know, there's a car company that call him the driving machine.
He's like me.
I'm looking at you, Brian Peel. Right?
Hashtag no free
There's
ads.
cars meant for driving, right? This is meant for sewing. Your focus stays on the project. I love that. I just love that. You know, the lighting is bright. I mean, tell you a little anecdote. Maybe 18 months ago, I went to sleep. I wake up at 1 in the morning, and then I go like, French deleted. I left the light on in the sewing room. So I get up, because it's a landing upstairs, the doors are open, I won't be able to fall asleep. If you're a parent and something like that shows up, that's it, your radar is on, you won't go back to sleep. So I go to the sewing room, I didn't leave the light on. My 790 was on.
Oh, wow.
Or it could have been my 880 for that matter. It was that bright. It was, you know the movie, like the aliens on the spaceship, you open the door and this sheath of light comes out. It was like that on the landing. I'd left the machine on.
Wow.
So I turned off the machine and went, or better yet, you can put the machines in echo mode. That machine will be parked. And then you could leave it the needle down in the project and go do something else and come back. When you revive the machine, it restarts right where you were. So remember I talked about the temporary memory? You tweak a stitch and you need to go do something else. It remembers those tweaks as long as the machine's turned on. And if you have a 790, 880, it goes into the history if you stitch the stitch. So that's a backup. But otherwise, you could use this for a week and put it in echo mode. Whenever you come back, pick it up. And if you did a blanket stitch yesterday, you're going to do it again today because it's the same project, applique on a quilt, go for it. It's still there. So the machine stays with you at every step of the way, from preparing to sew to even when you're done sewing for today, it will keep tabs on things for you for tomorrow.
Can you talk about, Sylvain, some of the key differences between the 880 and the 790?
Yeah, roughly. You want to boil it down?
I mean, give us the gist of it.
Give it. So that's a question that we get a lot, and someone called this in.
Roughly, it's 20.
Besides just the hoop size, right?
Yeah.
They want to know, because these are both top of the line, and Bernina calls them top of the line.
Yeah, they are.
So how do I determine which one I should go with?
If I were to boil it down to one thing, it's 20% more machine on the 880. 20% more size, more speed on sewing, and embroidery is about the same speed. Larger hoops, there's more stitches, there's more alphabets. There's, in addition to directional sewing, there's also the drift mode, the distortion mode, where you can actually go free form with it. So, or in embroidery, the 880 can take a little stitch. These both have a folder for they look just like the sewing machine stitches. There's a library of those cloned into the embroidery side. So I can take that stitch, like the little honeycomb stitch that I did, and I could literally put it around a circle. There's a shaping tool on the 880. Only the 880 does that. They both have a stitch designer. So, it's basically 20% more machine. And in sewing, may not seem like it's a big deal, but in embroidery, the more embroidery you do, the more that extra space buys you possibilities. It's a playground, really, where you have more you can do more because you have more space.
So, a couple other questions that we had that were called in earlier this morning is, can you use the thread stand with the 880?
With all of them. Okay, Bernina has one. Now it's called a multiple spool holder, and it snaps on the back of the machines, except for the 3 series, the 4, 5, 7, 8, you can actually put it on the back. So that has, it's like a serger thread stand, with the four guides. You have these pads that attach to it. You can buy extras even, because I do a lot of colors, so you can prepare your colors. Or when you do a lot of embroidery, you can have your bobbin thread cone on one of those in dedicated position, right? Now, the other thing is that if you want a thread stand like the metal thread stand, the old-fashioned one, for like big cones of thread, what I do is I will put it right here on the back of the machine. It will stand right up here, and then the thread can go right into the entry point of the machine. On the 8 series, the entry point is on the front, so I will put it closer to the front. But I just put it to the right of the machine, and then I can use that. There's some threads that I've gotten on cones, and it works very well.
Okay, here's another question. Can you, I think we already asked, can you use the maxi hoop on the 880, didn't we?
Yes, you can. You can use the maxi hoop on the 880. It fits, of course. And if it's something that's only 7, 8 inches wide, it will use a bit less stabilizer than the jumbo hoop. So I got the maxi hoop because my loaner 790 uses it, but I use the maxi hoop on my 880 all the time.
So talk to me a little bit about something we didn't really touch on that I'm really impressed with by Bernina is how the needle bar is not spring-loaded, it's mechanically loaded. And I think that's a really big key feature for a lot of people. So can you explain that a little bit and why that's
It's funny because I was thinking about that 5 minutes ago. So this is dangerous.
When you turn it down, right?
She's starting to read my mind. That's dangerous.
I come from a technical background, remember.
That's true.
To me, that's very important.
Okay, so just about every other brand of sewing machines that, as far as I know, when you do a zigzag, You know, the old mechanical machines, you remember the cams?
Oh, yeah.
Right? So that was an arm, a follower, and it would bump. And that was like imprecise. And even those, when you bump, the needle will swing, let's say, left. And then there's a spring to pull it back. So the needle bar is being pushed out, pulled back. But pulled by a spring, there's a delay there. It's not instant. Bernina needle bar, two things. One, it's rigidly guided. There's a stepping motor that says you go, you come back. You go, you come back. That's a zigzag, right? Left, right, including center if you want. Well, it's attached at both ends. So it's pushing, but then it's like, you're coming back. It's not a spring. You are coming back as fast as you went out. So Berninas will sew a wide zigzag faster. It will take a really wide zigzag for them to slow down. And the precision, though, is better. Because if you have a slight delay in coming back, then when you do like a satin stitch on a textured fabric, you're more likely to get that little seesaw effect. With a Bernina, if you put a jeans needle for a satin stitch on a canvas, it doesn't care. You're coming here, there, here, there. You're going to get this smooth bead of satin stitch. Again, that's the precision. That's engineered in. We've had that forever. It's really, really, really good. It works every time. So that is one thing with and then we have a true basting stitch. Yes. Bernina's needle bar, needle bar you sew, it goes up and down every time the feed dog does its thing, right? No, on a Bernina there's a clutch. There's an attachment point from on the needle bar, so it's able to disengage. Let the feed dog do 1, 2, 3, 4, click. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you put the long stitch length, you get a 1-inch long basting stitch, a true basting stitch. Every other brand, you just lengthen the straight stitch, loosen the tension, but then you have a bazillion poke holes through your project, and that stitch is hard to pull out. Bernina has a true basting stitch on most of the high-end models, and then that goes down, and you'd have to look at the details of each model to find out which one has it. But on the 7 series, on the 790, 880, you have a true basting stitch. It's amazing. It's like, yeah. And we've had a basting stitch since the 930 in 1982, where there's a knob on the front of the machine.
Another year. I love it. I love it. I'm writing these years down.
It was mechanical machine.
There will be a quiz later, you guys. So make sure you're keeping track of these. No, I'm just kidding.
So I have a 930, and you turn the knob. You could do every other stitch, and we still have that today. It's called the long stitch function. Every other stitch. Or every 6th stitch, which is every 4th stitch rather, which is the basting. It used to be called the basting device on the old 930s. Now it's called the basting stitch, stitch number 21. And we call it stitch bingo. Most machines, the same stitch on the different machines have the same number. So it's like you can call the stitch by the number on most of the time. So stitch 21, if it's on your machine, you can look it up. If your machine has a stitch 21, you have the basting device.
Wow. The basting is very important for quilters because
for everything, garments, everything.
Garments, and I mean
curtains.
Curtains, absolutely. You should ask Brian how he sewed his first set of curtains.
Would you like to ask me something?
Yes. Yeah.
So, when I first moved to Dallas, so I'm really dating myself. There will not be a quiz on my age.
Or the year that you moved to Dallas?
Well, it was still in the 2000s, so don't worry about it.
Barely, I will
2001, right?
I was in 2nd grade.
So she was in 2nd grade.
I'm just kidding. I don't know what grade I was in.
She might be close. When I moved to Dallas and I had to make a set of curtains, I had a townhouse that had 12-foot ceilings. And if you go to...
Oh, if you have those made, it will cost you the price of a Bernina.
Sure. Yeah. You go anywhere, it's 6, 8, 10-foot curtains, and I had nothing for 12. So, of course, I'm industrious. I said, I took a home ec class in 6th grade, and I learned how to make a bag, and a curtain is just a square, right?
Yeah.
So I went to Joann's. Hiss.
No free ads.
I'm not giving them an ad. I went to another sewing store, bought myself what I thought was a very high-end Singer at $250. I went to Home Depot, bought several sawhorses and big sheets of plywood. So I had 12
That's a guy's way to sew.
I had 12 feet of plywood laid out in my living room and my sewing table on a piece of plywood, and I laid the curtain out. I folded a corner over, put about 4,000 pins in it, which, if Jackie hears this, she'll probably come over and smack me. I didn't take the pins out, Jackie.
Oh.
I sewed right over them. I didn't know.
Okay, well, that brings up a good point.
I just made squares and just fed it through.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So people ask all the time, can I sew over pins? The reason you don't want to, the Bernina feed dog I mentioned is hard metal, it's hardened, and it's even cut across at the top so that you get grip going forward and coming back, because there's a ledge at the top, right? And the 3 series is cut the same way as the 880, right? But the problem is that the sewing machine needle, when it meets the pin, it's steel on steel, one will bend, usually it's a sewing machine needle, it will hit the plate and break. That's why you don't sew on pins. The Bernina, the feed dog, I've seen machines where if you sew on pins, the feed dogs wear out pretty fast. Not so much on a Bernina, but you don't want shrapnel flying in your face,
Well,
so
like
you don't want to
Jackie
sew on
says,
pins.
she says if you sew over pins and you've never hit a pin, you're just lucky.
Yes, amen. The woman knows her stuff.
We created a hashtag for that, hashtag opinionated.
Yeah, and Jackie knows best.
Oh, yes. We have a whole series called
Hashtag Jackie knows best.
Yes, it's fun facts with Jackie on Fridays.
Yeah, that's true.
So why don't we, so what else, do we have anything else, Sylvain, or can I start to tell them a little bit about what our 7 and 8 series deals are?
I would say that's a perfect timing to do
This is
that.
our segment for Deals with Peels.
All right, that's cool. All right, I love it. Deals with peels.
By the way, she just implied that her last name is Peel, too.
It's not yet. 2020 really ruined those whole wedding plans for us. So we're gonna get back on track in 2021 with that, or we'll figure it out later.
We'll figure it out. We'll find a courthouse. So let me go ahead, and I'm just gonna start with the 700 series. That is the embroidery only. Of course, we've got a nice bundle that comes with this. So your MSRP on that $7,000. We're gonna be at least $1,200 less than that. So you're gonna save $1,200 right off the bat, but there's going to be a wonderful bundle that comes with it.
I don't think this was approved. Joel, I mean, you're holding the card like this, so I can't really see it. I'm trying to glance over.
The beautiful thing is it's overlays, babe. They have no idea what you're doing right now.
Oh, okay.
So then you've got your Bernina sewing only 7 series. $59.99. For me, I'm a Y kind of guy. If I'm gonna go with a 7 series, give me the machine that I can at least in the future upgrade, which is where you go to the 770. It's one of our best-selling machines in the store. That's the 770 Quilters Edition.
It's one of the best-selling machines that Bernina makes.
Nationwide.
You're gonna save $1,100 at Stitchhouse, but we're gonna have another bundle, and if you wanna group that in with the embroidery module, that is where you're really, really gonna save on that 770 QE. But of course, if you ask Jessica, you know what she would say?
The best deal in the store is the 790.
Yes. So I'll tell you the 790, we're already gonna save $2,000 on the 790. So 20% on the 790, but the 790 Peacock Edition.
Special edition, 790.
So we've got that swinging up on the screen now. This machine is absolutely beautiful. It comes with the 790 beautiful peacock faceplate, comes with the embroidery unit. It comes with both pieces of luggage. Those are $1,000 for both pieces of those luggage.
$1,000 worth of luggage.
Then it comes with what I think Sylvain has done an absolutely wonderful job of outlining, which is the perfect companion machine. The 480 that is going to take all of those 790 feet, you can use it with it. You can use your BSR with it. You can travel with it. You can brag to your friends. And guess what? Your friends, even if they had a 480 or 790, they probably don't have this one. So you get all that. You get the luggage. And then lastly, Jess is cueing me. We're not on the screen, but she's cueing me, hey, don't forget the 3-sole walking foot. So that is awesome. That is also included in there.
A $200 value just for that walking foot alone.
I think when you process it all out, you're getting close to 20 grand. We're gonna give that to you for less than the price of the 790. I only have a couple of those. Miss Patricia, I do have yours reserved.
That was someone saying they want one now.
So Raven set her phone to say when the 790s are sold out. The Peacock. I don't know if they are sold out or not. I'm gonna keep talking about them, and I'm gonna hope that we still have a couple left, Miss Patricia. I will hold yours till I hear from you tonight. Otherwise, we're gonna open it up for everybody else. But I think in terms of the best deal in the house, that's
it's
790.
The 790 with the free 480, the free luggage, and the walking foot. If you're interested in this particular bundle, the way to get a hold of us is either by calling the store, 972-596-5628.
I love that you know the number. Thank you.
I've known it for a while, babe. In fact, to memorize it, it used to be on the door at the old store.
Oh, so you
I would just
looked
look
at
out
it
front.
every day.
Correct, yes. You can also email us at support@shopstitchhouse.com or leave a message on any of our social media pages, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We'll find you and we'll contact you.
Miss Raven and Mr. Terry have been busy all day long. They're fielding questions. They're taking specials. And I know a lot of people called and we told them we can't give it to you till the end of the show. So that's going to be once we get to Q&A today, all those people that called in and said, hey, what's my deal? Now we're going to be able to provide it. We'll be able to give it to you. And we will make you a great deal.
And how long do these deals last, Mr. Peel?
Okay, apparently till Saturday. We've extended it to Saturday only.
No, you said till next Saturday.
I know, but you told me no, so I'm going to stick
we'll
with it.
We'll discuss that on break.
But again, don't forget, special editions never, that when they're gone, those are gone. I'm going to cue Jade to go ahead and hit me to the final slide, which would be the 880. So that's the overlay that has all of the machines on it again. And this is the final machine sale in the entire Bernina Sew and Embroidery series. It's the 880. MSRP on that is $16,499.
Worth every penny.
You were a mind reader. I was going to say underpriced and overvalued at $16,499, but it really is. Stitch House has that for $13,999 with a very, very nice special package that comes with it.
For the summit only.
For the summit only. End date. Be safe. Play it and say it's this Saturday, but who knows? We may kind of change that. So those are the deals that we have for the rest of the day. We're going to have deals all week long, moving into tomorrow. So what I'd like to do now, I think would be really cool, is the production team put a really great get to know you video. So we're going to have about 15 minutes of a get to know the Stitch House staff. Once you become part of our family, hopefully we become part of your family. And so this is a great way to get to know us. Here's 15 minutes of different members.
We're a wild bunch, y'all, so.
Well, we're
We're very tame in these videos. But if you come in, we are who we are here at Stitch House.
We are a different bunch. But after that, stick with us because in about 15 minutes, we're gonna sit down with Sylvain and we're gonna go through a wonderful Q&A. We've had tons of questions that have popped in online and we're gonna see if we can't stump the man. Sylvain Bergeron, we will see if we can stump you.
Do not forget, we are playing Let's Stump Sylvain. So get your questions in. You've got about 15 minutes if you haven't had one in yet. We're gonna stump him.
Sylvain, put your fingers down.
I'm just thinking, are we doing this over drinks?
We should.
It might be easier.
We do have alcohol in the store
No,
at
it's
all
awesome.
times.
Okay, let's get to those videos.
I'm Peg Martina, and I'm an educator for Stitch House. I've pretty much sewn all my life since I've been about 9 years old. My mother used to sew. Wouldn't let me touch her machine, but then I got it. Well, I started making clothes. Then I made baby clothes as my kids were growing up. And then I got hooked on embroidery. Stitch House is a family. I just love to work here because I get to meet nice people and we talk about sewing and it's one of my loves. When you buy at Stitch House, they offer you all kinds of support. We're always on the phone for you. If you have a question, you can come in, we can do a one-on-one. It's the community and the help you can receive at Stitch House.
Kevin Carpenter, and I do everything for Brian and Jessica.
What does that look like?
Looks good to me. Well, it's just like working with y'all, you know. It's just good, it's fun, you know. I think it was a guy that worked it for Brian, told me and another friend of mine about it. And I liked it then. I just said, well, this just for one day. I wish I could work here every day. But now look at me now, almost 2 years. Mean a very lot. It's good sometimes, but you know, some people, you know, be upset and stuff, but I walk around and I cheer them up, say a joke or two, and then they go laugh. Yeah, this is the best job I ever had in my life, working for Brian and Jessica.
My name is Kelsey, and I am a customer service representative. It was a bit of a family affair. My mom was a customer at the store, and I came to some events with her, and she taught me some sewing things and some crafting things through the years, so it's always been a special thing. I just loved the atmosphere and the focus on education, and it's just a fun and cool place where things are always new and happening and changing. Stitch House is creativity. There's always something new, there's always something interesting. The store changes every day, the vibe changes every day, so it's creativity. Come see it for yourself. Come hang out with us, come have fun, come do some sewing. We make it easy.
Sarah Hechtman, and I'm front of store manager here at Stitch House. I began sewing back in middle school, which was just last week, but I started making aprons, and then my mom was a sewer. She's a quilter, and so then it just passed down from generation to generation. I love the creativity. I love playing with fabric. I love just creating. I'm a right brain person, so I just love that creativity. Stitch House is a sanctuary. It is a creative place to come, cutting edge. We are on the cutting edge of the machines and educating our customers and making sure that they are successful in their creative aspects.
I was surprised because usually it does. And the KK2000 is a finer mist, so it gives a nice even.
We were just talking about KK2000 versus 505, but here we are live talking now about questions and answers with Mr. Sylvain Bergeron.
Oh.
Did I do it better?
No, you said Sylvain still. It's
Says Sylvain.
Sylvain. So,
There's a heated debate about this, but the question and answer will not involve how you pronounce Sylvain.
Exactly.
yes. I don't think we need to know how to pronounce Sylvain's name in order to get some.
See, you just said it right. When you're not thinking about it, it comes out okay. See?
Well, there you go. So it's sinking in. I'm a slow learner.
Let me just kick this off really quick with that this has been an awesome day on all ends. The team here in the store. I've said this a few hours ago, but man, coming to an end, we've done it. It's been really exciting. We've got 4 more days of this, but we have gotten a ton of questions from you all about what.
Look at this.
I mean,
my gosh.
cards, and they're great questions. So I really know that you guys are going to try to stump him. So I'm really excited. So Brian, why don't you go ahead and start us off with our first question?
Okay. Can we say who is with us? Is this Doug?
This is Doug, my dog. If you guys have watched any of our
yeah.
YouTube videos, he shows up in some of them. Doug is live on the couch with us here.
Yeah.
Doug is a dachshund pug.
Give me the pillow.
And this one
This
is
is
more
a more
well-behaved.
realistic vision of Doug, like this on my face. That was this morning.
Oh, was he?
Oh yeah, he was loving me this morning.
All right, better than his legs. So let's get started. Does the yellow bobbin case come with a machine, or is that an extra cost? And this can be for either of you.
Yeah, it is an accessory. Yeah, and so it's not needed in the vast majority of sewing, but for embroidery, it's an insurance policy. So you could do without. I would recommend it. It's an insurance policy. It's an accessory. Yeah.
Okay.
And wait, let's clarify. The yellow or gold bobbin case,
Yeah.
I prefer to call it the gold
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
What exactly does it do?
High thread tension bobbin case. So it's added tension. So it's good for satin stitch applique, for anytime you want a decorative stitch to wrap under, which is what we want in embroidery. So it helps with that.
So
Now,
you would recommend the
I
gold?
did millions of stitches before it, and it did well. It's just that it gives you that insurance policy, especially if you get into what I call borderline or limiting situations. Maybe your needle's a little tight for the density of the stitching you have.
Okay.
And then you only see 1 or 2 little stitches, the bobbin thread will pull up. It will help prevent even those, where the needle may be a limiting factor there. It's not the machine. The stitch just got, you do satin stitch on top of a fill, it gets tight in there.
Yes.
So it will help prevent those. So
Okay.
it makes your whole process more forgiving that way, where the machine does the right thing, but sometimes the needle may fall short. And we rarely change the needle in the middle of a design, right? So as the stitch density piles up, then it will help prevent issues.
So Lisa and Sarah, if you guys could go ahead and put an enormous order in for yellow bobbin cases, I have a feeling those are going to rock out the door pretty quickly.
And actually, I was a tester for that candidate for that bobbin case, so it comes with the gray hair.
Okay.
And I had to design a maxi hoop for 7 series full of, I threw everything at it, triple stitch in different directions, satin stitch, fills, and then I ran it with a regular, and it did really well. But there's a couple of instances where the embroidery needle, for instance, is not fond of triple stitching. The G's needle in embroidery does better at that. I learned that from my quilts. So with the gold bobbin case, even when the embroidery needle ran into that limitation, it basically compensated for that.
Okay. That was very, very in-depth, and I'm going to tell you,
thorough.
You've got about 100 questions
I've been
here,
called
Sylvain. You've got about 100 questions in 45 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be here till 7 tonight.
Good thing my watch is not set to the correct time ever.
Mine is 3:15. Okay.
No, but I want to add something to that though. I'm a user. They're the dealer. I'm a user. Okay?
So, you did not take the cue.
I take it from her.
We're just having fun,
right.
okay?
But I'm a user, so it has. If it's an additional expense, an accessory, there has to be really a reason for it, right? I'm a consumer, so that's why I will make sure that the answer is clear that way, because it's not just like I want you to have that. No, I use it. I use it in my sewing room. Yeah.
You want them to have it, but you also want them to know why.
For the right
they need
reason.
it. Yeah.
Yes, for the right reason.
The why
yes.
is always important.
That's great. Okay.
Does this, this is great. They took this verbatim. Does this directional sewing thing also work on the 5 Series?
No, the only 2 machines that do directional sewing are the 790 and the 880.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the BSR, do you use the foot pedal or just turn on the green button?
Okay, you push the button. The foot control will let you stop it. It will interrupt. But and the foot control, if you want to use it, is an on-off thing. But because your brain is trained to foot control, squeeze little, squeeze hard to change the speed, the stitch regulator is regulating the speed. Then there's a bit of a channel conflict in your brain because your BSR is not responding to how much you step on the foot. When the BSR is hooked in, the foot control is strictly an on-off switch.
Right. I
Just
think
like the button.
We see that a lot in quilting, right?
Yeah.
Where you watch people's foot kind of go up and down because
and it
they
doesn't
feel
do
like they're
anything.
controlling
And then your
the
brain
speed.
goes like, whoa, what, like you may have stepped on the gas more, yet you slow down and your brain goes like, whoa, what's happening?
Right.
Because you're so trained to the foot control going. So if you want to simplify your life, unplug the foot control.
Yeah, well, you can't on the Q Series, so we're going to have to leave it there. But I agree with you.
We're
I like
talking
to,
domestic machines now, right?
When we're quilting, that's how we train them, which is activated and then kick it aside so you create that disconnect.
And on the domestic machines, you can just unplug the foot control when you're using the BSR. That way your brain will focus just on the button and your hands.
I like
It'll
that.
simplify the process.
I like that.
Okay. This person says, I do a lot of bias pieces during quilt piecing. Why was I told that I had more control over piecing with the Bernina 880 Plus?
Okay, that's a Debbie Cacciamani secret sauce.
Again, I love Deb.
I just worked last week with Debbie, new dealer training. I'm a monitor, so actually I'm her work husband. I make her coffee, I take care of her when she's on the road. So Debbie will tell you, and I tried this and it works. So when you piece, the dual feed helps keep especially when you butt your cross seams, right? It helps prevent them from spacing out, separating. And on the 880, the dual feed, I haven't mentioned that yet, so that's a great question. The dual feed on the 880, on the 790 and all the others, all the way down to the 5 Series, is 1-to-1. It's timed at the speed with a feed dog.
And they grab and pull
And
at
if
the
you
same
watched
time.
the webinar I did on the dual feed versus walking foot, the teeth of the feed dog and the teeth of the dual feed mesh offset so they don't wear each other out.
Oh, nice.
Okay? That's precision at 1,000 stitches a minute.
Wow.
Or 1,200 for that matter. So you can actually accelerate the 8 Series, the dual feed, you can make it go faster than the feed dog. So it can even overcompensate. So when you get over those 2 cross seams that are butted, and they start, because of the cushiness of the layers, they want to start spreading out a little bit. There's a yield in that fabric. It will say, you're not, I will keep you together.
Wow.
Yeah. So you reduce the press of foot pressure by about half, and you increase the speed on the 880, increase the speed of the dual feed above 1, and then you just can let it go.
So this is the differential feed control that we
Adjustable
talk about.
differential dual feed on the 880.
Wow.
Where the others are 1-to-1. Now they work. You'll have to guide a little more carefully, like you do typically when you quilt. But on the 880, you can go longer because you have to pay less attention to that. See, that's again the sewing comfort.
And I believe that question came from Terry M. in Plano, Texas.
Oh,
that did not stump Sylvan.
Terry's trying to stump him.
I told him if he tried to stump me, I would look at him and I would squint.
Okay.
But it's a great feature. It's only on the 880. That's the premium features you get on the 880.
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, I just have to say I'm loving this. Okay, I want to couch yarn.
Yes.
Is it couching or couching?
Couching in English, yeah.
Okay, but in French?
Coucher.
Coucher. Okay, I want to couch yarn during quilting and embroidery. What are my options?
Oh, awesome. First, if you're going to be embroidery, I like geometric. I'm not that good at stippling and turning corners properly. So the embroidery software has a couching feature built in.
Cool.
So it will design with couching in mind. Foot 43 is a couching foot. It has a little channel on the side. If you want to practice couching, there's a cord called La Espiga. It's a Spanish word for spike. La espiga. It's a basically a 18 gauge, 18 size cord. There's a 24 and an 18, and it's tight. It's tightly twisted, so it behaves very well. It's a good learning curve or practicing cord.
We use that in the new dealer.
The foot comes with a little wire guide, pre-guide, that you attach to the machine, so the cord will always land into the foot from the correct angle, and then you can just couch manually. We have done this even on the long arms.
So we don't have to hold the couching as we go along?
No, you can. You free up the cord ahead of time, right, to make sure that you can use a stand if you want. Sure. So you can couch with the foot. You can couch on a quilt sandwich. We have couched with that foot on a Q20 sit down.
Really?
Really?
Yes. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. You can do anything. So, and with the embroidery software on an 880, let's say, or a 790 with the larger maxi jumbo hoops, you could lay out a complex. You could lay out a maze. Like a rat maze, you know, like a little toy maze. And then you could literally create a maze just with the cord.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, go for it, Brian.
Okay.
I see you smiling, just ready to.
This is kind of a funny one. So this question must have come from a competitive brand.
Oh, okay. Do I need to squint at Terry again?
No. This says, why does Bernina make so many different presser feet?
Okay, I hinted at it earlier today. At the stitching point, it is not my lovely hands or yours that govern the fabric. It's the presser foot. Bernina used to make presser feet for factories. We used to have an industrial sewing machine, a monster of a beast.
Wow.
It made the 880 look for like a small machine. So Bernina would make like the leather roller foot, right?
Yep.
So the leather roller foot lets you turn literally on a dime or less, okay? So it was done because a French glove factory came to Bernina and they said, can you make us a foot that will sew? And I have man's large size hands, right? Picture petite women's hand, fine leather, like really thin leather, Corinthian leather gloves, right? That curve gets very tight. They wanted a foot that would sew around that little tiny tight curve. Bernina developed the leather roller foot. That's why we call it we don't sew on leather with that foot very much. We use it for echo quilting, for a whole bunch of stuff.
Yes.
Or contouring lace, decoupage lace on bridal, it will do that. So that's one example. I did shirts. You need to hem the shirt tails. There's 6 hammers, right? Some of them will do like knit fabrics, narrow, wider, and there's only one that goes around curves for the curved shirt tails.
Wow.
So for all these, hemming is hemming, but it's not the same. So there's a different foot for the different types of hemming. So there's 6, 7, 10, 20. By the time over the years, we have a number 10 for the narrow machines, like the 3 series. We have a 10C for like a 480, right? And then we have a 10D for the 790.
For dual feed.
Yeah, for dual feed. So that's 3, you know, and so there's 8 and 8D. By the time you're done, you have almost 100 feet. You don't need them all. You just need the one you need. But for every project and technique combination, there will be a foot that guarantees the best results.
So then to stick in this same vein, the next question was, why are they so expensive?
Okay, there is a video on YouTube. If you go to Bernina International, there's a video on how the feet are made.
That's the video
I showed you.
That is the video Jess showed me.
And did your jaw drop?
Well,
yes.
it did. It was very analogous to a Swiss-made watch,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
And all of the intricate pieces.
Yeah.
And she showed me how even the presser foot was made by hand, and it blew
Hand
me
polished.
away.
Yeah. Hand polished, yeah. Some of the feet are hand polished by a person, yeah. They're hand assembled, you know, they're verified, they're all verified. I say it's not stamp and spit technology. It's really crafted. They're one piece. You saw how easy it was to put them on, right? No screwdriver. You know, we don't have that. When I bought my first Bernina in '93, I saw there was only about 50, 55 feet back then, you know, half set. And I looked at the wall and I said, oh, I thought as a consumer, I thought this is a gimmick, right? And until I used them, until I saw the buttonhole and until I hemmed the shirt. And yeah, I tried hemming with a foot from my old clunker. When I used the Bernina hemming 63 foot and I just put the shirt through and that's it. It was done. Like, wow. So the walking foot, it's quieter, it runs at full speed. You know, they are made to a higher grade. And they're crafted by a company that's made feet for factories. They understand presser feet. They make their own. They don't just go in the market and say, I need a hammer. Can you stamp me one? No, they make them.
Our friend Terrence Williams, who sews on an 8 series, he does a lot of very cool garments, just came in and got the hammer foot, and Jackie actually gave him a great demonstration on it, and why they would want to use that foot. And I think that goes back to the same idea that Bernina has the right tool for the job for no matter what.
Let's take, drills. I like tools.
I used to.
Yeah, you can buy like a rechargeable drill with bits.
Sure.
Certain brands will serve you way better than the big cheap brand, right? So you'll buy that brand because every time you use that drill, it will work for you, and the bit will work more than one job, right? It's the same with the Bernina feet. They don't jiggle. I mean, every other brand you can kind of jiggle the feet a little bit on the machine. On a Bernina, it's like it's there.
No separate ankle.
No
leg.
movement.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's just like you told me. You never buy a drill that's not the one that goes.
The hammer.
A hammer drill.
A hammer drill.
Yeah.
For what?
Drywall.
Okay. But anyway, going back to what I said about the
back to sewing.
When you do a technique, you pick a stitch. You have the right stitch for it, whether it's applique or heavy-duty triple stitching on an awning that you're fixing with their specialty thread. The foot is what governs the fabric at the stitching point. So the foot is everything. And so you can have the most expensive machine in the world. If you have a so-so foot, you're going to get so-so results. And Bernina extends the craftsmanship, the high-grade materials, and the precision throughout the process all the way down to the foot.
Something funny I've seen since the internet has become more popular with sewing in the past few years is knockoff feet. And inevitably, every single time that customer comes into the store and says, I bought this foot on, and it's not particular with Bernina, but other brands, and I bought this foot online and it's just not working. The right foot and the way it's made is exactly why Bernina has all the best feet in the industry. So, and they're solid, one shank.
And actually, I'm a naturalized American, right? I became a citizen in 2000. And the Swiss look at us like, you guys, it's never enough. That's when I pull my German, I say, und? Because we've asked for like an edge guiding sole for the walking foot. That's the third sole, right? There was a plain one, then the open toe one, and then the guiding sole, because we wanted stitch in the ditch on the quilts. And they look at us the first time and they say, why do you want this? And they said, don't ask, just do it, right? We know why we want it. So they take their time, they craft it, they study it, they troubleshoot it until it works, and that's another foot, that you add. So actually, us Americans are vastly responsible for why the feet went from 50 to 100.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
Well,
because we do all sorts of things.
Everything in excess.
No, we do. They think we're crazy, but in the good way. They see what some of the stuff we do with our machines in the U.S. and they go like, oh, yeah. I didn't think we would do this, but cool. They like it. They like it.
Well, what is the best foot to use on thick jean material? Someone said that they sometimes get caught up on that hump of the seam.
Okay. Oh, there's a sweet sauce. There's a secret ingredient again. There's always, I like to cook, right? So
you're making me hungry.
Jeans foot number 8. Jeans foot number 8. It will climb up like a regular foot, but the hole is a straight stitch foot. And it has a little escapement on the bottom. There's a little groove for even heavy thread to line itself up. One thing I just learned like 2 weeks ago. The last portion of the thread tension, when you set your tension on your machine, is when the fabric moves forward to finish the stitch. So that little escapement underneath foot number 8, if you see there's a groove, and it tapers off at the end, so you get good feeding on heavy stuff. It's stitch, thread lay down, feed, all within this much space, all calculated.
That's great.
Who comes up with this stuff?
I know. Oh, I love that stuff. So, but not only that, there's the straight stitch foot. There's a hole like this, but if you look at the hole, it's a somewhat curved funnel. So here's the magic recipe for Berninas. Straight stitch plate, foot number 8, and if it's really heavy stuff, like jeans, like super heavy denim, you put a size 110 jeans needle.
Okay.
110. Those three together, straight stitch plate, foot number 8 or 8D, and the 110 needle jeans, When the needle, what happens is that when the foot climbs up, normally the needle grazes the back of the foot because the angle changed and the needle will touch the back. Because it's a smooth curved funnel, it will not damage the needle, it will guide it. It will go slightly forward, but then the straight stitch plate will say you're going straight back down and it will not break the needle. I learned this with a tote bag. You know, in the 90s,
you mean
tapestry tote bags? Stuff like that, even heavier than that. You remember we had that tapestry, like Route 66 fabric? It was very heavy.
Yes.
We did
Janice has a really cool jacket
We did
out of
deco
that.
bond to give it body, right? And then there was a cotton liner. So 3 layers. You know when you box the seam at the bottom? It's already seam allowances on itself, so it's 6 layers, and then you're flipping this. I broke 5 needles, a whole needle pack of size 9Es trying to get through with jeans with this. And then I worked for Bernina, and then I says, you know what? Supposedly the monkey is trained. So I remember the formula. I put foot number 8, size 110 jeans needle, put the straight stitch needle, 1 needle, done. It works every time.
I just see Terry over here. When we do the Q&A with Terry in a few days, you guys are just going to be like ridiculous together.
The banter is going to be just back and forth.
So anyway, over those. Now, there is a way where you hem jeans, you can preemptively remove bulk, and we have a height compensation tool, it's called. It's like 3 little plates on a rivet. So you can actually use 1, 2, or 3 plates to match the height, so you level your foot so you never get this even. But with that secret formula, which has been engineered by Bernina to work that way, even if your foot starts climbing over the lump, it will go.
Okay, so number 8 foot, straight stitch.
8D if you have access to it.
8D, straight stitch plate, and then the
110 jeans needle.
Okay, great, I like that.
Jackie will have to do a whole video on that coming up pretty soon.
So.
And actually, well, I had to do a blog post on We Also, right? So on the 5 needles I always have in my sewing room, and the universal was number 6, because universal is a compromise, not compromised, but compromised needle. It's almost sharp, just blunted at the tip. So it's not a ballpoint, it's not a sharp. So it's a good in case needle, but it's never my go-to.
No.
I either use a sharp or a ballpoint. So then that secret formula, there's even a graphic from the old days of Bernina, like it was hand-drawn. Like I explained the formula, how to prevent broken needles when you get into heavy stuff.
Actually, I was just thinking, I still have my jeans, Miss Jackie, sitting up on my desk for that video that we're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
Jackie asked me to bring in a pair of jeans a few weeks ago.
There you go.
We just have not gotten to it yet.
We're doing one on the height compensation.
And we're doing one on high compensation too. Okay, so.
What's the height compensation
tool? So, okay,
tool?
thank you. Sylvain, that's
the 3 little
what we
plates
talked
with
about.
the rivet. Yep.
So, okay, what else do we have?
Okay, during embroidery, I use the jumbo hoop, but I cannot enlarge the design for the whole hoop area on my 770. How can I use the whole hoop area?
Okay, on the jumbo, if we're talking jumbo hoop, remember, jumbo hoop is 10¼ inch stitching field plus the rings of the hoop, so you're at almost 12, you're about 12 inches when you're done. The only way to address the entire hoop stitching area is on the 8 series. It was designed for that. On the 7 series, it's the same module. So the module will have to pull back 2 inches because the 790 or 770 only has 10 inches deep throat. So it will hold back 2 inches. So there will be a band on the left of the hoop that is not being stitched.
Right. So you can use the hoop,
you
but
can use
you're going to have dead space until
yeah,
you go to the 8 series.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is you need to get an 880 too.
So if you don't have either
saying.
maxi or jumbo and you have a 7 series machine, buy a maxi hoop. Right? And if you ever upgrade to an 880, you can still use a maxi hoop there. I use mine there because remember, it uses a little less stabilizer. So a 10-inch roll will cover that hoop. Where on the jumbo hoop, you kind of need the 15-inch roll, to cover that.
Yeah, and not a lot of brands make 12-inch rolls anymore.
And if you, in the stabilizers, do you have the 20-inch rolls?
Yes.
Okay, so the 20-inch roll for the maxi, the mega, maxi, and jumbo, they're all 15¾ inch tall. So the 20-inch roll covers those. You just cut the
Going from the
you
other
just
way.
cut the length of roll for the width of the hoop. That's it.
We actually have an OESD day. It's on our last day
Awesome.
where we're going to
Friday.
be doing.
It's on Friday.
Oh, not our last day because it's now Saturday. It's on Friday,
Yes.
and we have Kelly Rushing coming from
Yes.
OESD, and we are really excited. We also have a discount code right now. If you use stitchhouse, you get 25% off on OESD's website, which is embroideryonline.com. just remembering
And
that.
OESD stabilizers and all that line of product, OESD joined us in '98. I was there.
The man can remember a timeline.
Oh no, I remember because they brought all the stabilizer business because they started as a commercial embroidery company.
Yep.
And what they did is they took industrial grade embroidery supplies and cut them back to household size packaging. And so it's all industrial grade material. So that's why I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. So this should be a pretty quick one. I think.
Are you going for the quick ones?
I think Jess may even know the answer to this.
Terry in
I am
the
not
back.
stepping into that one.
Wow.
Well, I want to give you questions too.
Okay, thank you.
So, does Bernina still make machines, or do they have another company make them? I've actually heard. The rumor mill runs on this, so this is a good one.
I'd love to give my answer on this really quick. So this is a very important thing to me at Stitch House. You know, we are in a great market here in the DFW area, and we have a large store. We have lots of room for brands. But what's really important to me, and as someone who's grown up in the industry, is to carry brands that have always been the same brand. So no matter what brand we carry, including Bernina, no one has ever purchased Bernina. Bernina's never been sold and changed. Bernina is a family-owned company, generational company. The founding family, and it is treated as such. So anything that we carry here at Stitch House is the original manufacturer. They're not a private label company or anything like that. It is the original manufacturer. And that's very important to me personally because as someone with a lot of experience with all the different brands and not just one brand, I think that is the strong suit of what we do
What
here
may
at the store.
cause confusion there is that we have a junior brand called Burnett.
Correct.
Those are, that's a value line. And value doesn't mean cheap. Value is either how much you get for the money. It's not the most features. It's not the cheapest price. It's what's going to be a good balance. You cannot produce a Bernina at those prices.
No.
You cannot buy a automatic, mechanical Swiss watch for under $100. It just doesn't exist. So Burnett was actually Mr. HP, we call him HP, the chairman of the company currently. His mother's name was Odette. And with Bernina and Odette, he made Burnett as a name because we needed to be able to offer something below Bernina price points. So to compete with the mass, because 80% of the machines sold in the US are in that range. So those are made for Bernina. And the new Burnett 70 series, actually the manufacturer, who's based in Taiwan, worked with Bernina because those machines have the Bernina layout, the knobs, the screen, everything. And that platform is made for us and exclusive to us even. It's not something you can buy under another name.
No, and we had one of our instructors the other day doing a lesson on the B79. She had actually never used it before, but she's instructs on Bernina all the time, and she was so impressed at the screen and everything on that B79.
Yeah, the only exception is like we have the L450, L460, the midline overlockers, the surgers. Those to reach those price points, again, those are manufactured for us, but the Bernina engineers were in that factory, co-developing because the features are unique to us. So, and the quality control was, Bernina, and until it met the standards, those machines were late because Bernina kept going back and back and back until they were right there at our standards. Those are the two machines that are called Bernina, made for us. Otherwise, everything, the sewing machine, embroidery, long arm, it's all 100% Bernina.
I thought you may like that question.
Well, it's very important to me.
Yeah, no, we take that to heart. And Paul told you, remember when you came for new dealer training, Paul told you that because Bernina lives and dies by its product.
Yes.
We are not an office supply company that makes sewing machines, right? As a small niche for them. We live or die by the sewing, long arm, embroidery products that we make. And the chairman, the board will invest back in R&D because the chairman, his children will take over in anywhere from 5 to 10 years maybe now. He wants to make sure the company is there and strong when they take over. So they're not moving boxes today, they're looking at the 20-year plan.
Yep.
For the company.
That's very important.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here's my next question. I cannot seem to get the hand-eye coordination for a balanced stitch length in free motion quilting. what are my options?
BSR.
Easy, easy. I think
easy all day long.
I think
you know
one word
what?
answer there. BSR.
I am not okay. At a Q20, I did a little better because I put the long arm in quilting. and when I swing fast, right? While I walk fast, I talk fast, I eat. I do everything fast.
Everything's fast.
Yes. So, but it took me a while, and I needed even on the Q20, I needed the stitch regulator to tame the process for me, reduce the learning curve.
Yeah.
And I would probably use the stitch regulator forever. I will, I won't graduate from it because once I'm used, I know how it works and how well it works for me. I'm trained to that. I'm good. I don't want to have to relearn again.
So can we just reiterate the machines that do come with the BSR?
Okay, the 570, 590, and then the 770, 790, and the 880.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you can obviously...
You have BSR optional on other models.
And you can obviously purchase the BSR separate,
Yes,
not just from the machines that
It's
it
not
comes
inexpensive. It's it's an amazing piece of technology. But and if you have it for the 790, you can still use it on that that smaller machine, like the 480.
Before the question comes in, then why would I need to move to a mid-arm or to a long arm? I think we'll address that with Betsy tomorrow because there are some significant reasons. Well, it's a size thing, but also perhaps for ruler work, right? I can't do stitch-regulated ruler work on my domestic. So
we have ruler feet for the domestic machines, but with ruler work, a sit-down, it's an upgrade. Sure. Again, it's a dedicated set of technologies for that particular process. Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. This is kind of a very open-ended question. How did the company get started? What type of machine did they start with?
The original company was founded by Carl Friedrich Gegauf, the old guy, the first generation.
The old guy.
Yeah, he started in Switzerland, and he made a machine that did hem stitching, and they used that also for like silk, and that worked really well from 1893 all the way to basically 1932, the crash. And his name is Gegauf. So the machine was so good that hem stitching process became known as Gegaufing. It became a verb, okay?
Really?
That is better than Kleenex, right? That's like Kleenexing your nose. I mean, that is the process is named after you. Well, in 32, the crash, that kind of went away. People, silk stockings and stuff like that, that went away. So they needed to find a way to keep their employees, because there was a small village in Switzerland, Steckborn. So basically, it was a little factory town, factory village. So there's a family connection there. Everybody depending on that for their livelihood. So he says, well, we need to make something else. Okay, make the first Bernina. Hit right out of the park. Reliable, worldwide. Not so common in the U.S. They're hard to find. So from there, his son, Fritz Gegauf, took over, and he was the tinkerer. He's the one who did the needle positions on mechanical machines. Bernina had a free arm, zigzag sewing machine in 1945.
Okay, Sylvain, your dates, I mean, I will not get over this.
He is a living encyclopedia.
I own him from 125.
He's the farmer's almanac in real life.
I went to ag school, so good luck with that.
Remember, so we have a younger audience too, and so some of them may not even know. They may not even know the farmer's almanac.
The common brands that were all flatbeds until the 60s. The free arms for the big common brands they didn't have a free arm zigzag sewing machine until the 60s. We had that in 1945.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's very cool.
So 1893 is when the company and the DNA of the brand was really seeded, and the name Bernina showed in 32. But it's the same family, same tradition, same everything. Yeah.
Yes, and here we are in 2021.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, even that's hard to remember. So
it is. I feel like we're in 2020.5 at sometimes.
And the one-piece presser feet, 1954, the 5 Series, the first 5 Series.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, that's when they came up with that.
At some point, Jade, Brittany, we're going to fact check these dates, please. I have to.
We need
I need confirmation.
A Snopes.com.
I will so rub your nose in it.
Okay, here's a really good question and an interesting one.
This is fun, by the way.
Do you like this?
Yeah.
Okay, as far as embroidery hoops go, mine are all square. What is the advantage of the Bernina hoops and the Bernina embroidery foot?
Okay.
That's really good.
Yes.
I'm curious.
All Bernina hoops are oval. Now, Roman aqueducts were built on curves.
Oh, gosh.
Want dates? I'm going to give you dates. So on an oval
He said
hoop,
aqueducts.
on an oval hoop, on a square hoop, if you tighten a lot, if the hoop is not bowed at all on the outside, it will want to cave in a little bit. So on an oval hoop, the more you tighten, the tighter the fabric control gets. And you don't have corners. Corners crunch fabric because you create this stress point. All the stress comes to a single point. On an oval, you distribute the stress evenly. So you don't have as much hoop burn, you have tighter fabric control, and you don't crush your quilt batting.
That's amazing. I never even thought of that.
It's physics, baby. Never argue with the physics.
Because it's true. So so many of the hoops we see are square, rectangles.
Yes.
Almost all of them.
Yes.
Yep.
So you do lose that in the corners. Now, okay, that being said, up to the large oval, right? It's almost 6 by 10, but you lose the corners. Best fabric control, that hoop has better, the large oval has better, tighter fabric control for like dance stitches and all that. It's better than industrial hoops.
Wow.
I saw the material simulations at BU when they introduced that hoop in 2002, and it's amazing. But you lose the corners. In those machines, 5 series, 7 series, any of them, if you want that large oval, that large fields, almost 5 by 9 by 10, the second position, middle position on the mega hoop is that.
So
the full rectangle.
So for the nerds out there, I'm going to request Sylvain to get us those fabric simulations so we can take a look at them. I'm absolutely.
Oh, that's an old CAD. Yeah, we'll have to find that. That's old.
I would love to see those simulations and look at it.
They showed this at
there.
convention.
Yeah.
And the whole room, 1,000 people like, wow.
That would be very, very, very cool.
You know, what's interesting is my feet don't reach the ground on this couch.
That's true.
I'm trying to figure out how to get comfortable, and I'm like,
this is your Doug couch. So anyway, the oval hoop, you gain fabric control, but if you have a 5 series, 7 or 8, even the older Berninas that I embroidered, from the 200 and above, from 2002 and after, the mega hoop second field gives you the full stitch field that a mid-size machine can do.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is one that I get in the store all the time, and being a multi-line store and carrying a huge array of thread and stabilizers and stuff like that, we always get this. Do I need to use special thread for my Bernina, and do I need to use Bernina needles?
Oh, okay, good question. No and no. So the only threads to not use are the dollar a spool cheap thread.
No.
That, you know what? For what you spend on a garment, on a quilt, on a set of curtains, you don't want to save 50 cents or $1 on the thread. Right?
Hand-me-down thread. Yeah. What can we do with that?
And certain threads are not meant to be used on sewing machines, like hand quilting thread that's waxed up. They tell you don't put it because it will leave wax everywhere, in and outside the machine. And it's the wax inside the machine you don't see that will cause trouble. So that's for that. I use
in the lint as well.
Yes, I use good quality thread. I've used Aurifil, I've used Metler. We have a partnership with Metler, so I use it, and it's good quality thread. So is Aurifil. So and if you try that and it works, why try something else? Now, we use King Tut from Superior Thread. There's a whole bunch of threads we use, right? That's great. Monofilament. I prefer the polyester monofilament because it stretches a little less, and it will take a higher temperature iron compared to the nylon. So that way I can control my results. So it's always a game like that. Needles. Bernina, we have a needle finder on the bernina.com website. So you say, that's my project, that's my type of fabric, it will recommend a needle. It doesn't have to be Bernina needles. Bernina needles are made by a company in Switzerland. We don't make needles. They're very good.
You don't have time to do that.
My workshop, my webinar I did on needles, I use Schmetz. I use Schmetz all the time. I use Oregon titanium sharp needles for my embroidery because they last the longest on average. You cannot sew with those, you can only embroider, but they do a great job. So I have a variety of needles. So no, they don't have to be. If your local store has Bernina needles, they are top quality needles. So nothing wrong, to the contrary, it's very good. But there's nothing wrong with Schmetz or Oregon for that matter. Yeah.
I have a really good one here.
Okay.
In fact, Brian loves this question, so I'll let you guys battle it. And fight. Okay. I have the Bernina 830.
Yes, I have one at home, my own machine.
Why should I trade it in for the 880 Plus?
Okay. I find myself going back to my 830 sometimes and go like, oh, you don't do that. Oh, you don't do that. There's certain things it does not do. It doesn't do shaping. It doesn't do it doesn't have a stitch designer. And when I first went to the 880 from my 830, there was a new interface. And then you go like, oh, you move into a new house. Coming soon. And then you go like, where are the spatulas?
Don't remind me.
Simple stuff, right? And then I go back, and so I got used to the interface. It's far more modular. Bernina hired an interface design company for the 880, you know, the current platform, right? And then I go back to the 830, and it looks cluttered to me now, and oops, that's not there, that's not there. So in terms of if you do straight stitching and quilting, of course you don't need to, you know, it's basically mechanically very, very similar. But if you do embroidery and you do a lot of projects, you know, a lot of variety, more and more I've basically, not reduced, but I've parked my 830 as an embroidery machine. I run embroidery designs on it, and I use the 880 for all the rest, so.
That's
great.
Brian, what's your opinion on trading the 830 to the 880?
Well,
Jackie over there giving me the laugh.
I think.
She knows what you're gonna say.
I think. Well, I'm not in trouble. I think in large part I agree with what Sylvain's saying. I mean, I think that you get more features.
It's faster.
Into the 880. I think that for me,
warranty.
I love. And you stole right what I was going to say. I love the idea of knowing that my machine is warranted. I love the idea that there's still features in the 880 today that Bernina has not even activated. So you don't know the 880 could still
The huge
grow.
difference will be in the embroidery side, because the plus embroidery features pinpoint placement. Remember, one design, 2 dots, 2 points, 3 things at the same time, right? That's not on the 830. The endless embroidery, I didn't mention that today. The 790, the 880, the plus machines, the black faces. You can actually take a design and have it automatically repeat. You know, you just rehoop. It does all the math for you. You say, oh, you know what, 3 fit, but I'd like a 4th one. It will scale it back for you. It's amazing. That's not on the 830. You know, not to the embroidery features are way ahead on the current series.
Even when you go from the 880 to the 880 Plus, I think you start to see those features
This is a very important question to follow up with the 830 to 880 question.
Oh, cool.
Does Stitch House take trade-ins?
Oh, well, without doubt, yes, absolutely.
Well,
in
some
fact,
dealers don't take trade-ins.
in fact, Bernina did a trade-in promotion last year that
830
for
to
us
880.
was one of the absolute most successful promotions we've ever run, and it was the 830 to 880 or 830 to 890. And we still occasionally will look at that promotion and still work with customers. For us, it was because we purchased a Bernina store, so a lot of our customers didn't
already had 830s.
Well, they had the 830s, but they also didn't know that the promotion happened. But we absolutely take trade-ins on just about any machine, and from the 830 to 880 is a trade-in that I love.
He loves it.
I love that.
And you know, we get the question, well, why couldn't I upgrade my 830 with just software inside firmware, right, into an 880? The screen changed. It's a higher resolution screen now. You know, there's a whole bunch. There's some mechanics that have changed inside. So it's not. It looks like the same beast from the outside, but it's actually a different animal on the inside. So
right. Why do Bernina machines require oiling the bobbin area when just about all of my other drop-in bobbin machines don't require that?
Remember I mentioned this morning that our hooks are all transverse and they whip right behind the needle because they're in line with the needle. When you have a drop-in bobbin, the hook is going around a curve. The needle is not. So the hook is further from the needle in the center than it is on the edges, right? So on a Bernina, it goes right behind the needle, and when the needle comes back, it leaves a little loop behind. It's hard to skip a stitch on a Bernina. And in that needle post that I did, if you have a skip stitch, the number one thing to check is if you have the right type of needle, check, then up the size 1. Then you'll usually get past that. Not only that, on the platform 457 series, we have what we call adaptive tension. when the hook reaches a zigzag on the, when the hook first reaches on the one side versus on the other side where it's later in the, the loop of the hook, on the rotation of the hook, the machine knows about this. So it adjusts the tension left to right slightly differently. Wow. To compensate for that. It's called adaptive tension. If you're so slow and you put your ear to like a 7 series, you hear tick, 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 tick. It's adjusting the tension for every half of the stitch.
Wow.
That's interesting.
So that's based on also metal hooks. Metal hooks are stable. They whip at high speed, 1,200 stitches a minute, and it's hard to skip a stitch. So, and in embroidery, we get this all the time, and the Swiss engineers are maniacal, not to use another word, about the stitch quality in embroidery. And we get this all the time. Our stitch quality in embroidery on just about any kind of material is there because of those hooks. They're metal, and they're metal on metal, which makes them more stable.
Right.
So you need a bit of oil.
And it's kind of, just like the industrial multi-needles that use the same
they will use oil.
Hook system, they're going to require oil or our high-speed quilting machines that will require it.
And you know what? The way I look at it, well, I used to change the oil on my car. I can't anymore because I live in the suburb and it's hard to dispose of the oil. But to me, it was like I was taking care of my baby. And to me, when I oil, my machine, it's like I take good care. I said it's an investment, and this is the number one thing you can do. And to me, it's like there's a symbolic value to it as well. It's part of the routine. Mind you, I've been doing it since the 90s. So.
Yeah.
What else have you got?
Keep going.
Oh, you want me to keep going?
Sure. You only gave me about 1/8 of the cards.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Stingy.
Whoa, okay. I know that'll come back to bite me, so I'm sharing the rest of my cards now.
There you go, better
So
later
you ran
than
out
never.
of cards is what you're saying.
Well, there were 2 questions on each card. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
What do you use to colorize the stitch plate markings? Okay, all right. I will have to mention the brand because they're Sharpies.
It's okay.
But the finest point Sharpies, the tiny ones. They come in a set of 4 usually.
0.1, 0.05?
The tiny, yeah. So they come in a set of 4. There's a blue, green, yellow, and red. The yellow won't do much on a steel plate, right? So I use for me at home, and I did a video on Facebook. The title was "Colorizing Your Stitch Plate is Groovy."
Someone must have seen this.
So I do the red, because of a wide feed dog, the red is a tiny little tick right in front. So that's red, because that's critical piecing, right? So that one is red, it screams at you. The 1/2 inch I do is blue. The green one is for 5/8, and then that leaves the 3/8 with no color. So I can sew, when I sew my quilts, projects, I like 1/2 inch seam allowances. My quilts are heavy. You'll see that later this week, right? They're stabilizer, embroidery, they're not bed quilts. So for those, I use a 1/2 inch seam allowance, and because it gives me better grip at the feed dog, because when the quilt top is 20 pounds, you need to drive this thing straight. And with the dual feed, it goes to town. So I use a 1/2 inch seam allowance for that. It's blue seams all night tonight. I don't have to think. And after about a project, it kind of buffs off the color, recolorize.
It's okay.
And those fine point Sharpies, anybody who's lived with me, they're like my mama's scissors, no touchy.
Oh, she's got a pair of those scissors, and I won't.
Yeah, you don't even look at those.
Yes, those are the
so
leopard
those live in
print
the sewing room in a drawer, and they're just for the stitch plate.
Yes.
But it makes your life easy.
Let's see if this will stump Sylvain. What is the throat size on the 480 Quilters edition?
Throat size? You mean?
From needle to the edge.
Too easy. 7 inches.
So the 4 series is all 7 inches,
7 inches,
right?
yeah.
So the series
6 1/4 on the 7 series, 7 inches on the 4 series, 8 1/2 on the 5, 10 on the 7, and 12 on the 8.
So all of the different series have the same basic footprint, and it's the features that you add as you go up in that particular series, correct?
Yeah, well, from the 4 to the 7 is the same hook system, same jumbo bobbin, like you have a platform. And even like a 9mm feed dog plate, 9mm stitch width on a 480 fits on the 790, and therefore the stitch plate.
Well, this is an important question, just to follow up with that really quick. If they have something like an Artista 180, can those feet work with the 4 series today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's the same attachment. All the machines made since 97 share the same presser foot attachment. And the reason is, in 97, we introduced a needle threader. So we had to push the shank back on the foot to make room for the threader to come between the foot and the needle. And you know, it was a big change, and I have a 1260 QPE from the 90s, that generation of my first Bernina, so all my old feet from that machine don't work on the current machines. But in 1997, the year I joined Bernina, the #1 requested feature missing on all Berninas was a built-in needle threader.
Wow.
Yeah, and I had 20/20 vision back then. Who are you again? Oh, you're Brian.
So what's the difference between like the old style walking foot and the new style walking foot?
Well, there's an old style like from my 1260. Again, the shank attachment point is different relative to the needle position than today. Now, in 97, we had a new walking foot for that, but it works up to the 4 series, basically. When they introduced the 7 series and the 8 series, those are taller machines, so the stroke of the fork has to be longer. The mechanism inside, there's angular momentum in there. The stroke of the fork has to be different. So that walking foot you may have bought for my Artista 200 does not work on my 7 series. And you go like, and I like to use the analogy, my last car had 15-inch wheels. My current car has 16-inch wheels. I could not keep the old rims.
For the car heads out there, they're going, he doesn't go very fast.
Okay, well, we've got just a few minutes left, so do you want to wrap up, or do you have a final question you'd like to ask?
One more, one more.
Okay, you want one more.
One more question. Who's your favorite, me or Brian? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh. Where is the 10-foot pole? Where is the 10-foot pole?
So, okay,
we didn't have to ask. I know the answer.
This is going to be a really easy one. It's very clear that Terry was not able to stump you. However, I see him quickly jotting notes, saying, "I see. He will get you tomorrow."
My answer to that is amateur.
So with the freehand system, this person just wants to know kind of your sewing style. With the freehand system, do you use your left or right foot to press the foot pedal?
Okay, all pictures you see from Bernina, and I'm the preacher for it's a left foot. Here's why. You separate the 2 tasks. When you use a freehand system, you release the thread tension. It does 3 things, right? Lift the foot, drop the feed dog. Not all brands drop the feed dog. But if you do points like on a quilt, right? Sometimes when you pivot, if your feed dog is up, it brushes and it flips your seam allowances. Not on a Bernina. Straight stitch plates, smooth, everything stays put. So, and then it releases tension so you could pull your project out. If you were to lean down on the foot control, if it's on the right leg, while you push the bar, you'd be gunning the machine without tension on the thread. Debbie Ketchamani calls that thread throw up.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So you do it here. The other thing is I did 5 years of modern dance just for the fun of it. I loved it. Well, if I take your foot when you're resting your leg and I raise your toes, you do nothing. If I do this, it's biomechanics. There's tension on the tendons here. And if you throw that out of line, it's not good for your joint. Now, it may take 20 years to get damage to your joint, but it's not good. So that way you separate the 2 and you let your legs rest, and it works really, really well. I've had people forever say, he's crazy. And then 6 months later, I tell the new batch of people this, and then the new people say, he's crazy, and the ones from 6 months ago would say, no, he's not.
Well, he might be crazy for other reasons.
Yeah, exactly, but not for this. So that helps you separate the 2. I call it the Bernina 2-step. You do applique. When applique, you don't turn the fabric, you pivot. So you go like this, you pivot, a little gas, a few stitches, and it becomes this 2-step. You coordinate the whole thing.
That's
well,
wonderful.
Brittany's giving me the 30-second countdown, so I just want to say thank you so much today, Sylvain, and thank you to our team today that's all behind the scenes. If you've ever been to our store before, we have a sign here that says what happens at Stitch House stays at Stitch House, but I guess that sign goes out the window today with our first live virtual event that we've ever done all day long without any hitches. I am just so impressed by you guys today, and thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you'll join us tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be talking about the Q series, which is the quilting series we have. It'll be Sylvain, Brian, myself, Betsy Carlson, and we're going to have Terry join us later talking about quilting as well.
Paybacks are fun.
Payback is so much fun, Terry. So we hope you guys join us tomorrow. We start at 10 a.m. Please, any questions you have, feel free to send us an email, support@shopstitchhouse.com. You can give us a call and leave a voicemail after hours, or just leave us a message on our any of our social media pages, and we'll be happy to get back to you as soon as we get a chance.
Great.
Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
It is through the work of our hands that the passion of our hearts can be seen by the world. When we create, we make a mark on the world, however small. But put together, each small step can lead to something bigger, a legacy that can carry forward for generations. Let me take you back 125 years to where the Bernina legacy began on the shores of Lake Constance in the village of Steckborn in Switzerland. You may know me. My name is Karl Friedrich Gegauf. I was born in 1860 to a family of 6 children. My father was a doctor, and as so many parents do, he hoped I might follow in his footsteps. But even as a young boy, I had a fascination with mechanical things. I was constantly creating new ways of doing things. Soon after finishing school, I had the opportunity to work with one of the leading Swiss textile machine manufacturers. It wasn't long before I found a lifelong passion for textile machines. The precision and creativity of the industry inspired me. I was given the opportunity to travel to the United States, where I was able to learn another aspect of the business, selling the product I had become so passionate about. But it was while I was working as a mechanic in Switzerland, I was dreaming of my own inventions. In 1893, I invented the household hemstitch machine. In my heart, I knew this machine had tremendous potential. So I left my position to start my own company, Gegauf & Company. Our first offices were at the Feldbach in Steckborn. The invention was a success. Together with my brother and 10 employees, we started manufacturing the hemstitch machine. Our machine became a household name both at home and abroad. As the company flourished, so did my family. My wife and 4 children brought great joy to my life. My interest in technical things went beyond my work. I converted my own boat to a steamboat, and I purchased the first car in eastern Switzerland. With all our successes, there were trials too. A fire burned much of our factory. My wife passed away, leaving me to raise our children aged 8 to 15 on my own. War broke out in Europe, but even through these adversities, we persevered. I was always eager to teach my young children about the business, and I spent many hours teaching them mechanics and answering their questions. These lessons sparked a flame in my son Fritz, who developed his own passion for textile machines. Hoping my son would learn not just to build machines, but also to sell them, I sent him to Paris with 50,000 can openers. Though the product was of the highest quality, at first Fritz struggled to sell even a few. It was then that he learned an important lesson that would serve him the rest of his life. He had to demonstrate the product in order to sell it. Once people saw the benefits of the can openers for themselves, Fritz was able to sell them quite easily. Fritz worked by my side until he took full leadership of the company. As the company grew into a new era, he had new challenges to face. The economic challenges of the Great Depression led to declining demand for the hemstitching machine. Fritz knew something had to change to keep the company alive. The inspiration came from home. Fritz's wife was struggling with her home sewing machine, and Fritz saw a problem that needed to be solved. He worked day and night for a year to launch his first home sewing machine. He knew he had created something of the highest quality. Fritz needed a name that could be pronounced in any language. And he also wanted to inspire sewers with the quality of this machine. So he called it BERNINA, naming his invention after the famous Swiss mountain. From the very beginning, Fritz knew that he couldn't sell Bernina without a dealer network, so he developed strong relationships with retailers throughout the world to sell Bernina machines. By 1937, 20,000 machines had been sold. Soon, over 1,300 employees were working at the Bernina factory in Switzerland. Being a passionate engineer and entrepreneur, Fritz continually sought to improve Bernina. He introduced zigzag machines, then portable models, and then automated buttonholes and clip-on presser feet. His imagination led to the first knee levers, ornamental stitches selected with a simple lever, and complete control over every stitch. As the innovations grew, the quality never diminished. The precision of a stitch from the Swiss Bernina was unparalleled. It would take great vision to carry on what Fritz had built, and it was my granddaughter, Odette Uelci-Gegauf, who would take up the torch. Odette was everything a leader needed to be, focused, determined, and committed. But she brought something more, a strong sense of personal responsibility, a listening ear, and a great deal of charm. Odette was one of the first women in Switzerland to serve as the president of a large company. Odette continued the vision of the quality and precision of Bernina, while always keeping an eye to the sewer's needs. Her style and commitment to the end user is reflected in not only Bernina products, but also the advertising, manuals, and educational materials Bernina became known for. 1971, Bernina launched the iconic 830, a machine that began a love affair with Bernina for sewers worldwide. With every development of a sewing machine, Odette always asked whether this would actually be of any use to the seamstress and whether it was easy to operate. With this in mind, Bernina's first fully automatic machine, the all-electronic Bernina 1130, was developed. Bernina was ahead of the game and took sewing in a completely new direction. Mechanical stitch selector wheels were out, PC boards were in. Odette brought the same energy she gave to her work to her home life and hobbies. Odette enjoyed all types of sports and was the first of the Gegauf family to climb Mount Bernina. As I had done with my son Fritz and Fritz with Odette, Odette began early to prepare her son Hans-Peter to become part of Bernina. For 7 years, Hans-Peter worked in the United States, building experience that would serve him well in the years to come. As HP took the reins of Bernina, his goal was to increase the popularity of sewing worldwide and to foster the creativity of customers. He developed new markets in Eastern Europe, Russia, South America, India, the Middle East, and the United States. As Bernina continued to expand worldwide, HP realized the need to expand the manufacturing capability. His vision was not to outsource, but to build a factory managed and designed by Bernina. HP was there to break ground on a new factory in beautiful Thailand. HP was not a sewer himself, but he learned, as his mother had taught him, to listen. He often consulted with his wife Beatrice, herself an expert seamstress. HP also inherited the passion for innovation and quality. As far as Bernina had come, who could have imagined the innovations still to be realized? Machines with the ability to create new stitches, then built-in computers and automated embroidery. Bernina machines continued to be treasured companions for sewers around the world. With a naturally curious and inquisitive personality, HP is continually looking to other industries to explore ideas of modern design and innovative technology that will make Bernina better every day. Perhaps one of HP's most important contributions is his commitment to keep Bernina a family business. He has involved both of his children, Philip and Katharina, in the Bernina business, so they may continue the legacy of creativity, passion, and precision. I couldn't be more proud of the contributions of my family to this remarkable company. But the success wasn't achieved on our own. At every step in our history, Bernina has had the industry's most innovative, energetic, and dedicated employees. Each of them has their own Bernina story. And each of you, Bernina's dealers, store employees, and brand ambassadors have built Bernina into the company it is today. I hope that you will share your Bernina stories with each other, your customers, and the world. The love of Bernina is in the hearts of employees, Bernina dealers, and sewers everywhere. So celebrate 125 years of Bernina with me. And may the work of your hands bring happiness to you and yours for years to come. Bernina is past, present, and most importantly, future. Bernina, made to create.